Hello students and welcome back to BankExamsToday.com. My name is Ramandeep Singh and today we are providing IBPS RRB Scale 2 free course. Yes. So in the previous years we provided power capsules. So हम power capsules provide करते हैं जिसमें हम 1500 से 2000 questions compile करते हैं और students को provide करते हैं and we charge like 500-600 rupees for that. But this year we decided कि why not compile all the questions in the video format. तो वो हमने जो है तैयार करा है and it is acting as a demo video for our full course. So we are providing 550 questions, proper 500 से ज़्यादा questions हैं इस lecture में with detailed explanations, right? So this session is a demo course, would act as a demo course of IBPS RRB Scale 2 2025 course. This is actually one of the goals. तो पहला गोल तो ये है कि अपने सब्सक्राइबर्स को अच्छा कंटेंट प्रोवाइड करवाना. दूसरा गोल है कि हम पढ़ाते भी हैं फॉर RRB Scale 2 2025 एग्जाम. हम प्रमोट कर रहे हैं अपने RRB Scale 2 2025 कोर्स को, जिसमें हम स्केल GBO स्केल 2, स्केल 3, मार्केटिंग स्केल 2, HR स्केल 2, लॉ ऑफिसर, ट्रेजरी ऑफिसर स्केल 2, ये सारे कोर्सेज हमारे पास अवेलेबल हैं एंड वी आर प्रोवाइडिंग वीडियो क्लासेस, notes, quizzes and the test series. So link to join the course is available in the description. एक बार आप चेक कर लीजिए, ये मेरा WhatsApp नंबर है. List of our successful students in the past. All these students that took our courses in the past and they cracked their respective exams and I'm really happy for them. You can be one of them in the future and yes, you will be one of them in the future for sure. So let's start the session. Okay. So MP Vatsalya scheme. So this is an extension of NPS scheme actually. NPS की जो general scheme आप पढ़ते हो वैसी सी है. But here what government is asking you is that a parent, a father or a mother should save money for their children. A parent should save money for their children. Sukanya Smriddhi Yojana already have for girl child. But now the government said कि आप NPS scheme में भी पैसा डाल सकते हो. Why government is promoting such scheme? Because ये सारे पैसे government use करती है for the upliftment of the society. Government को एक तरह का loan मिल जाता है, right? So NPS Vatsalya scheme, it's a contributory pension scheme designed specifically for minors in India. So parents basically जो pension के पैसे इकट्ठे कर रहे हैं अपने बच्चों के लिए, right? So PFRDA, like the NPS, PFRDA is the regulatory body for NPS Vatsalya scheme. Any minor below the age of 18 with the PAN card and Aadhaar card is eligible for NPS Vatsalya scheme. Who can be the contributor? A parent or a guardian can be a contributor. He or she can contribute on behalf of the children. ठीक है. So the contribution scheme is flexible. Investment options are flexible. आप कितना equity में पैसा डालना चाहते हो, debt में कितना डालना चाहते हो, इसकी flexibility है. You can choose the options. अलग अलग AMCs हैं, आप choose कर सकते हो. SBI, ICICI, HDFC, Kotak आप choose कर सकते हो. Transition upon the age of reaching 18, the account can be seamlessly transition into the regular NPS Tier 1 account. So upon the reaching of 18 years, options मिलती है that you can transfer your account to NPS Tier 1 account. So withdrawal rules very important. 25% of the contribution can be withdrawn after a lock-in period of 3 years for education. So 25% जो है वो withdrawn किया जा सकता है, right? After 3 years of lock-in period for educational purposes of the kid, right? आपने जितना भी पैसा डाल दिया 25% आप निकाल सकते हो आफ्टर 3 years ऑफ योर डिपॉजिट. तीन साल इन्वेस्ट कर लिया तो 25% आप निकाल सकते हो फॉर एजुकेशनल पर्पसेस ऑफ द चाइल्ड. ऑन कंप्लीशन ऑफ 18 years ऑफ द चाइल्ड, इफ द कॉर्पस इज लेस देन 2.5 लाख, ऑल द मनी कैन बी विड्रॉन. सारे का सारा पैसा आप निकाल सकते हो, नो इश्यूज. If the corpus is more than 2.5 lakhs, 80% will be used to purchase an annuity and 20% can be withdrawn as lump sum. 80% को आप you need to purchase an annuity, right? And 20% can be withdrawn as a lump sum, right? In case of minor's death, the entire asset will be returned to the guardians. Okay. So एक अच्छा अर्ली स्टार्ट मिलता है माइनर्स को, एंड देन टैक्स बेनिफिट्स हैं 80C के अंडर फॉर द इन्वेस्टमेंट्स. यू गेट द टैक्स बेनिफिट एंड ऑफर्स अ रेंज ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटीज़. आप इक्विटी में या डेट में कहीं भी इन्वेस्ट जो है कर सकते हैं. आप ऑप्शंस को चूज़ कर सकते हैं, and you can switch from one provider AMCs to another AMC. That option is also available. The account can be managed via NPS portal, and the scheme offers a choice between active and auto investment options. In active choices, the investor can decide the allocation among equity, corporate bond, government securities. बहुत सारी flexibilities है. पोर्टेबिलिटी की ऑप्शन है. फ्रॉम वन एसेट मैनेजमेंट कंपनी आप दूसरी की तरफ स्विच कर सकते हो. नॉमिनेशन की फैसिलिटी है. देयर कैन बी अ नॉमिनी ऑफ द स्कीम. आप चूज कर सकते हो. कॉस्ट इज़ वेरी लो. इट इज़ इन पैसाज, राइट? 0.2%. बहुत सस्ता है ये इसका मैनेजमेंट फी. Via online or offline modes, you can open this particular account. Okay. So who is eligible to open an NPS Vatsalya account? Any minor below the age of 18 with a PAN card and Aadhaar card is eligible. What is the maximum percentage of contribution that can be withdrawn after lock-in period of 3 years? 25% can be withdrawn after a lock-in period of 3 years for the educational purposes. What happens to NPS Vatsalya account when minor reaches 18 years of age? The account transits to the NPS Tier 1 account. Okay. What is the minimum corpus required for 80% of amount to be used for purchasing an annuity option upon reaching 18 years? In that case, if the corpus amount in the Vatsalya NPS accounts, if the corpus amount is more than 2.5 lakhs, then 80% should be should be invested in the annuity plan, or baki ka 20% you can withdraw. Which of the following is not a benefit of NPS Vatsalya scheme? Tax benefit to milta hai. Early start in the savings for the child future. Cost structure बहुत low है. There is a low cost structure. Flexibility है. You can switch from one AMC to another. You can choose where you are going to invest in equity, bond, debentures. You can make the choices, right? In case of a minor's death, the guardians is going to take back all the money, right? The entire asset is returned to the guardians. Which platform is the quickest way to open the NPS Vatsalya account? It's through eNPS account. And what type of investment choices does the NPS Vatsalya scheme offers? It's active and auto investment options you're going to get. Hello students, and welcome back to BankExamsToday.com. My name is Ramandeep Singh. Students, today we are going to do interest equalization scheme on pre and post shipment rupee export credit scheme. ठीक है. Important scheme, very important for IBPS RRB GBO Scale 2 and MP Apex Bank exam that is going to be held, and any other credit officer level exam. ठीक है. So why this particular topic is important? Okay, explain हो गया. So when exporters, they export their goods and services from India, right? They need credit at competitive prices. Otherwise, अगर क्रेडिटर्स इनको एक्सपोर्टर्स को क्रेडिट मिलेगा 12-15% के पे, दे वोंट बी एबल टू कम्पीट विद द इंटरनेशनल सप्लायर्स, विद द कंपैटिटर्स, राइट? वो कम्पीट ही नहीं कर पाएंगे बिकॉज दे आर गेटिंग लोन्स एट अ वेरी हाई रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट. इन जापान द रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट इज 2-3-4%. in US it's 4-5%. in India it is like 12-13%. so Indian exporters, they are unable to compete with their competitors. That is why that IES scheme, interest equalization scheme, exists. That is the reason. So कितना benefit मिलता है, कितना एक subvention मिलता है, we'll be discussing that, and also the RBI circulars in last 5-6 months. What is interest equalization scheme? The interest equalization schemes, it aims to provide financial support to exporters. Financial support to exporters by reducing the cost of credit for pre and post shipment rupee export credit, and particularly aiming the MSME. Right now only MSMEs are getting benefit out of IES scheme. Okay. So you get to know the meaning financial support to the exporters. Okay. Now, how much interest subvention is provided? 3% to the MSME manufacturer exporters, 3% MSME and manufacturer exporters, and 2% to others. 2% to other than MSME manufacturer exporters, उनको मिलता है 2%. ठीक है. So please remember that, very important, star is there. 3% MSME exporters, and MSME manufacturer exporter, 2% to others. ठीक है. Eligibility scheme is available to all scheduled commercial banks, small finance banks, urban cooperative banks, and exim banks. If a firm or a company is taking benefit from production linked incentive scheme, the PLI scheme, then this benefit is not available. Interest equalization scheme ka benefit available nahi rahega. And banks, they must provide exporters with details of prevailing interest rate, interest subvention. That's very obvious thing. It should be transparent. Okay. So now this is also important. So the exporters availing benefits under the PLI schemes, they cannot take benefit of interest equalization scheme. So please remember that. So latest updates, the government of India has extended to 30th of June, which is further extended till 30th of September. So ये extension दोबारा extend हो चुकी है. There is a cap on subvention amount. The annual net subvention amount is capped at 10 crore rupees per importer exporter code. That's a kind of license. So per license or per code, 10 crore rupees ka cap is there. And the banks must price loans covered under this scheme at an average rate of interest not exceeding repo rate plus 4%. So the banks, they started exploiting the exporters, the small exporters, the MSME exporters, because the exporters, they were getting benefit of 3%, right? So the banks, they started charging higher rate of interest to them. Okay. So that is why the RBI came up with a guideline ki the rate of interest can be at max repo rate plus 4%, and it is important. This is also important. Okay. It's 30th of September tak extend ho gaya, right? So these are separate RBI guidelines, very, very important. Let's do the circulars. The first one, the 8th of March 2022 ko this circular came out. So the revised rate of interest, 3% for MSME manufacturer exporters and 2% for the manufacturer for other than MSME manufacturer exporters. So if you are taking benefit under PLI scheme, you are not eligible. And for the telecom sector, this benefit is not available. For telecom sector, this benefit is benefit of interest equalization scheme is not available. Okay. So that was a circular out on 28th of March 2022, and the second one on 22nd of February 2022 को भी ये circular आया, which basically extended the interest equalization scheme. And it also came up with the interest rate cap. Repo rate plus 4% interest rate can be charged. That is a max cap on the interest rate that a bank can charge from exporters. So that is the cap, and it was introduced in this particular circular. Cap on the subvention amount, even this circular came up with the 10 crore rupee cap or the 10 crore rupee limit per importer exporter code in a financial year. So that is a net subvention amount capping. Okay. Another circular which extended the last date, which extended the scheme to 30th of September 2024. So what is the last date or the date the scheme has been extended till 30th of September 2024. With June mein likha hua tha, but it has been further extended. And the extension is specifically applicable to MSME manufacturer exporters. Okay. So the cap is there, 10 crore ka cap, which was already there. For MSME exporters, manufacturer exporters, the cap is 5 crore rupee till 30th of September. And for manufacturing exporters and merchant exporters under the non-MSME categories, the cap is 2.5 crore till 30th of June 2024, 30th of June 2024 नॉन MSME एक्सपोर्टर्स उनका 2.5 करोड़ का लिमिट है, MSME का 5 करोड़ रुपए का लिमिट है, राइट. सो एनुअल सबवेंशन लिमिट was 10 crore per importer exporter code, ठीक है, but now the scheme is going to be expired. So the question number 1, what is the interest subvention rate for MSME manufacturer exporters under the interest equalization scheme? I hope the government is going to extend this scheme again, but 3% for the MSME मिलता है. Up to which date the interest equalization scheme has been extended as per the latest updates? It is extended till 30th of September 2024. Which exporters are excluded from availing the benefit under the interest equalization scheme? If you have already taken the benefit under the PLI scheme, you are excluded. What is the cap on annual net subvention amount per importer exporter code under the scheme? The cap is 10 crore rupees. The cap is 10 crore per importer exporter code. Okay. Cap on subvention on MSME manufacturer exporters till 30th of September 2024, it is 5 crore. For MSME manufacturer exporters till 30th of September, 5 crore का cap है. And that interest, what is the maximum interest that can be charged by bank for the loans under the interest equalization scheme? Repo rate plus 4%. Very important question. Let's start the session with the question number 1. Under the Coinage Act 2011, coins can be issued in India up to the maximum denomination of, try to answer it yourself. मैक्सिमम कितनी डिनोमिनेशन का कॉइन इशू किया जा सकता है? मैक्सिमम 1000 रुपी का कॉइन जो है वो इशू किया जा सकता है. अकॉर्डिंग टू द कॉइनेज एक्ट 2011, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग एक्शंस is prohibited without government authorization? So possessing the coin is totally legal. Try to answer the questions by eliminating the options. So A तो obviously बिल्कुल भी नहीं है. Melting the coins, obviously it is illegal. Using coins for transaction, ये भी आंसर नहीं हो सकता. Collecting commemorative coins, commemorative coins कौन से होते हैं? जो फॉर एग्जाम्पल कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स के लिए आया था या वैष्णो देवी श्राइन बोर्ड के लिए कॉइन्स आए थे. आई मीन यू कैन कलेक्ट दोज कॉइन्स. सो मेल्टिंग एंड डिस्ट्रॉइंग कॉइन्स इज इलीगल. पेनल्टी है इसकी, जेल भी हो सकती है. What is the legal status of coins issued under the Coinage Act 2011? Right, they are legal tender in payment or account subject to conditions specified by the government of India, right? So they are a legal tender. Coins are a legal tender. कोई limit नहीं है 500,000 की. They are a legal tenders as similar to a bank note. जैसे कि 500 रुपए का नोट एक legal tender है. Similarly, coins भी legal tender है, right? Which entity is responsible for the establishment and operation of mints as per the Coinage Act 2011? So, Security Printing and Minting Corporation of India, SPMCIL, it's the entity responsible for establishment and operations of mints in India, right? For minting coins. Under the Coinage Act 2011, what is the consequence of unauthorized melting or destruction of coins? In the past, what happened that people were melting the 5 rupee coins. लोग जो थे वो 5 रुपए का जो सिक्का आता था थोड़ा मोटा था, उसको मेल्ट करके उससे ब्लेड बनाए जा रहे थे, शेविंग ब्लेड्स. सो उसमें अच्छी क्वालिटी का मेटल यूज़ हो रहा था. सो if anybody is caught who's doing unauthorized melting and destruction of coins, तो उसको imprisonment हो सकती है 7 साल की. So imprisonment of 7 years or a fine can be levied. Okay, yeah, both. According to the Coinage Act, which entity is responsible for issuing currency notes and coins of 1 rupee and lower denomination? So 1 rupee का जो coin है वो government 1 rupee का coin या note है, वो जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया है वो इशू करती है. सो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इज रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर इशूइंग 1 rupee नोट्स एंड द Coins. So it's important. This question has been asked multiple times in the exam. Exam में यही question बार बार repeat हो रहे हैं. Under the Coinage Act 2011, coins of which denominations are considered as small coins, coins up to 50 पैसा are considered as small coins. 50 पैसे से छोटे coins को small coins consider किया जाता है. Which of the following statement is true regarding the Coinage Act? It allows individuals to melt coins for personal use. No, it's not allowed. It permits the destruction of coins. No, it basically prohibits melting and destruction of coins without government authorization. 7 साल की सजा हो सकती है, फाइन भी लग सकता है. Hello students and welcome back to BankExamsToday.com. My name is Ramandeep Singh and today we are starting the government schemes for MSME sessions. पहला पार्ट कर रहे हैं हम. एक प्रॉपर गवर्नमेंट स्कीम्स का प्रॉपर पीडीएफ अवेलेबल है मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एमएसएमई की वेबसाइट पे. वो पूरे का पूरा हम कवर कर रहे हैं डिटेल में, राइट. सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल हम एमएसएमई की जो स्कीम्स हैं वो कवर करेंगे, देन फार्मर्स वाली सारी स्कीम्स कवर करेंगे, देन फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन वाली स्कीम्स को कवर करेंगे. सो लेट्स स्टार्ट विद एमएसएमईज की स्कीम. वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, एग्जाम्स में हर बार आती हैं ये, ठीक है. और बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा का. सो फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन, who is the parent organization of मुद्रा योजना? मुद्रा योजना का पेरेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन मुद्रा का क्या कौन है? सिडबी है, स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज डेवलपमेंट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया. सिडबी पेरेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है मुद्रा का. ये क्वेश्चन बहुत बार एग्जाम में आ चुका है, बार बार ये आता है, इसको आप याद रखें. सेकेंड क्वेश्चन है, व्हाट इज द मैक्सिमम लोन अमाउंट ऑफर्ड अंडर द तरुण कैटेगरी ऑफ मुद्रा? मुद्रा योजना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है एमएसएमई के एग्जाम के लिए. और तरुण कैटेगरी में 20 लाख का लिमिट कर दिया है. पहले 10 लाख होता था, अब 20 लाख कर दिया है. ये क्वेश्चन इंपॉर्टेंट है. ओके. तीसरा क्वेश्चन है, किशोर कैटेगरी. व्हाट इज द लोन रेंज अंडर द किशोर कैटेगरी ऑफ मुद्रा योजना? किशोर कैटेगरी में 50,000 से 5 लाख रुपए तक के जो लोन अगर आप ले रहे हो अंडर मुद्रा योजना, दोज आर किशोर कैटेगरी. सो प्लीज रिमेंबर द कैटेगरीज. ओके. हु इज एलिजिबल फॉर पीएमईजीपी असिस्टेंस? वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. पहले मुद्रा करा था, अब पीएमईजीपी. डिटेल में हम कोर्स में वीडियो ये कर चुके हैं. मुद्रा, पीएमईजीपी, सीजीटी, एमएससी, ये सारा कर चुके हैं. पहला पार्ट हो चुका है. सो हु इज एलिजिबल? इफ यू आर 18 अबव. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल 18 अबव होना जरूरी है अंडर पीएमईजीपी. What is the maximum project cost eligible for subsidy under the PMEGP, Prime Minister Employment Generation Program? सारे जो भी आप स्कीम्स कर रहे हो, जो भी टॉपिक्स कर रहे हो, उसका फुल फॉर्म याद रखें. मैक्सिमम प्रोजेक्ट कॉस्ट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के केस में 50 लाख रुपीज़, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के केस में 50 लाख रुपीज़. एंड सब्सिडी कितना प्रोवाइड करा जाता है फॉर SC, ST, वुमेन, माइनॉरिटीज़, एक्स सर्विसमैन एंड एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में जो आपको सब्सिडी है पीएमईजीपी में 35% का सब्सिडी प्रोवाइड करा जाता है अगर ये रूरल एरियाज में है. ओके. पूरा टेबल है, प्लीज याद करें. व्हाट इज द मैक्सिमम प्रोजेक्ट कॉस्ट अलाउड इन द अलाउड फॉर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर अंडर द सेकेंड लोन? अगर दूसरा लोन लेते हैं, आपने मुद्रा लोन लिया था, अच्छे से पे बैक कर दिया, पीएमईजीपी का लोन लिया था, पे बैक कर दिया, और लोन चाहिए तो 1 करोड़ रुपए तक का लोन ले सकते हैं अंडर द सेकेंड लोन फॉर अपग्रेडेशन. दूसरा लोन लेने के लिए 1 करोड़ रुपए तक का आप लोन ले सकते हैं. वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. What is the maximum subsidy for units in non-North Eastern region under the second loan scheme of existing PMEGP REGP Mudra scheme? So maximum subsidy non-North Eastern region में 15 लाख रुपीज. So 15 लाख रुपीज. Okay. Let's move forward to the question number 9. सो जो नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न रीजन है वहाँ पे सब्सिडी का कैप है 15 लाख का. नॉर्थ ईस्ट रीजन एंड हिली एरियाज में 20 लाख का कैप है. वहाँ पे 20 लाख रुपए तक का सब्सिडी मिल सकता है. लेट्स मूव फॉरवर्ड. अगला क्वेश्चन करते हैं. व्हाट इज द मैक्सिमम लोन अमाउंट कवर्ड अंडर क्रेडिट गारंटी स्कीम फॉर माइक्रो एंड स्मॉल एंटरप्राइजेज? 2 करोड़ रुपए तक का, लेकिन रिसेंटली उसको 5 करोड़ रुपए कर दिया गया है. 5 करोड़ रुपए तक के लोन जो है that can be covered. Very important for your exam. इसको याद रखें. रिसेंटली रिटेल एक्टिविटीज़ को भी इसमें इंक्लूड कर दिया गया है, लेकिन गारंटी 50% तक दी है रिटेल एक्टिविटीज़ में. व्हाट इज़ द गारंटी कवरेज परसेंटेज फॉर माइक्रो इंटरप्राइजेज विद लोन अमाउंट अप टू 5 लाख अंडर CGT MSE? 85% coverage is provided. 85% guarantee coverage is provided to them. And how much coverage is provided for the retail activities? So CGT MSE के अंडर रिटेल एक्टिविटीज़ के लिए 50% का गारंटी कवरेज प्रोवाइड करा जाता है. वन टाइम एक फी पे करनी होती है एंड देन एक एनुअल फी पे करनी होती है इस सर्विस के बदले में. So what is the maximum financial assistance provided by Government of India for common facility centers under the micro and small enterprises cluster development program? Cluster development program में कोई common facility को testing के लिए, कोई courses के लिए अगर कोई facility है, maximum 30 crore rupees जो है उसका assistance मिल सकता है, which can be 80% of the total project cost. So percentage of project cost, Government of India willing to contribute for infrastructure development. Infrastructure के लिए 70%, right? So common facility के लिए 80%, याद रखें, बहुत important है. With the maximum limit of 15 crores. So infrastructure development के लिए 15 करोड़ का maximum जो limit है. Which of the following sectors is covered under entrepreneurship cum skill development program? ESDP के अंडर agro based products, food processing, mechanical engineering, ये सारा covered है. What is the maximum assistance available for state level entrepreneurship development institutes under the ATI scheme? Assistance to training institutes maximum 3 करोड़ रुपए का एक सीलिंग है यहाँ पे. याद रखें, बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चंस हम कर रहे हैं. व्हाट इज द मेन ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ कॉयर विकास? जो कोकोनट का जो फाइबर बनता है, कोकोनट के जो हेयर्स होते हैं उसका फाइबर बनता है, दैट इज कॉयर. कॉयर विकास योजना टू एनहांस रॉ मटेरियल यूटिलाइजेशन एंड इंक्रीज इनकम इन द कॉयर इंडस्ट्री, दैट इज द सेशन. What is the primary objective of procurement and marketing support scheme, PMS scheme? To provide procurement and marketing assistance to the coir industry. I hope you know about the coir industry. That is the thread made from the coconut, the fiber made from the coconut waste, right? That is coir industry. That's how it works. So to provide procurement and marketing assistance to the coir industry, that's the goal of procurement and marketing support scheme, PMS scheme. Who is eligible for PMS scheme? Manufacturing and service sector MSEs with valid Udyam certification, right? Who are dealing in the coir industry. What is the primary objective of International Cooperation Scheme by Ministry of MSME? To facilitate international collaboration in the coir industry through technology exchange, expertise and market access. So that the government can boost this sector, employment can be generated, sales can be boosted. What is the maximum space rent covered for physical mode participation under sub-component of IC scheme? Please go through the IC scheme in depth. अलग-अलग तरीके की subsidies provide करी जाती हैं. Numbers are important here. Maximum space rent allowed is 3 lakh rupees, right? Maximum reimbursement for freight charges under the International Cooperation Scheme for MSME. Exporting to Latin America, it's 75,000 rupees. What is the primary objective of National SC/ST Hub Scheme? So as the name suggests, to support SC/ST entrepreneurs to help them start their businesses and to boost their businesses, अपने revenues बढ़ा सकें. As the name suggests, ST/ST entrepreneurs के लिए ही है, बहुत सारी subsidies मिलती हैं उन्हें. The maximum subsidy available under the National SC/ST Hub Scheme for purchasing plant and machinery or equipment. Now that's an important question. Student, ये बहुत एक important question है. कितनी maximum subsidy है? 25% of cost or up to 25 lakh, whichever is lower. So please remember, this is the latest number. ये latest number है. Under the National SC/ST Hub Scheme, what is the reimbursement for bank loan processing fee? 80% or ₹1 lakh, whichever is less. इतना आपका cover होता है. Even that is very important question. Exam में आ जाता है. जो most popular scheme हमने कल करी थी उसमें से तो questions आते ही हैं, लेकिन ट्रस्ट मी कई बार थोड़ी सी लेस नोन स्कीम है, ये भी आती हैं. मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ MSME ने अपनी वेबसाइट पर डाली हैं, तो ऑब्वियसली आ सकता है इसमें से. What is the maximum reimbursement for membership fees to government e-commerce portals under National SC/ST Hub scheme? 80% or rupees 25,000, whichever is less. These numbers are very important. Please remember, maximum reimbursement for membership fees to government e-commerce portals, SC/ST Hub, National SC/ST Hub scheme में इतना आपको reimbursement हो जाता है. What is the reimbursement for short-term training programs at top 50 NIRF rated management institutions under National SC/ST Hub scheme? Why I'm giving you all the schemes separately, all the benefits separately, so that आप याद कर लें. So 90% or rupees 1 lakh, whichever is less, that much money is given. इतनी subsidy जो है वो दी जाती है. Which of the following entities are eligible to apply under? First of all, Aspire scheme का full form याद करें. A scheme for promotion of innovation, rural industries and entrepreneurship scheme. That is the Aspire scheme. Which entities are eligible? Government agencies, private entities, academic institutions and industry association like ASSOCHAM. So these are allowed. These are allowed to take benefits of Aspire scheme. And the private entities here should be non-profit private entities. नहीं तो private companies भी हो जाता. Non-profit private entities are allowed. What is the maximum financial assistance provided for operational expenses under the scheme for promotion of innovation, rural industry and entrepreneurship? Aspire में maximum operational expenses कितने cover होते हैं? Up to 1 crore rupees is covered for operational expenses, which include manpower and running cost. Okay, जितनी भी है. What percentage of capital expenditure must private organization bear under the Aspire scheme? Very important, I would say. Aspire scheme और SC/ST Hub दोनों schemes बहुत important है from examination point of view. 25% जो है private organization, non-profit making private organization को capital expenditure में invest करना पड़ेगा. What is the primary goal of Khadi Gramodyog Vikas Yojana? Increase productivity and wages of Khadi artisans, right? Increase productivity and wages of Khadi artisans, as the name suggests. Khadi है इसमें, so it's about Khadi industry. Under the Modified Market Development Assistance Scheme, what subsidies provide for Silk Khadi of Khadi Vikas Yojana? 20% subsidies provided under Modified Market Development Assistance. Under Interest Subsidy Eligibility Certificate Scheme, what interest do Khadi institutions pay? Khadi institutions pay 4% interest. So 4% interest, please remember, that is also an important question, important scheme. What is the maximum rest of the, with the difference borne by the Khadi and Village Industries Commission? That's also important. याद रखें, बाकी के पैसे, बाकी interest Khadi and Village Industries Commission पे करता है. What is the maximum financial assistance for individual worksheds for Khadi artisans in the northeastern region under the workshed scheme for Khadi artisans? It is 1,20,000 or 90% of the total cost, whichever is less. Hello students and welcome back to BankExamsToday.com. My name is Ramandeep Singh and today we are going to do banking and financial awareness for the month of June 2025. So let's start the session. Second, bi-monthly monetary policy review. So rates change हो चुके हैं. Repo rate has been reduced by 50 basis point to 5.50. Please remember the rates. The CRR, the cash reserve ratio, has been cut by 100 basis point to 3% and it is to be implemented in phased manner. थोड़ा थोड़ा करके होगा ये. The policy stance has been changed from accommodative to neutral. Inflation outlook revised down to 3.7%. Growth outlook projected at 6.5%. Growth, the projected growth rate of India is 6.5% as per RBI for the financial year 25-26. Exam में कई बार directly ये questions आ जाते हैं. Please remember that. As per RBI's second bi-monthly monetary policy review, what is the revised CPI interest rate forecast? It is 3.7%. So students, I have already taught the master guidelines on lending against gold and silver. एक proper video करी थी मैंने इस पे, एक full-fledged video available है on my YouTube channel. I guess 3-4 दिन पहले ही करी है. I would recommend you to go through that. It's a kind of lengthy topic. तो यहाँ पे थोड़ा short में available है. इस पे एक I guess short video भी शायद बनाया था. I'll link that in the description or you can check it yourself. So against gold bullion, जो raw gold है उसके against आप loan नहीं ले सकते. You can get the loan against gold jewelry up to 1 kg, and then you can get loan against gold coins. You can get loan against silver jewelry and silver coins. And LTV is 85% if the loan amount is up to 2.5 lakh rupees, loan to value ratio. If it is between 2.5 to 5 lakh, it is 80%. If it is more than 5 lakhs, LTV is at max 75%. याद रखें, LTV is an important concept. Requires mandatory valuation and borrower certificates. So students, I would highly recommend कि आप detail वाला जो video है वो ज़रूर देख लें. I would link it in the description. Description में मैं उसका link डाल दूंगा. बहुत सारे I guess 13-14 questions भी करे हैं. It's a master circular, so detail में करा है मैंने. Please go through that. The maximum LTV for gold loan up to 2.5 lakh rupees is 85%. So उस पे 11 questions करें. It is one of them. Please go through the detailed video. Okay. India's forex reserve has reached 702 billion as of 27th of June. It is all-time high, and that's all you are supposed to remember. India's foreign reserves, forex reserve is now 702 billion. It passed 700 billion mark for the very first time. Norms for NBFC MFI, it's an RBI circular. See students, in the past there was a target of 75%, the qualifying assets of NBFC MFIs. So NBFCs को micro loan देने होते हैं. 75% should be the qualifying asset. छोटे लोन होने चाहिए 75%, but this number has been reduced to 60% to help them make money, to help them diversify, right? To give flexibility to them, and that's all about it. Okay, 60% is the target, new target of qualifying assets. Okay. World Bank retains India's financial year 26 GDP growth forecast at 6.3%. That's all you need to remember. And 6.5% in financial year 27. Please remember that the title is only important. It used to be the past forecast was 6.7, but now the new one is 6.3. And that's all you are supposed to remember. India's growth forecast by World Bank is 6.3% for the year financial year 26. So Ministry of Finance has revised the interest rate on PPI. It's actually not revised. It is still 7.1%. It used to be 7.1%, right? So no change is here. It is tax free, right? You get exemption on ATC and then it's tax free at the redemption. So what is the interest rate on Public Provident Fund PPF for the second quarter? It's 7.1%. Moving forward, as SEBI unveils valid UPI safeguard and SEBI check tool. It's a verification tool to safeguard you against the frauds, right? So to verify UPI IDs, bank details and IFSC codes, this tool is by the SEBI. All the SEBI's registered intermediaries are, on this particular tool. Yes, जो 9,000 entities हैं, you can check their details using this particular tool, right? So what is the suffix that must be used in API handles of SEBI registered intermediaries as per new law? That is @valid. R. Subramania Kumar reappointed as MD and CEO of RBL Bank. That's all you are supposed to remember. This is the question: who has been reappointed as RBL Bank MD? ADB approved $109 million loan to Gujarat for skill development programs. And that's all you are supposed to remember. The title is actually important. They are going to upgrade ITIs and integrate AI based learning. and you are supposed to remember the loan amount, who gave the loan, who got the loan. इसको याद रखें किसने दिया, किसको मिला loan, right? Please remember that. Retail inflation declined to 2.82%. Food inflation falls to 0.99% in the month of May. The food inflation is 0.99%. And RBI introduced STRIPS जो platform है for state government securities. They can trade, on this platform, state government securities can now be traded. The stripes applied only to central government bonds, but now the state government securities can be traded on it. But it applies to fixed coupon state government securities with with maturity of less than or equal to 14 years and 1,000 crore rupees plus outstanding. That is important. Okay, and it can be traded via e-Coir platform. Okay, जो RBI का e-Coir platform है उस पे इसको जो है ट्रेड किया जा सकता है. And that's all its question about कि which of the following condition must be satisfied by the state government securities. It's the fixed coupon and the residual maturity जो है 14 साल तक होनी चाहिए, उससे कम, and the value, the outstanding amount should be at least 1,000 crore rupees. India ranks 15th globally in FDI inflows with $27.6 billion according to UNC TAD. Important concept, the title itself is important, nothing else, I guess, right? So India's rank is 15th as per United Nations Conference on Trade and Development on the FDI report. India Post Payment Bank received prestigious Digital Payment Award from Ministry of Finance and awarded for topping the DFS Performance Index among all payment banks. So which organization awarded the India Post Payment Bank the Digital Payment Award 2024-25? Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance awarded this award. Final project finance norms have been eased by RBI. जो provision सी उसको कम कर दिया गया है. Provision for under construction projects has been reduced to 1%, and for commercial real estate projects it's 1.25%. For operational phase provisioning is to 0.4%. For CRE residential housing it is 0.75% and 1 for others, right? And that's all you're supposed to remember. So DCCO extension allowed up to 3 years for infrastructure and 2 years for non-infrastructure projects. What is the new standard provisioning requirement for under construction projects? That is 1%. The SEBI eases compliance for FPIs investing in government securities in India to boost long-term credit inflows, debt inflows to the government securities in India. KYC reviews are now less frequent. KYC guidelines, it has easing हुई है इस point पे. No investor group disclosure required under the fully accessible route. NRIs, OCIs, resident Indians can now invest in government securities, FPIs, without FPI restrictions. Reporting timelines for material change extended to 30 days. And if there is any material change, reporting timeline is 30 days, increased from 7 days. So these changes would help increase the amount of investments from the foreign investors. Under the new SEBI guidelines, what is the revised timeline for government securities foreign portfolios to report material changes? 30 days. It used to be 7 days. PSL norms में बहुत सारी changes हैं. For the small finance banks, the target used to be, the priority sector lending target used to be 75%, but now it is 60%. Even for urban cooperative banks, the target is 60%. That's a major change, and that's all about it. And I have done a full video. There is a full video about changes. Please go through this video. एक मैंने डिटेल में वीडियो करा था. बहुत सारे चेंजेस हैं प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग में. इनफैक्ट पूरे प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर जो लेंडिंग के रूल्स हैं वो पूरे चेंज हो गए हैं. नाउ देयर इज 2025 गाइडलाइंस. वीकर सेक्शन में ट्रांसजेंडर्स का इंक्लूजन हो चुका है और हाउसिंग लोन्स के जो नंबर्स हैं वो बिल्कुल चेंज हो चुके हैं. एजुकेशनल लोन अभी 25 लाख रुपए की वैल्यू जो है तक का लोन उसको PSL मानते हैं. पहले 20 लाख था. जो फार्मर्स NWR जो रिसीट्स उसके अगेंस्ट लोन लेते थे, राइट, वो नंबर सारे चेंज हो गए. इट्स अ लेंदी वीडियो, राइट, 10-15 मिनट का वो वीडियो है. वो मैंने सेपरेटली बनाया है. ये दोनों वीडियोस देखें. एक तो मास्टर सर्कुलर फॉर द लोन अगेंस्ट गोल्ड एंड द सेकेंड वन चेंजेस इन द प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग. बोथ दीज वीडियोज आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. Links are available in the description. Please check it. It's very important for your exam. And what is the revised overall target for the small finance banks? It's 60%. Even urban cooperative banks का भी 60% हो चुका है. Only जो है RRBs का ही 75 है. बाकी सबका चेंज हो गया है. World Bank launched a 426 million program to boost water security in Bengaluru. That's all you are supposed to remember. क्या करेंगे उस पैसे से? I mean, rejuvenating the lakes, building 9 sewage treatment plant STP बनेंगे. That's all about it. And Karnataka is going to get this money. RBI report: India records current account surplus of $13.5 billion US dollars, and that's all you are supposed to remember, which is 1.3% of the GDP. Okay. So surplus of $13.5 billion is there. World Bank update: threshold poverty line raised to $3 per day. So anybody who's making $3 per day above it is not poor anymore, according to the World Bank update. And the number of poor in India has been reduced. The India's extreme poverty rate dropped from 27.1% in 2011-2012 to 5.3%. तो जो पॉवर्टी है वो कम हो गई है इंडिया में ड्रास्टिकली इन द लास्ट 13-14 odd years. India's extreme poverty rate is 5.3% now. SEBI issues new ESG debt framework to regulate social sustainability and linked bonds. So third party audit hoga, enforces strict disclosure norms to prevent purpose washing and misuse of ESG funds. Third party verification hogi aligned with ICMA climate bond standards and Asian benchmarks. So under the SEBI ESG debt framework, which of the following is mandatory? Third party verification is mandatory now. Okay. India ranks 71st in WEF Energy Transition Index, down from 63. Please remember that. Top 5 countries are Sweden, Finland, Denmark, Norway, and Switzerland. So what is India's rank? It's 71. India Cyprus sign MOU to enable UPI service for cross-border payments. The title itself is important. Cyprus becomes the second country after France, second European country after France to adopt UPI-based remittances. Sustainable Development Report 2025, Finland topped. India enters top 100 for the very first time. India's rank is 99. It used to be 109 last year, but now it is 99. MORD and MSDE signs MOU to skill and empower rural women self-help groups. Ministry of Rural Development and Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship signed MOU to empower self-help group women. It targets 10 crore women under Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, aligned with Lakhpati Didi mission. So ये self-help group की महिलाओं को help करेगा. Brand Finance India 100 ranking 2025. Tata Group is at number 1 position, right? So that's all about it. Tata Group is at number 1 position on the Brand Finance India 100. Hello students and welcome back to BankExamsToday.com. My name is Ramandeep Singh and today we are going to discuss an important circular by RBI, that is lending against gold and silver collateral direction 2025. It's very important for IBPS RRB GBO Scale 2 and Scale 3 exam, and further very important for SBI CBO and other credit officer exams. So this guideline, the lending against gold and silver, basically it applies to all the commercial banks, excluding payment banks. And it is applicable to cooperative banks, NBFCs, like HFCs. सब पे लागू होता है excluding the payment banks, right? And it replaces 30 prior circulars. So basically सारे circulars को combine कर दिया गया है, right? So what is an eligible collateral when it comes to gold loan या silver loan. What is the eligible collateral? Only gold and silver jewelry, ornaments, bank sold coins. I mean, you cannot get loan against raw gold. रॉ गोल्ड मिलता है कुछ या कॉइन्स सोल्ड बाय द ज्वेलर्स, उनके पास मिलता है रॉ गोल्ड, बहुत सारे लोग रखते हैं घर पे, इसके अगेंस्ट आपको लोन नहीं मिलेगा. सो एलिजिबल कोलेटरल इज ओनली गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर ज्वेलरी, ऑर्नामेंट्स एंड बैंक सोल्ड कॉइन्स, राइट. So gold should be equal to or more than 22 carats, minimum 22 carat का gold होना चाहिए, and silver purity should be 925 plus. Only that is permissible. So loan against loan against raw gold is prohibited. Okay. Moving forward, the maximum collateral. जो maximum collateral है, that is 1 kg gold ornaments, 50 grams of कमेंट यार. प्रोहिबिटेड ਉਹ ਇਹਦੇ ਨੋਟਸ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਬਣਾਉਂਗੇ ਨਾ, ਇਹ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਚ ਵੀ ਸਹੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ. ਆਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ ਐਕਸਟਰਾ ਲਾਈਨ ਸੀ ਲੋਨ ਅਗੇਂਸਟ ETF, ਉਹ ਡਿਲੀਟ ਕਰ ਦਿਓ. ਠੀਕ ਹੈ. ਐਲੀਜੀਬਲ ਕੋਲੈਟਰਲ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰ ਲਿਓ. Hello students and welcome back to BankExamsToday.com. My name is Ramandeep Singh and today we are going to do an important RBI circular, that is lending against gold and silver collateral directions 2025. So if you are preparing for IBPS RRB GBO or SBI CBO or similar exams, so this circular is very important for you. These guidelines are applicable to commercial banks, are regulated entities excluding payment banks, right? So commercial banks, cooperative banks, NBFCs, HFCs, सब पे लागू होगा. And basically this circular replaces 30 prior circulars to eliminate regulatory disparities, right? So eligible collateral क्या है? Ornaments, gold and silver jewelry और gold jewelry जो है that should be at least 22 carat and silver should be at least 925 purity, right? ऑर्नामेंट्स एंड बैंक सोल्ड कॉइन्स, रॉ गोल्ड बार्स जो होती हैं, रॉ गोल्ड बार्स, you cannot get loan against these raw gold bars, right? 24 कैरेट बार्स मिलती हैं, आप इसके अगेंस्ट लोन नहीं ले सकते. Maximum collateral limit is 1 kg gold ornaments, 50 gram gold coins, 10 kg silver ornaments, 500 gram silver coins per borrower. That is a maximum collateral limit. 1 kg से ज़्यादा के गोल्ड ऑर्नामेंट्स पे आप लोन नहीं ले सकते. LTV जो लोन टू वैल्यू रेशियो है, अगर 1 लाख रुपए का आपका ऑर्नामेंट है, ज्वेलरी है, तो आप उस पर कितना ले सकते हैं? अप टू 2.5 लाख, 85% कैन बी द LTV, राइट. 85%, लाख रुपए का लोन ले रहे हैं, लाख रुपए का अगर कोलेटरल है तो 85,000 रुपये आपको लोन मिल सकता है एट मैक्स. इफ द वैल्यू इज 2.5 लाख टू 5 lakhs, the LTV is 80%. Max LTV is 80%. Above 5 lakh rupee of the loan, the LTV is 75% and LTV must be maintained throughout the loan tenure, right? With valuation based on the lower of 30-day average or previous day's closing price from IBGA or SEBI recognized exchanges. ये जो LTV है, इसको पूरे loan tenure के दौरान maintain करना होगा बैंक को, okay? Valuation and transparency, standardized assaying procedures are required with the borrowers for the valuation. The lenders must issue certificates detailing purity, weights, deductions, collateral value. ये सभी का एक certificate देना होगा. Loan agreement must outline the terms, the auction process, the fees clearly. ये सारा कुछ clearly बताना होगा. For the borrower's protection, ownership verification is mandatory. Loan against doubtful collateral is prohibited. देखना पड़ेगा कि चोरी का ना हो. Collateral must be returned within 7 days of post repayment. अगर लोन वापस कर दिया है 7 दिन के अंदर अंदर आपको उसका collateral वापस करना है, नहीं तो 5,000 रुपये पर डे का compensation देना पड़ेगा for each day of delay. Lender bear the cost for collateral damage or loss. In case of collateral damage or loss, the lender जो बैंक है उसको बेयर करना पड़ेगा कॉस्ट। अगर इफ इट इज लेट्स से ब्रेसलेट और समथिंग वो टूट गया है तो द लेंडर इज गोइंग टू बेयर द कॉस्ट। व्हाट इज द ऑक्शन रूल? The process should be transparent. Public notice should be given in two newspaper, one regional, one national. Reserve price should be at least 90% plus of market value. That should be the reserve value. In case of two unsuccessful auctions, 85% at least पे भी बेचा जा सकता है. Surplus proceeds must be refunded within 7 days. नहीं तो 5,000 रुपये per day का जो फाइन है, जो लास्ट स्लाइड में बताया, वो देना पड़ेगा. Unclaimed collateral, gold, silver unclaimed for 2 year post payment deemed as unclaimed. 2 साल तक अगर कोई पेमेंट लेने नहीं आया, that is unclaimed. The lender they must attempt to locate the borrower. Borrower को locate करने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए या उसके हायर्स को जो है locate करने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए. Report to their board or customer service committee. Credit policy and oversight. Lender must establish पॉलिसीज फॉर सिंगल बोरोवर एंड पोर्टफोलियो लिमिट्स. अगर कोई एलटीवी की ब्रीच होती है तो उसके मेजर्स, प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग डॉक्यूमेंटेशन, सबका डॉक्यूमेंटेशन करना पड़ेगा. लोन्स अबव 2.5 लाख रुपए, 2.5 लाख के ऊपर के अगर लोन है तो उस पर प्रॉपर क्रेडिट अप्रेजल का रिक्वायरमेंट है. डिटेल्ड पोर्टफोलियो डिस्क्लोजर का रिक्वायरमेंट है. राइट. मूविंग फॉरवर्ड, ग्रैंडफादरिंग लोन्स सैंक्शन बिफोर 1 अप्रैल 2026. तो उस पर जो प्रायर गाइडलाइंस हैं वो ही लगेंगी टू इंश्योर स्मूथ ट्रांजिशनिंग. ओके, मूव फॉरवर्ड, आगे बढ़ते हैं विद क्वेश्चंस. पहले क्वेश्चन पे आते हैं. विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग एंटिटीज आर गवर्न्ड बाय द आरबीआई? आरबीआई इज लेंडिंग अगेंस्ट गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर कोलेट्रल. ये किस किस पे लगता है? ये देखिए, एक्सक्लूडिंग पेमेंट बैंक, कमर्शियल बैंक, कोऑपरेटिव बैंक, एनबीएफसी, सब पे लगता है. पेमेंट बैंक पे ये गाइडलाइंस नहीं लगती. What is the maximum LTV for a loan of 4 लाख रुपी? 80%. 2.5 लाख से जो कम था उस पर 85 था, आई गेस, तो 80. इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन है, इसको याद करके रखें. राइट, प्लीज रिमेंबर दैट. 2.5 लाख से वो कम है तो 85%, 2.5 से 5 है तो 80%, 5 से ऊपर है तो 75% LTV रहेगा. एंड ये LTV को मेंटेन करना है. जब तक आपका लोन चलेगा तब तक LTV को मेंटेन करके चलना है. Which of the following is an eligible form of collateral under RBI? RBI gold jewelry of 22 carat purity. बुलियन बाज पे तो लोन देना ही नहीं है. गोल्ड एक्सचेंज ट्रेडेड फंड ETF पे भी देना नहीं है. सिल्वर कॉइन्स जो है वो 925 प्योरिटी वाला चाहिए. तो इन सब पे जो है गोल्ड एक्सचेंज ट्रेडेड फंड ETF पे भी जो लोन नहीं देते हैं. ओके. What penalty must a lender pay if he fails to return the collateral within 7 working days after full repayment? पैसा वापस कर दिया गया है लेकिन कोलेट्रल आप ज्वेलरी नहीं दे रहे हो विद इन 7 days, तो पर डे आपको 5,000 रुपये का जो है कॉम्पनसेशन देना पड़ेगा. इन द फर्स्ट ऑक्शन अटेम्प्ट द किस रेट पे ऑक्शन करना चाहिए? 90% ऑफ द मार्केट वैल्यू. अगर ऑक्शन सक्सेसफुल नहीं होती हैं दो, देन 85%. ओके, दैट इज इंपॉर्टेंट. What is the maximum weight of gold ornament that can be accepted as collateral? 1 kilogram of gold ornaments can be accepted. How must lenders determine the value of gold or silver collateral under 2025 directions? Using lower of 30-day average or previous days closing price. 30-day average या previous years का closing price है, इन दोनों में से जो कम है वो यूज़ करेंगे. प्राइस कहाँ, कौन सा? IBJA और SEBI recognized exchanges, इन दोनों में से आप कुछ भी चूज़ कर सकते हो. What is required of lenders if collateral remains unclaimed for 2 years? Attempt to locate the borrower or report to their board. अगर कंपनी है तो. What is the requirement for auction notices under 2025 directions? Publish in 2 newspaper, 1 regional, 1 national. ऑक्शन करने से पहले 2 जगह पे आपको करना पड़ेगा, न्यूज़पेपर में छपवाना पड़ेगा एडवर्टाइजमेंट. For loans above 2.5 lakh rupees, what is the additional requirement that are to be fulfilled under these guidelines? Conduct a credit appraisal. एक credit appraisal करना पड़ेगा. Hello students and welcome back to BankExamsToday.com. My name is Ramandeep Singh. Students, today we are going to do RBI Circulars analysis for the month of April 2025. पूरे MCQ format में करेंगे. So if there is any doubt in your mind to understand the circulars, please ask your doubts in the comment section. I will try to simplify everything. सारी चीज़ों को simplify करके चलेंगे, easy way में समझाएंगे आपको, ठीक है? एक दो सर्कुलर ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, उस पर थोड़ा सा फोकस करें, राइट? सो लेट्स स्टार्ट द सेशन विद द फर्स्ट MCQ एक्चुअली. पहले क्वेश्चन के साथ चलते हैं. व्हाट इज़ द मिनिमम एज कैन अ माइनर इंडिपेंडेंटली ओपन एंड ऑपरेट अ बैंक अकाउंट एज पर RBI 2025 गाइडलाइन. सो 10 साल की अगर आपकी एज है, देन यू कैन ओपन अ सेविंग्स अकाउंट, अ डिपॉजिट अकाउंट, अ रिकरिंग डिपॉजिट अकाउंट. From the age of 10 years, you can independently operate a savings account, a deposit account, right? Term deposit or an RD account. No issues. If your age is less than 10 years, this is a question. As per the latest RBI circular, who can operate a bank account opened in name of a minor below the age of 10 years? If your age is less than 10 years, a natural or a legally appointed guardian can, operate an account on behalf of you. Okay. Let's move forward to the question number 3. Can a minor's account can be granted an overdraft facility as per RBI's latest circular? Can a minor's account can be granted an overdraft facility? No. You cannot provide overdraft or a loan facility to a minor. It is not allowed. As per the latest RBI circular, what should banks do when a minor account holder turns 18 years, converted to a regular account after the KYC? Now this is really, really important. So the previous circular is covered within 4 questions and that's all about it. इतना ही काफ़ी है, इतना ही है circular. If you want to read in detail, you can read the official circular. आप डिटेल में जाके RBI की वेबसाइट पे से पढ़ सकते हो. Basel III framework on liquidity standards, right? So very important circular. First of all, you should know what are high quality liquid assets. So high quality liquid assets are those assets that can be easily and immediately, first of all easily, आप जल्दी से और बड़े आराम से कैश में कन्वर्ट हो सकता है. Assets that can be easily and immediately converted into cash with no or minimal loss of value, right? So why it is required? To ensure that the banks and NBFCs can meet their liquidity needs during a 30-day stress scenario. So if there is a stress scenario, the bank can stand against that stress period, right? So LCR requirement is 100%. Both banks and NBFC, they should have an LCR, liquidity coverage ratio of 100%. The formula to calculate LCR is stock of high quality liquid assets divided by total net cash outflow over the next 30 calendar days multiplied by 100. So high quality liquid assets divided by the amount of money that you need to pay within next 30 days, right? Whatever your payables are, bank's payables are within next 30 days, you need to divide it by, you need to divide HQLA with the net cash outflow in the next 30 days, right? So what is the circular all about? So this is the circular. So this is a circular level 1 HQLA. It's a cash, central government security. There is no haircut, right? To level 2A HQLA, which contains government securities and rated corporate bonds. Previous haircut was 15%. The new haircut is 10%, right? And level 2B, high quality asset. Level 2B, low rated corporate bonds, equities under certain conditions. Previous haircut was 50%, new haircut is 45%. And that's all about this particular circular. And this is the question that can be asked in the exam. As per latest RBI circular, how much have the haircuts on 2A and 2B high quality been reduced, right? It is reduced by 5% each. As per the latest RBI circular, after revision, what is the haircut applicable to 2A? The new haircut is 10%. Please remember these numbers. They are very, very important. Under the revised RBI norms, what is the maximum percentage of level 2B assets allowed in HQLA stock, total HQLA stocks? What is the maximum percentage of level 2B assets? So in the high quality asset block, right, at max 15% can be 2B. At max 15% can be 2B. Okay. As per the latest RBI circular, this is the next circular. Okay. What is the last date for scheduled commercial banks to migrate their website and email services to .bank.in? So in the future, you will see that HDFC, ICICI, their website domains would be .bank.in. To ensure their credibility, all the emails to the customers via official route would be through this particular domain name only, right? So all the banks and NBFC, they need to register and they need to migrate to .bank.in by 30th of April 2026. And as per the latest RBI circular, which of the following types of banks are advised but not mandated? Cooperative banks are not mandated, but banks and NBFCs, they are mandated. What is Bharat Mart? A warehouse cum display facility for Indian exporters in UAE. And as per RBI's latest relaxations, do exporters need any prior approvals to set up warehouses in Bharat Mart? No, they do not need any approval. Okay. As per the latest RBI circular, within how many months should export proceeds from sales at Bharat Mart preferably be realized? Within 9 months, whatever the proceeds are there from the exports, that should be repatriated, right? Within 9 months. That's a standard realization period. So who is eligible to use Bharat Mart facilities? As per the latest RBI circulars, registered exporters with valid import-export code, they can use the Bharat Mart services. So what does PRVA stand for? Very important question. The full form of PRVA is Platform for Regulatory Application, Validation and Authorization. So the banks and NBFCs, they can get their regulatory approvals and they can do their submissions on the PRVA app, and now that is the only mode. RBI is going to stop accepting manual submissions or submissions via emails. So as per the latest RBI circular, when will PRVA become mandatory for all eligible regulatory approvals? From 1st of May 2025. It is mandatory for the banks and NBFCs and other other regulated entities to submit their applications, their regulatory applications and their reports only via PRVA app. Hello students and welcome back to BankExamsToday.com. My name is Ramandeep Singh. Students, Negotiable Instruments Act is an important topic for SBI CBO 2025 exam. Even in the previous year paper, 4 questions were asked from this particular chapter, right? So today I'm going to discuss 20 most important questions from Negotiable Instruments Act. 20 सबसे ज़्यादा important जो questions हैं जो exam में आ सकते हैं. Just go through this session. आप पहले पढ़ लीजिए Negotiable Instrument Act, then come to this session. इन questions को go through कीजिए. It would test your knowledge as well. तो ये questions पिछले सालों में आए भी हैं exam में, right? So let's start the session. One, which of the following is not a negotiable instrument? So according to the Negotiable Instruments Act, there are only 3 kinds of negotiable instruments: promissory note, bills of exchange and a check. So fixed deposit receipt is not a negotiable instrument. Okay. FDR negotiable instrument nahi hai. What is the maximum validity of a check? So it is 3 months. After 3 months, a check becomes stale. जब आपको कोई चेक मिलता है तो उसको 3 महीने के अंदर अंदर आप बैंक में उसको लगाएं, नहीं तो वो stale हो जाता है. A holder in due course. So a holder in due course is a person who got the check, जिसको चेक मिला है in good faith. First of all, in good faith for a value. In good faith for a value right? So a holder in due course is a person who got the check in a good faith for a value, right? So A ने B को check दिया, B ने वो check C को दे दिया, and C को वो check मिला है B से for goods or services he has provided to B. C ने कुछ services provide करी थी इसलिए वो check मिला है. So he is a holder in due course. So he obtains the instrument before its maturity, third point, for a value and before its maturity, before its maturity. So a holder in due course is a person who obtains the instruments before its maturity for a consideration. Okay. According to section 138 of Negotiable Instruments Act, when you gave a check to B and the bank returned it, the reason behind bouncing this check is insufficiency of funds. Check जो bounce हुआ है, it is not caused by sign mismatch or any other operational cause. It is due to insufficiency of funds. ऐसे cases में जो है section 138 लगेगा. A check is considered stale after 3 months. Who can cross a check? A holder or a drawer can do the check crossing. Which of the following is true about bearer check? A bearer check is payable to any person holding the check. So if you got a bearer check in which name is not mentioned, right? You can go to a bank branch and you can encash the check. Anybody can encash the check and you will get the cash. What does not negotiable imply? The transferee cannot have better title than the transferor. Not negotiable basically means A, gave a check to B and on the crossing he mentioned not negotiable, not negotiable. If he mentions not negotiable, B cannot negotiate this check to C. B cannot give this check to C. Okay. A promissory note must contain an unconditional promise to pay. The condition, there should be no condition on a promissory note. It should be unconditional. In case of dishonor of a check, the complaint must be filed within how many days from the expiry of 15 days notice? Within 30 days, the complaint must be, after, so after 15 days from the, expiry of dishonor of the check, the complaint must be filed within 30 days. So after issuing a notice to the drawer, the payee must file the complaint within 30 days if the drawer fails to pay. The presumption under section 139 of Negotiable Act is in favor of the holder. So in case you, Mr. A, you give a check to Mr. B, right? So in the, let's say the amount is rupees 1 lakh rupee. You gave a check of rupees 1 lakh to Mr. B. So section 139 of Negotiable Instrument Act, it believes that Mr. B got this check for some value and he is true, right? So if Mr. A says that Mr. B actually made a theft or he got, he did a theft and he got this 1 lakh rupee check, Mr. A needs to prove it, right? So the presumption under section 39 of Negotiable Act, it is in the favor of holder. It is in the favor of Mr. B. Which section defines a check? Section 6. This question is important. Who is drawee in case of check? In case of a check, drawee is always the bank on which the check is drawn, right? So drawee is always the bank because banks, it is certain banks check, right? So in case of a check, the bank is always the drawee, and this question is very important. Which of the following is not a feature of negotiable instrument? It is freely transferable. Title can be passed by delivery in case of promissory note or the bearer check. Right to sue in one's own name. must be in physical form, it can be in digital form, right? होते हैं checks भी digital में. What is punishment under section 138 for dishonor of a check? Imprisonment up to 2 years or fine or both. It can happen. Under the NI Act 1881, the presumption in favor of holder under section 139 is it is rebutable. Means what? The NI Act assumes that the holder, for example, Mr. A, there are two persons, Mr. A and Mr. B, and Mr. B has a check of rupees 1 lakh rupee in which there is signature of Mr. A and it is a valid check. The law assumes that Mr. B is an honest person. He got that check for some value, right? So Mr. A needs to prove that Mr. B actually got the check by some fraud or scam. Here the duty is with Mr. A. He needs to, Mr. A को prove करना पड़ेगा. अगर वो कह रहा है कि चोरी हो गया मेरा check है whatever, Mr. A को ही prove करना पड़ेगा. Mr. B prove नहीं करेगा, right? And if he wants to prove this, he need to submit 20% of the value of the check. 20% जो है check का value पहले court में submit करना पड़ेगा. उसके बाद case लड़ेंगे. Which section provides for interim compensation in check dishonor cases? In the last slide, I told you 20% पहले interim compensation देना पड़ेगा. This is under section 143A of the check amount during the trial. Even before the judgment, during the trial, 20% has to be paid by the drawer, right? तो वो drawer जो है वो 20% देगा, अपने आप को not guilty prove करेगा. Within how many days must a check be presented for payment? 3 months. ये repeat हो गया question. A check is said to be dishonored when it is returned unpaid due to insufficient funds. A check issued by a company is dishonored. Who can be held liable? Obviously, the directors would be held liable in this case. Hello students and welcome back to BankExamsToday.com. My name is Ramandeep Singh, and students, today we are going to do IRAC norms. That's a master circular, prudential norms on income recognition, asset classification and provisioning pertaining to advances. Basically NPA के regarding guidelines हैं Reserve Bank of India की, very important from examination point of view. Whether you are preparing for IBPS RRB Scale 2, IBPS RRB Scale 2, Scale 3 की अगर आप तैयारी कर रहे हो, और if you are preparing for MP Apex Bank, MP Apex बैंक SO, या आप अभी पंजाब एंड सिंध बैंक का भी एग्जाम आया है, पंजाब एंड सिंध बैंक SO क्रेडिट ऑफिसर और फॉरेक्स ऑफिसर. This topic is very important. Today I'm going to discuss IRAC norms in the forms of MCQs. Repeated questions, यही questions बार बार repeat हो रहे हैं. Basically क्या समझने वाली बात है? In the IRAC norms, पहले तो definition of NPA. NPA का definition क्या है और provisions. Provisions क्या है? That's what we are going to. With the question number 1, what is the definition of NPA? According to RBI, if an asset stops generating any cash, stops generating any income for 90 days, then it becomes an NPA. Very common question, right? Easy question, I would say. Asan question hai. Which of the following is not in category of NPA? So there are substandard assets, doubtful assets, and the loss assets, but performing asset itself is not an NPA. Performing asset NPA to hua hi nahi na, right? So rest of these three are the kinds of NPAs, but performing asset, this is an asset which is generating income. ठीक है? What is the provisioning requirement for substandard assets? Now that is an important question. According to IRAC norms, what is the provisioning requirement for substandard assets? That is 15% of outstanding amount. For substandard assets, it is 15% of outstanding amount. So for substandard asset, which are NPA for period less than or equal to 12 months more than 90 days, but less than 12 months, 90 दिन से ज़्यादा, 12 months से कम, then the banks, they need to make a provision of 15% of the outstanding amount. Okay. What do you mean by out of order? Out of order. So similarly, see, in the cash credit, CC account जो होते हैं, cash credit वाले या overdraft accounts हैं, right? उसमें NPA का concept नहीं है, right? We call them out of order. So in a cash credit account, conditions हैं. If there is no credit entry, कोई credit entry नहीं हुई है account में, and there is an outstanding amount, right? That can be the condition, and credit is not sufficient to cover the interest, not sufficient to cover interest, or the amount is outstanding for more than 90 days. 90 days is ज़्यादा outstanding है amount. In that cases, the CC account becomes out of order status, right? So an account is out of order if the outstanding balance remains continuously in excess of the sanction limit for 90 days. Sanction limit से sanction limit 5 लाख रुपए है, आपने 6 लाख रुपए का निकाल के रखे हुए हैं 90 दिन से ज़्यादा, then your account becomes out of order. Also अगर कोई क्रेडिट एंट्री ही नहीं है पूरे मंथ में, तो वो भी आउट ऑफ ऑर्डर बन जाएगा. 90 डेज में कोई क्रेडिट एंट्री नहीं है, या इन अ मंथ यू आर नॉट एबल टू कवर द इंटरेस्ट कॉस्ट, तो दैट इज ऑल्सो आउट ऑफ ऑर्डर हो जाता है. What is the provision requirement for doubtful asset for period up to 1 year? 50% of the outstanding amount. Okay. For doubtful assets, for NPAs for period exceeding 12 months, तो 50% of outstanding amount का provision रखना पड़ेगा. Loss asset का तो 100% है, ठीक है. So which of the following is considered as lost assets? Assets that has been identified as uncollectible by the bank or internal external auditors. Bank मान चुका है कि ये पैसे नहीं आने वाले, right? Which of the following is true about the income recognition policy? See, in case of an NPA asset, जो asset NPA हो चुका है, उसमें जब भी कैश आएगा तभी उसको इनकम मानेंगे. जो परफॉर्मिंग एसेट है जिस पे रेगुलरली आपका EMI आ रहा है, in that case it is on the accrual basis. It is on the accrual basis. That means if the amount, if the EMI is due on 1st of every month, if it is due on 1st of every month, it will be recognized as an income on 1st of every month. In case of an NPA asset, that is a, that is on the cash basis. ठीक है. Income should be recognized on a cash basis for NPA. For performing asset, it is on the accrual basis. In how many categories banks are required to classify non-performing assets? In the 3 categories, there are substandard assets, doubtful assets, and the lost assets. So up to 90 days, an asset remains performing asset. Up to 90 days, an asset remains performing asset. After 90 days till 12 months, it becomes substandard assets. If an asset is pending for more than 90 days, अगर आपने 3 महीने तक अपनी आपके जो अकाउंट में ड्यूज पेंडिंग है, तो आप एक NPA बन जाते हो. From 90 days to one year, it's a doubtful asset. After 1 year, the bank may mark it as an, किसी भी doubtful asset को बैंक में market as a loss asset. उसको lost asset भी बोल सकते हैं कि इससे recover नहीं होने वाला. So advances against term deposit, National Saving Certificate and IVP Indira Vikas Patra or Kisan Vikas Patra and life policies, they should not be treated as NPAs because the banks, they can sell those term policies, those Kisan Vikas Patra, तो उसको बेच के अपने पैसे पूरे किए जा सकते हैं. Question number 12. Net NPA. Net NPA is gross NPA minus all the provision, unrealized interest, जो इंटरेस्ट कभी मिली नहीं है, राइट, and other credit balances adjusted. So D is the correct answer. What is URI? So basically for 90 days, 90 days अकाउंट रिमेन्स परफॉर्मिंग. आपने पहली इंस्टॉलमेंट नहीं दी फिर भी आपका अकाउंट परफॉर्मिंग ही है, दूसरे मंथ के बाद भी परफॉर्मिंग है, राइट. बट द बैंक हैज रिकग्नाइज्ड योर 2 months ऑफ और 3 months ऑफ EMI एज इनकम. उसको वो एज ए इनकम रिकग्नाइज कर चुका है बैंक, क्योंकि तब आप परफॉर्मिंग एसेट थे. सो दैट इज अनरियलाइज्ड इंटरेस्ट इज ऑल्सो देयर. ओके, so please remember this formula. On which basis income is recognized on performing asset? Performing asset, there are good people, right? So it's on accrual basis. On NPA, it's on cash basis. ठीक है. If the bank is not able to recover interest or installment for a term loan for 90 days, then on which basis the income should be recognized? On the actual receipt or cash basis? Cash basis or actual receipt? Same thing, okay? What is the desirable provision coverage ratio for NPA? It is 70% is a desired provision covering ratio for NPAs. A bill purchased discounted account should be treated as NPA if the bill remain overdue for 90 days. Common, same question, repeated. When the balance outstanding in cash credit remains in excess of its drawing power for 90 days, the account becomes an out of order. ये NPA नहीं बनता है, out of order. Because in cash credit and overdraft, there is out of order concept. So let's move forward. In case of overdraft cash credit account, which concept is applied? Out of order concept is applied, not the NPA. A dairy loan account is not an agriculture account. Please remember that. Okay, so same business wala concept lagega, 90 days wala. In case of agriculture, please note, if the installment principal or interest thereon remains overdue for 2 crop season for short duration crops or 1 crop duration for long duration crop, if it is overdue for that period, then it becomes NPA. बाकी सारे केसेस में 90 डेज वाला कॉन्सेप्ट है, एग्रीकल्चर का अलग है. When does term loan becomes NPA? When interest or installment of principal remain overdue for more than 90 days. In a loan account where the principal or interest is overdue for a period up to 30 days and account has been showing balance of incipient stress, it will be classified as what? It will be SMA 0 account. So even before 3 months, the RBI wants the banks to classify the loans as SMA 0, SMA 1 and SMA 2. For the loans which are overdue for more than 1 day, but up to 30 days, it is SMA 0. So if it is between overdue for 31 to 60 days, it is SMA 1. If it is overdue for between 61 to 90 days, it is SMA 2. उसके बाद तो NPA का concept है, right? So before NPA, there is SMA concept. In a case of cash credit, if interest of principal is not serviced for 90 days, what is the position of account? Cash credit में वही out of order concept चलता है, right? So an account should be treated as an out of order. ये 3 conditions बहुत important है. If the balance remains, if outstanding balance remains continuously in excess of sanction amount for more than 90 days. आपका लिमिट है 5 लाख, आपने 6 लाख रुपए विड्रॉ करे हुए हैं for more than 90 days, you are an out of order status वाला account holder. ठीक है. In case where outstanding balance in principal operating amount is less than sanction amount, ठीक है, आपका 5 लाख का लिमिट है, आपका 5 लाख का लिमिट है, बट आपने 4 लाख रुपए विड्रॉ करे हुए हैं, राइट? बट देयर इज नो क्रेडिट ट्रांजैक्शन इन द होल पीरियड, आपने कुछ पैसा जमा ही नहीं किया जाके. और इन केस द इंटरेस्ट ऑन दिस काइंड ऑफ सर्विस, your credits are not, even if there are some credits, your credits are not sufficient to cover the interest. इंटरेस्ट लग गया 10,000 रुपए का, आपने 10,000 रुपए जमा ही नहीं करे, आपने 2,000 रुपए जमा करे, देन यू बिकम आउट ऑफ ऑर्डर स्टेटस वाला CC अकाउंट होल्डर. ठीक है. प्लीज रिमेंबर दीज 3 पॉइंट्स आर देयर, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. An agriculture account becomes NPA when the installment of principal or interest thereon remain, overdue for more than one crop season in case of long duration crops, or 2 crop season for short duration crops. याद रखें, important है. A cash credit account shows credits amounting 50,000 over the last 2 months, but the interest is 1,65,000. Interest cover nahi ho rahi hai, so it's an out of order cash credit account. Okay, these 3 conditions. So please remember that. Take the screenshot if you want to. A term loan is treated as NPA if interest and installment of principal remain overdue for more than 90 days. 90 days का concept सब जगह है. Which of the following advances will not be treated as NPA if adequate margin is available in the accounts? So gold का obviously नहीं cover होता है because gold का value ऊपर नीचे जाता है. But किसान विकास पत्र, NSC, Indira Vikas Patra, advances against your FDs, they are like, they cannot become NPAs. The banks, they have authority to sell off these, instruments and recover their money. But in case of gold instruments, that is not the case. And banks, they give you loan against gold ornaments. They do never give you loan against gold bars. Gold bar के against loan नहीं मिलता. हमेशा gold ornaments के against loan मिलता है. A project loan sanctioned on 1st of January 2018 for 30 crores with moratorium on payment of interest and installments. Answer it yourself. 1st of January में 15 मंथ का मोरेटोरियम है, देन 90 डेज तो वैसे ही मिलता है एनपीए होने से पहले. सो 1st of July 2019 तक आप जो है नहीं पे करोगे तो बन जाओगे एनपीए. सो द प्रोविजनिंग रिक्वायरमेंट फॉर डाउटफुल एसेट्स इज 100%. So period for which advance has remained doubtful for up to 1 year. Provision requirement is 25% now. 1 to 3 years, 40% more than 3 years, 100% ये update है. For doubtful category, okay. So for doubtful category up to 1 year, 25%, right? Substandard का 15 था. For doubtful 25% up to 1 year, 40% for 1 to 3 year, for more than 3 years, 100%. ये important है, इसका screenshot आप ले सकते हो if you want to, okay. The asset would be classified as doubtful if it remains substandard for more than 12 months. So provisioning coverage ratio is the ratio of provisioning to the gross NPA. आपके पास कितना provision है as Hello students and welcome back to BankExamsToday.com. My name is Ramandeep Singh and today we are going to do KYC guidelines by RBI. बहुत ही important topic है. It's a really important topic for SBI's GBO 20 KYC. So KYC is know your customer. It's a process by which bank obtains information about the identity and address of the customer. अगर आपने कभी बैंक में अकाउंट खुलवाया है तो आपका एक बेसिक KYC स्टार्टिंग में होता है. They get your identity and address proof, right? So it is mandated under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, PMLA 2002, and it is enforced by RBI. What is the objective? First one is to prevent money laundering, terrorist financing, frauds, and make sure that banks, they know their customer. मेजर तो गोल यही है, टेररिस्ट फंडिंग और कोई फ्रॉड्स हैं जैसे ऑनलाइन स्कैम्स होते हैं, फ़ोन स्कैम्स होते हैं, उनसे बचा जा सके, राइट? दिस इज़ द मेजर गोल, यही मेन गोल है. कंप्लाई विद फाइनेंशियल एक्शन टास्क फोर्स रिकमेंडेशंस. So regulatory framework, KYC is governed under the Master Directions KYC Guidelines 2016, जो आज हम डिटेल में डिस्कस करने वाले हैं, and it is applicable to scheduled commercial banks, RRBs, commercial banks, NBFCs and payment banks. So what are the components of KYC? सबसे important, Customer Identification Procedure, CIP. So identification using official valid documents. So एक प्रॉपर प्रोसीजर है एंड जिसमें जो कस्टमर आइडेंटिफिकेशन होती है ऑफिशियली वैलिड डॉक्यूमेंट से ही होती है. सो कस्टमर ड्यू विच आर द officially valid documents, OVD, we are going to discuss that in next slide. पूरी list provide करेंगे. So customer due diligence, it's a risk-based assessment and ongoing monitoring. Customer की profiling होती है, उन्हें low, medium, high risk में divide किया जाता है and the जो KYC है regularly उसी के हिसाब से update होती है. And then ongoing due diligence, monitoring customer transactions on a regular basis, on a real-time basis to ensure consistency with the customer profile. राइट किसी कस्टमर के अकाउंट में आज तक 20-30 हज़ार रुपये से ज़्यादा की एंट्री नहीं आई, एकदम से 20 करोड़ की आ गई, देन द रियल टाइम जो सिस्टम है वो उसमें रेड फ्लैग आएगा. So enhanced due diligence for high risk customers like politically exposed persons, right? NRIs. So what are the OVDs, officially valid document कौन से हैं? Passport, driving license, voter ID, PAN. PAN is only applicable for personal identification, not address validation. Narega job card, duly signed by a state government officer, letter from National Population Register. And जो आधार है, आधार can be used voluntarily for KYC under section 11A of PMLA. So types of KYC, very important point. First one is full KYC. It's a face-to-face verification with the OVDs, जो अभी documents discuss करे हैं. It's a face-to-face verification with biometrics. Simplified KYC, it's allowed for the small accounts. What are BSBD, small account or BSBD accounts in which the transaction limit is 1 lakh rupee in 1 year and maximum balance is 50,000 rupee in a year. Okay. eKYC, Aadhaar based electronic verification via UIDAI is now acceptable. Video KYC has been allowed from 2020 for onboarding customers remotely. So customer risk categorization, this is really important. There are low risk category customers, for example, government employees, salaried people, low volume accounts. And then there is medium risk category customers, for example, self-employed business with normal turnover, like businesses with turnover of less than 1 CR per year. High risk NRIs, politically exposed people, or cash intensive businesses. So that's how generally there is no fixed rule that all NRIs should be high risk. ये fixed rule नहीं है, but generally customers are classified according to their risk profiling, right? So how customer risk is decided? Bank classify customers into low, medium and high risk based upon various risk indicators. The first one is generally occupation. Salaried, as I discussed, according to their occupation, salaried employees are generally low risk, self-employed businessmen generally they are medium risk, and armed dealers they are like high risk. Politically, the political status impacts the risk category classification. Nationality, obviously in foreign nationals generally they are classified as high risk. The reputation in the past also determines your risk. So examples, as I have already discussed, low salaried employees, students, pensioners, people with low volume transactions, they are generally low risk. Sole proprietors, traders, small businesses, generally they are like medium risk, right? And then PEPs, NRIs, NGOs, they are of high risk, right? Let me just write it down. Medium risk and then high risk. So KYC for different types of accounts for individuals, OVD plus a recent photographs. For companies, certificate of incorporation plus PAN plus a resolution plus authorized signatory KYCs. For partnership, registration certificate plus partnership deed plus authorized partner KYCs. And for trust deed plus registration certificate plus authorized signature ka KYC is required. Now that is important. Periodic KYC updation is required. For low risk, every 10-year re-KYC is required. For Medium risk every 8-year re-KYC is required. For high risk every 2-year re-KYC is required. No fresh documents are required if there is no change in KYC information. So there are penalties. RBI has penal powers under the Banking Regulation Act 1949. Non-compliance leads to monetary penalty, reputation risk, and increased scrutiny. So recent updates are there. Use of central KYC registry is mandatory for all regulated entities. Small accounts can now be opened via business correspondence with OTP-based KYC. Digital KYC is widely accepted using DigiLocker and Aadhaar XML, right? So FATF sets global standards for anti-money laundering, and FIUIND, Financial Intelligence Unit India, collect and analyzes suspicious international transactions, right? Hello students and welcome back to BankExamsToday.com. My name is Ramandeep Singh. On Saturday we discussed the KYC guidelines by RBI. Detail में हमने discuss करा था. And today we are going to do the exam related MCQs, the questions that can be asked in the exam. That's what we are going to discuss today. Let's start the session for the KYC check. So let's start the session. What is the primary objective of KYC guidelines issued by the RBI? The simple goal is to prevent money laundering, obviously promoting digital payment and boosting credit growth. These are not the primary goals. The primary goal is to prevent money laundering, right? Which of the following is not officially valid documents, OVD, as per RBI? So passport, Aadhaar, voter IDs, all these are address proofs, right? But the PAN card, this can be an identity proof. This can be an identity proof, but a PAN card is not an address proof, right? A PAN card is not acceptable as an address proof. What is the maximum? This is a really important question. This question has been asked multiple times. ये क्वेश्चन जो है BSBD अकाउंट वाला क्वेश्चन बहुत बार एग्जाम में आ चुका है. दो ही क्वेश्चन आते हैं. व्हाट इज द मैक्सिमम transactions, deposits that you can make in a BSBD account. BSBD account में कितना पैसा एक साल में जमा कर सकते हो, कितनी ट्रांजेक्शन कर सकते हो, और दूसरा कितना मैक्सिमम बैलेंस हो सकता है. सो एनुअल क्रेडिट ट्रांजेक्शन मतलब क्रेडिट ट्रांजेक्शंस, कितना पैसा आप जमा करवा सकते हो. एट मैक्स इन द BSBD अकाउंट 1 लाख रुपी कैन बी डिपॉजिटेड, राइट? इन द BSBD अकाउंट 1 लाख रुपी कैन बी डिपॉजिटेड. एंड द मैक्सिमम अकाउंट बैलेंस इन द BSBD अकाउंट बैलेंस कितना होना चाहिए? मैक्स अकाउंट बैलेंस, मैक्सिमम अकाउंट बैलेंस जो है एक टाइम पे इन द BSBD अकाउंट कैन बी ₹50,000. तो अगर ये क्वेश्चन नहीं बना है, बट दिस इज़ रियली इम्पॉर्टेंट एग्जामिनेशन के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से याद रखिए. क्रेडिट जो है ट्रांजेक्शन्स 1 लाख रुपए एक साल में आप जमा करवा सकते हैं, और 50,000 रुपये का मैक्सिमम अकाउंट बैलेंस हो सकता है. इससे ज़्यादा आप अकाउंट बैलेंस जो है वो नहीं रख सकते. ओके, लेट्स मूव फॉरवर्ड with the question number 4. What is the full form of FATF? Very important question. The international body relevant to the KYC regulations. FATF, Financial Action Task Force. This question, I have seen this question in the previous paper. पिछले सालों में मैंने ये क्वेश्चन एग्जाम में देखे हैं. Financial Action Task Force. आप बहुत डिटेल में पढ़ के जाते हो, लेकिन ऐसे ही सिंपल क्वेश्चन भी आ जाते हैं. So FATF, it's an intergovernmental body that sets the global standards for combating मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग एंड टेरर फाइनेंसिंग, राइट? सो मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग के स्टैंडर्ड्स जो हैं, गोल्डन स्टैंडर्ड्स जो हैं, ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड्स जो हैं, FATF फाइनेंशियल एक्शन टास्क फोर्स जो है यही सेटअप करते हैं. सो दिस इज द क्वेश्चन. स्मॉल अकाउंट BSBD अकाउंट को BSBD अकाउंट को हम स्मॉल अकाउंट भी बोल देते हैं. बेसिक सेविंग बैंक अकाउंट्स स्मॉल अकाउंट्स भी बोल देते हैं. मैक्सिमम account balance in a BSBDA saving bank account can be 50,000 rupees. 50,000 रुपये तक का एक टाइम पे बैलेंस हो सकता है. एक पूरे साल में 1 लाख रुपये आप जमा तक करवा सकते हो. Which of the following statement is true about re-KYC for a high-risk customer? Who is a high-risk customer? A politically exposed person, right? Track record क्या है? A person's, what is a track record of person, right? The transaction size, the volume of transactions, the transaction size क्या है, right? So these are some of the factors. Nationality, from which nation, nationality matters a lot. Okay, these are the various factors that can affect the categorization. So if somebody is politically exposed person, he is going to be high risk customer, right? So for the high risk customer, re-KYC is required to be done after every 2 years. So customers are categorized according to their risk profile. So there are 3 categories: low risk, medium risk and high risk. जो government employees हैं generally, low volume customers हैं, वो low risk में आते हैं. Sole proprietors, traders, they are like medium risk, right? And then high risk customers, politically exposed person, track record, volume, nationality, ये matter करता है. What is the name of the government mandatory repository where customer KYC data is stored? This is a really important question. Where does the KYC data is actually stored? KYC data is stored at CKYCR, right? CKYCR में जब government data है, Central KYC Records Registry stores the KYC records of the customer at one place, and it is used by financial institutions to avoid duplications. Please remember that CKYCR is the central repository of all the KYC data. Which year did RBI allowed video KYC? With the help of video, you can do the KYC. So VCIP for full KYC completion, it was allowed in 2020. Which of the following is not required to open a small account? What is not required? Aadhaar is actually not required, right? So Aadhaar is not mandatory for small accounts. Only self-attested photo and a signature thumb impression are required to be done in the presence of bank officials. But obviously there are limitations. बहुत सारे limitation है. 1 लाख रुपए से ज़्यादा credit नहीं हो सकते. 50,000 का maximum account balance है. Who are considered politically exposed persons? Individual holding prominent public positions, they are politically exposed people, right? Hello students and welcome back to BankExamsToday.com. My name is Ramandeep Singh and today we are going to discuss the turnover method for MSMEs, right? So turnover method use करा जाता है to estimate the working capital of MSMEs और बैंक को कितना लिमिट देना चाहिए MSMEs को. वी आर गोइंग टू डिस्कस द RBI गाइडलाइंस. छोटा सा टॉपिक है. लेट इज टर्नओवर मेथड. सो टर्नओवर मेथड, इट्स अ सिंप्लीफाइड वे ऑफ असेसिंग द वर्किंग कैपिटल फॉर MSMEs, राइट? सो कितनी लिमिट देनी है एक MSME को बैंक के द्वारा, तो वो हम टर्नओवर मेथड से कैलकुलेट कर लेते हैं कितनी होनी चाहिए. So RBI support this method for credit limits up to 7.5 crores. So अगर credit limit 7.5 crore rupees तक है, तो जो working capital है वो हो सकती है 25% of projected turnover, जिसमें से 20% बैंक फाइनेंस करेगा and 5% would be financed by the borrower, right? So the bank may use the GST data to verify the sales turnover wherever it is applicable. We'll understand this method with the help of an example. So this is the example. If projected turnover of an MSME, of a small enterprise is 5 crores, right? So working capital कितना होगा इसका? 25% of 5 crore, 1.25 is the working capital, जिसमें से 5% जो है रेवेन्यू का, दैट इज 25 लाख रुपी वुड बी कॉन्ट्रीब्यूटेड बाय द बोरोवर, और बाकी का 1 करोड़ जो है वो कॉन्ट्रीब्यूट करेगा बैंक. सो मैक्सिमम परमिसिबल जो फाइनेंस है बैंक के द्वारा, दैट इज 1 करोड़ रुपीज, राइट? सो दिस इज ऑल अबाउट द टर्नओवर मेथड. सो एलिजिबिलिटी क्या है? माइक्रो, स्मॉल एंड मीडियम एंटरप्राइजेस इंक्लूडिंग ट्रेडर्स, सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स, दे आर एलिजिबल. Working capital limit up to 7.5 crore rupees as per RBI guidelines. And what is the basis? It is projected annual turnover. सो जीएसटी की जो सेल्स नंबर है या प्रोजेक्टेड सेल्स डेटा है, दैट कैन बी द बेसिस. असेसमेंट फॉर्मूला ऑफ वर्किंग कैपिटल, 25% ऑफ प्रोजेक्टेड एनुअल टर्नओवर, जिसमें से 20% वुड बी फाइनेंस्ड बाय द बैंक एंड 5% वुड बी फाइनेंस्ड बाय द borrower. Collateral requirement as per bank's policy and CGT MSC norms. So often it is collateral free under CGT MSC up to 2 crore rupees, right? So 2 crore रुपए तक जो है it is collateral free. So CGT MSC के द्वारा जो है collateral provide करा जाता है, collateral guarantee provide करी जाती है. So documentation, the sales number are matched with the GST returns, audited, unaudited financial projected reports. Right. For MSMEs exempted from GST, bank may accept alternative sales records. Right. So let's do some questions to understand. These questions are really important from examination point of view. What percentage of projected annual turnover is considered as working capital requirement under the turnover method? It is 25%. 25% is the working capital requirement under turnover method. And it was recommended by the Nayak Committee. Turnover method was recommended by Nayak Committee in 1992. It was RBI appointed committee. Under the turnover method, what is the minimum contribution required from the borrower? 5% contribution should be from borrower, 20% contribution from the bank. If an MSME has projected turnover of 10 crore, how much working capital finance it can receive from the bank, right? 2 crore rupees, right? If 10 crore is a projected turnover, working capital would be 2.5 CR, right? Out of which 2 crore would be contributed by the bank and 50 lakhs would be contributed by whom? By the borrower. Borrower खुद भी कुछ पैसा लगाएगा ना. So let's move forward. The turnover method is primarily applicable to which type of enterprises? So the turnover method is applicable to MSMEs. Which committee recommended the turnover method for assessing MSME working capital? It is the Nayak Committee. Very important question. All these questions are really, really important from examination point of view. Nayak Committee proposed that the bank should provide working capital equal to 25%, but as per new guidelines, 20% should be contributed by the bank and 5% should be the own investment of the borrower. If an MSME has a projected turnover of 5 crores, how much the borrower is required to contribute as their own funds? 5% of that projected turnover. So 25% is the working capital requirement. 20% should be contributed by the bank. 5% should be contributed by the MSME itself. So it is 5% of 5 crore. It is 0.25 crores. It's a correct answer. If an MSME has projected turnover of 20 crores, what will be the bank's contribution under the turnover method? It would be 20% of projected turnover, which is 4 crore rupees, right? You can see the explanation if you want to, but with question number 1, what is the revised loan limit for education loans under the priority sector lending guidelines? It is 25 lakh rupees. It used to be, I guess, 20 lakh rupees. पहले 25 होता था, अब ये 20 होता था, अब ये 25 लाख रुपए हो गया है. Moving forward, what is the PSL target for small finance banks from the next financial year? 1 अप्रैल 2026 से कितना हो जाएगा? ये पहले 75 था, अभी भी 75 है. From next year onwards, it would be 60%, right? From 1st of April. Which of the following is a new feature of PSL norms for health infrastructure loans? The limit for the tier 2, tier 6 centers, healthcare centers, the loan limit has been enhanced to 12 crores. पहले I guess 8 होता था, अब ये 12 हो चुका है. What is the weightage assigned to fresh PSL loans in the districts where per capita PSL is greater than 42,000? सो ऐसे डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स जहाँ पे पर कैपिटा पीएसएल ज़रूरत से ज़्यादा है, 42,000 पर कैपिटा से ज़्यादा है, उसको 90% वेटेज देंगे टुवर्ड्स अचीवमेंट ऑफ प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग टारगेट्स. One more important factor, if per capita PSL priority sector loans is less than rupees 9,000. If PSL per capita is less than 9,000 rupee per person, right? Then the weightage assigned would be 125%. Okay. अगर 42,000 से ज़्यादा पर कैपिटा है PSL तो 90%, अगर 9,000 से कम है तो 125%. These limits have recently been updated. Please remember that. What are the following changes about the agro processing loans? Up to 100 crores qualify for PSL for agro processing loans. ठीक है. Which type of loan is capped at 10 lakh rupees? So if a individual household, they apply for renewable energy project, right? Then ऐसा जो loan है, renewable energy वाला जो loan है, that would be PSL up to 10 lakh rupee. This limit was 10 lakh in the past as well. अभी भी 10 lakh ही है. What is the purpose? What is the purpose of 5% on bank NBFC on lending for PSL? See students, if a bank is giving loan to an NBFC and this NBFC is giving a PSL loan to the customer, right? This PSL loan would be considered towards the PSL target of the bank. ठीक है, बैंक ने NBFC को दिया, NBFC ने PSL जो लोन दिया, right? But एक 5% का कैप है, राइट? सो देयर इज अ कैप ऑफ 5%. इससे ज़्यादा जो है बैंक रिलाई नहीं कर सकता, अदरवाइज बैंक वुड 100% रिलाई ऑन द NBFC. सो देयर इज अ कैप टू प्रिवेंट ओवर रिलायंस ऑन NBFCs for PSL compliance. So 5% cap on lending by NBFCs and HFC to avoid the over reliance. So PSL certificates have been introduced. So I hope many of you are aware of the carbon emissions wale certificates aate the. Now there are PSL certificates. So if there are certain banks or NBFCs, they have overachieved. उन्होंने 40 की जगह 50%, 45% अचीव कर लिया है, then they can sell these certificates on e-Kuber platform of RBI. उसको certificate में convert करके they can sell it on the e-Kuber platform. So they allow banks to meet PSL targets by purchasing credit achievements, right? So they can buy and sell, these certificates on e-Kuber platform. Which of the following is true about loans to women beneficiaries under weaker section for non-UCBs? Non-UCBs में 2 लाख रुपए की लिमिट है, UCBs में ऐसी कोई लिमिट ही नहीं रही है अब, ठीक है? एंड वीकर सेक्शन की डेफिनेशन भी अपडेट हो चुकी है. ट्रांसजेंडर्स आर पार्ट ऑफ वीकर सेक्शन कैटेगरी नाउ, ठीक है? What is the requirement for banks regarding PSL compliance reporting? They need to do quarterly and annual reporting. Which of the following is not? अभी ये KYC guidelines के topic शुरू हो गया है. Which of the following is not considered as officially valid document OVD for the KYC norms for an individual? PAN card is not an officially valid document, right? It can be an identity proof. कोई proper OVD नहीं है. Passport, Aadhaar, voter card, these are OVDs, right? Officially valid documents. What is the maximum credit allowed? This is very important. BSBD accounts, basic savings and bank deposit accounts, maximum annual credit कितना allowed है? 1 लाख रुपए allowed है BSBDA accounts में. What is the full form of FTF? The international body relevant to KYC regulations. Financial Action Task Force is the full form. Okay. What is the maximum balance allowed in the BSBDA accounts? 50,000 rupee balance is allowed at one point of time. Which of the following statement is true about re-KYC for high risk customers? So they must do the KYC every 2 years. So bank decide करता है internal policies के according कौन हाई रिस्क कस्टमर है. जनरली मतलब पोलिटिकली एक्सपोज्ड पर्सन्स हो गए या NRIs हो गए या बिग टिकट कस्टमर्स हो गए, वो हाई रिस्क कस्टमर्स होते हैं. फॉर मीडियम रिस्क इट इज़ 8 years एंड फॉर लो रिस्क इट इज़ 10 years. सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन ये क्वेश्चन पिछले साल भी एग्जाम में आया था स्टूडेंट्स। मैं आपको बताते जाऊं कि ये क्वेश्चन पिछले साल में भी, आई गेस पिछले साल नहीं, 2023 में, पिछले साल तो सीबीओ हुआ नहीं, आई गेस 23 में मैंने ये क्वेश्चन देखा है एग्जाम में कि री केवाईसी जो है हाई रिस्क कस्टमर की 2 years, मीडियम रिस्क की आफ्टर एवरी 8 years एंड लो रिस्क की 10 years। मोस्ट ऑफ द क्वेश्चन स्टूडेंट्स ने ये आंसर गलत कर दिया था, आप गलत मत करिए, राइट। So what is the name of government mandated agency repository where customer KYC data is restored? It's CKYCR. It's very popular, CKYCR, Central KYC Records Registry. Please remember the full forms. It's actually very, very important. Which year did RBI officially allow video KYC? KYC जो है 2020 से allow कर दी थी। Which of the following is not, अभी NI Act के क्वेश्चन स्टार्ट हो गए हैं। Which of the following is not a negotiable instrument? According to NI Act, there are only 3 kinds of negotiable instruments: promissory notes and bill of exchange and checks. So fixed deposit receipt is not a negotiable instrument act according to NI Act 1881. The maximum validity period of a check is 3 months. आफ्टर 3 months a check becomes stale हो जाता है, उसकी कोई 3 महीने के बाद चेक स्टेल हो जाता है तो उसकी वो नहीं चलेगा, राइट। आफ्टर 3 months a check become stale check. Under the Negotiable Instrument Act, what is holder in due course? First of all, ए ने मान लीजिए चेक दिया है बी को एंड बी ने ये चेक दिया है सी को। See students, if C got the check for consideration, for something for consideration, C ने कोई सर्विस प्रोवाइड करी थी B को, राइट, या कोई प्रोडक्ट सेल करा था, इसलिए C को B से वो चेक मिला, राइट। एंड फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल इट शुड बी फॉर द कंसिडरेशन इन गुड फेथ। इन गुड फेथ, गुड फेथ में चेक लिया है। ही assumes that B is an honest person, he has no doubt on B, उसको लगता है कि B ने एक genuine person है, गुड फेथ में उसने चेक ले लिया फॉर कंसिडरेशन एंड इट इज द चेक इज वैलिड, इट इज बिफोर वैलिड एंड बिफोर ड्यू डेट, उसकी बिफोर उसका बिफोर इट बिकम्स स्टेल, इट्स अ वैलिड चेक, राइट। और ड्यू डेट से पहले, मतलब जो उसकी डेट नहीं निकल चुकी, जो डेट लिखी हुई है चेक की, उसके बाद उसने लिया है, राइट। इट्स अ नॉर्मल वैलिड चेक। सो इफ दीज कंसिडरेशन आर सेटिस्फाइड देन सी इज अ होल्डर इन ड्यू कोर्स, राइट। Under Negotiable Instrument Act, a holder in due course obtains the instrument before its maturity for consideration and in good faith, ठीक है। For value, in good faith and before it is overdue, right? It's valid, that means. Under section 138 of NI Act, it deals with what? It deals with the disowner of the check. In case of disowner, 138 section में सारी जो guidelines available हैं। Under section 138 provides penal provisions for dishonor of the check due to insufficiency of the funds or when the amount exceeds the arrangement. अकाउंट में पैसा नहीं है, आपने चेक दे दिया है। Under Negotiable Instruments Act, a check is considered stale after 3 months. 3 महीने बाद चेक को स्टेल मान लिया जाता है, और ये क्वेश्चन पिछले साल भी SBI CBO में आया था। Who can cross the check under Negotiable Instrument Act? Drawer or the holder, not just the drawer, also the holder of the check can cross the check. चेक पे ऐसे क्रॉसिंग लगा सकते हैं until unless it is mentioned कि आगे नहीं करना आपको, ठीक है। Under Negotiable Instrument Act, which of the following is true about the bearer check? Bearer check, it is payable to any person holding the check. कोई भी, किसी के पास भी चेक है, वो काउंटर पे जाता है ब्रांच के बैंक की, तो वो कैश ले सकता है। Under the NI Act, what does not negotiable implies? Not negotiable means the transferee cannot have a better title than the transferer, right? आगे इसको negotiate आप नहीं कर सकते, आगे किसी को नहीं दे सकते। The transferee cannot have a better title than the transferer, So not negotiable, this word restricts the negotiability and prevents a better title than the original holder. आगे आप चेक किसी को नहीं दे सकते. Under the Negotiable Instrument Act, a promissory note must contain an unconditional promise to pay. After the expiry of 15 days notice period following the check dishonor, within how many days the complaint must be filed under section 138 of NI Act? Within 30 days after the completion of the 15 days notice period, 30 days के अंदर आपको जो है complaint file करनी है if you want to take the action. The presumption under one section 39, अगर आपने चेक काट के किसी को दिया हुआ है या जैसे भी किसी के पास आपका चेक आ गया है, then and that person goes to the court, वो केस फाइल कर देता है अंडर सेक्शन 138. तो अगर आप केस लड़ना चाहते हो, then you need to submit 20% of the check amount, right? Even if you want to fight the case. The presumption under section 139 of the Negotiable Instrument Act 1881 is in favor of the holder. So it is in the favor of the holder. The holder is going to get 20% amount of the check, right? So in Negotiable Instrument Act 1881, which section defines a check? Section 6 defines a check. Okay. As per the provision of the Negotiable Instruments Act 1881, who is referred to as the drawee in context of a check? The bank on which the check is drawn is the drawee. Okay, the bank on which the check is drawn. As per section 138, what is the prescribed punishment? Imprisonment up to 2 years or fine or both. 2 साल की सजा भी हो सकती है. Under the NI Act 1881, the presumption in favor of holder under section 139 is rebutable. So section 139 presumes the holder of the check received it for the discharge of the debt or liability. So the presumption is rebutable means the accused can prove otherwise. आपने चेक दिया है तो आपको प्रूव करना पड़ेगा कि जो है सामने वाला झूठ बोल रहा है. Okay, otherwise even if you want to fight the case, you need to give 20% of the amount of the check. Which section of the NI Act introduced through 2018 amendment provides for the payment of interim compensation? So 20% of the check amount is the interim compensation. It is introduced in section 143A. So this amount should be paid during the trial. Under the NI Act, within how many days must a check be presented for the payment from the date on which it is drawn? Within 3 months, otherwise it would become stale. उसके बाद ये stale हो जाएगा. Under NI Act, which section was inserted in 2018 to allow for recovery of interim compensation? Section 148, ये recovery के लिए है. Under NI Act, a check is said to be dishonored when it is returned unpaid due to insufficient funds. Check जो sign mismatch है, कोई cutting है, that is not वो section 138 के अंडर नहीं आता. A check is issued by a company is dishonored. Who can be held liable under the NI Act? And the directors and the persons in charge at the time would be held liable. Under which section of NI Act 1881 are offences deemed compoundable? Under section 147 parties out of court अपना settlement जो है कर सकते हैं. What is the primary? Now onwards SARFAESI act के questions start हो गए हैं. Primary objective of SARFAESI Act is कि without going to court, the banks they can they can recover money from the NPAs. After how many days of default in an account classified as non-performing? After 90 days of amount outstanding in account, 90 दिन तक अगर आप अपनी किस्तें नहीं देते हो तो आप NPA हो जाते हो. What is the minimum notice period a secured creditor must provide under section 13 subsection 2 of the SARFAESI Act before initiating possession proceedings against a borrower's secured assets? 60 days का notice जो है वो देना पड़ेगा. 60 days, right? So minimum notice period a secured creditor bank जो है 60 days का notice period देगा. During that period the borrower can pay his loan off. तो ये proceeding से बच सकता है. Where can a borrower appeal against the possession of asset by the bank under SARFAESI provisions? Where can a borrower appeal against the possession of assets by the bank under SARFAESI provisions? Under the DRT, right? Under DRT. Under SARFAESI provisions, what is the time limit to file an appeal with the DRT after assets? So what is the time limit to file the complaint or the appeal with the DRT? 45 days के अंदर आपको जो है अपनी अपील फाइल करनी है DRT के साथ. Which of the following is not allowed under SARFAESI? एग्रीकल्चरल लैंड को इन्फोर्स नहीं करा जा सकता. यू कैनॉट टेक और उस पर कब्जा नहीं कर सकता बैंक एग्रीकल्चरल लैंड पे. सरसाई, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल यू शुड रिमेंबर द फुल फॉर्म ऑफ सरसाई, सेंट्रल रजिस्ट्री ऑफ सिक्योरिटाइजेशन एसेट reconstruction and security interest of India. SARFAESI, please remember that definition. It was established to prevent multiple loans on the same collateral. What is the minimum loan amount for SARFAESI provisions to be applicable? 1 लाख रुपए outstanding होना चाहिए. Minimum 1 lakh rupee should be outstanding, and 80% of the payment has already, loan amount has already been paid. तो आप नहीं जो है प्रॉपर्टी को टेक ओवर कर सकते. आउटस्टैंडिंग ड्यूज मस्ट एक्सीड 20% ऑफ द प्रिंसिपल अमाउंट. Which entity can enforce SARFAESI? Banks can enforce SARFAESI. NBFCs, if they want to enforce SARFAESI, loan amount should be equal to or more than 50 lakhs, and the NBFC should be of assets having more than 100 crores. Which of the following entities are created under the SARFAESI to acquire bad loans? ARCs, asset reconstruction companies, were created to acquire bad loans from the bank. बैंकों के बुरे NPAs ARCs acquire कर लेते हैं. Under the SARFAESI Act 2002, what are the consequences if the borrower clears all the dues during 60 days notice period? SARFAESI proceedings are halted. SARFAESI की proceedings सारी बंद हो जाती हैं. Okay? Which of the following entities are governed by RBI? Which of the following entities are governed by RBI's lending against gold and silver collateral directions? ये किस किस पे लगती हैं? सारे कमर्शियल बैंक्स, कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स और NBFCs एक्सक्लूडिंग पेमेंट बैंक पे ये गाइडलाइंस लगती हैं. सो मैक्सिमम LTV कितना है फॉर अ गोल्ड लोन ऑफ 4 लाख रुपीज? इट इज 80%. अगर 2.5 लाख रुपए तक का होता तो 85% है. 5 लाख रुपए से ऊपर होता तो 75%. प्लीज याद रखें. प्लीज रिमेंबर दैट. इट्स लेटेस्ट एंड वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. Which of the following is an eligible form of collateral under the RBI guidelines for the gold? Gold bullion पे आप लोन नहीं ले सकते, ज्वेलरी पे ले सकते हो. मिनिमम 22 कैरेट प्योरिटी. गोल्ड ETFs पे नहीं ले सकते. सिल्वर कॉइन 900 प्योरिटी पे भी नहीं ले सकते. आई गेस 925 प्योरिटी चाहिए. What penalty must a lender must pay? अगर लेंडर आपकी सिक्योरिटी, आपकी ज्वेलरी वापस नहीं करता आपके पैसे देने के बाद, आफ्टर 7 days 5,000 रुपये पर डे की पेनल्टी लगेगी. In the first auction attempt, the minimum reserve price for the gold ornament should be 90% of the current market value. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, 85% पे जो है गोल्ड को बेचा जाएगा. After 2 failed auctions. What is the maximum weight of gold ornaments that can be accepted as collateral under RBI guidelines? 1 kilogram. How must lenders determine the value of gold or silver collateral under RBI guidelines? Using the lower of 30-day average or previous day's closing price. What is required of lenders if collateral remains unclaimed for 2 years? Attempt to locate the borrower or report to the board. From what minimum age can a minor independently open and operate a bank account? From the age of 10 years. This question is really important. बहुत important question है ये. As per the latest RBI circulars, who can operate bank account opened in the name of minor below the age of 10 years, naturally or legally appointed guardians, they can, operate that bank account. Can a minor's account be granted an overdraft facility? No, never. It is not possible. As per the latest RBI circulars, what should bank do when a minor account holder turns 18 years old? It can be converted to regular account after the KYC. When was Banking Regulation Act was initially enacted? It was on 16th of March 1949. So students, आज हम 63 क्वेश्चन करते हैं और बाकी के जो क्वेश्चंस हैं 63, 64 क्वेश्चंस we are going to do it tomorrow. BR एक्ट स्टूडेंट्स, क्या आपको ये सेक्शन याद करने की ज़रूरत है? फॉर द नेगोशिएबल इंस्ट्रूमेंट एक्ट एंड बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन एक्ट एज वेल एज फॉर द RBI एक्ट, यस इट इज़ इम्पॉर्टेंट. एग्जाम्स में वी हैव सीन कि सेक्शन पूछ लिया जाता है. द टर्म बैंकिंग इज डिफाइंड इन सेक्शन 5. ऐसे क्वेश्चंस आपको लग सकते हैं इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, बट आई हैव सीन क्वेश्चंस इन द एग्जाम एग्जैक्टली इस तरह के क्वेश्चंस, राइट? Under the Banking Regulation Act 1949, what is the minimum percentage of annual profits that a banking company must transfer to its reserve fund before declaring a dividend? अपने dividend declare करने से पहले कितना परसेंट है जो रिजर्व में डालना पड़ेगा? That is 20%. 20% must be transferred to its reserve fund. Okay. Moving forward, which activity is not allowed for banking companies under Section 6 of the BR Act 1949? Banking companies, they cannot engage in trading of goods. This is not the business of banks. Banks का ये काम नहीं है. पैसे borrow करना, lend करना, dealing in bills of exchange, ये काम है banks का. Under the Banking Laws Amendment Bill 2024, so this is really important. Latest amendment आई थी Banking Laws 2024 की, in which the Banking Regulation Act 1949. What is the maximum tenure for directors other than chairman and whole-time directors of a cooperative bank? It is now 10 year maximum tenures of directors of cooperative banks. पहले 8 साल होता था, अब 10 consecutive years कर दिया गया है. Which section of BR Act empowers RBI to issue directives to banking companies in public interest or to protect the depositors' interest? Section 35A. Is it important to remember section again? ये students ये एक चीज़ का आप ध्यान रख लीजिए. अगर आप BR Act पढ़ रहे हो बिना sections के तो कुछ खास है ही नहीं पढ़ने लायक. ये बहुत बेसिक हो जाता है और एग्जाम में BR Act के RBI Act के जब क्वेश्चंस आते हैं तो अगर थोड़ा सा भी मॉडरेट डिफिकल्टी लेवल का पेपर है तो उसमें यही पूछ लेंगे कि चेक कौन से सेक्शन में है नेगोशिएबल इंस्ट्रूमेंट एक्ट के, या अकॉर्डिंग टू RBI एक्ट SLR जो है स्टैट्यूटरी लिक्विडिटी रेशियो वो मेंटेन करना होता है कौन से सेक्शन के अंडर. तो सेक्शन थोड़े से याद करके चलें. इंपॉर्टेंट सेक्शन मैंने MCQ फॉर्मेट में करे हैं, याद करने में भी ईजी रहेंगे. आई होप आपने पहले थोड़ा बहुत पढ़ रखा है और रिविजन के लिए ये पढ़ लीजिए, इंपॉर्टेंट है. Which of the following entities is excluded from the scope of Banking Regulation Act? Primary agricultural credit societies are excluded. Commercial cooperative and the RRBs, they are under Banking Regulation Act. According to the 2024 amendment to the Banking Regulation Act, how many nominees a depositor can appoint for their bank deposits? This is an important question, student. ये अभी जो recently अमेंडमेंट आई थी बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन एक्ट 2024 में, तो न्यूज़ चैनल्स पे, न्यूज़पेपर्स में सबसे ज़्यादा यही वाला टॉपिक जो है डिस्कस हुआ था. एक जनरल पब्लिक को यही वाला एक जो है अमेंडमेंट समझ में आई थी कि कितने नॉमिनीज़ जो हैं एक सेविंग बैंक अकाउंट के होने चाहिए. अभी हो सकते हैं 4 nominees कैन बी देयर. हाउ मेनी नॉमिनीज अ डिपॉजिटर अपॉइंट फॉर द बैंक डिपॉजिट्स? आपकी FD है, आपका सेविंग बैंक अकाउंट है, पहले सिर्फ एक नॉमिनी होता था, अब 4 भी हो सकते हैं. 4 nominees कैन बी देयर. Which section of the BR Act requires banking companies to obtain a license from RBI? Section 22. Okay. under the banking laws amendment bill, what is the revised definition of fortnight for calculating cash reserves? So पहले अलग था, right? अब first of the month to 15th of the month, then 16th of the month to the last date of each month. किसी month में 28 दिन है, किसी में 30 है, किसी में 31 है. So 16th to last date होगा for fortnight. Fortnight generally 15 दिन होता है, लेकिन that's how the new definition is according to the banking अमेंडमेंट. जो बैंकिंग BR एक्ट में जो अमेंडमेंट आई है उसके अकॉर्डिंग फोर्टनाइट की डेफिनेशन चेंज हो गई है, विच मेक्स दिस क्वेश्चन काइंड ऑफ इम्पॉर्टेंट. Which category of financial institutions was brought under direct regulatory supervision of RBI through BR Act 2020, amending the Banking Regulation Act 1949? Cooperative banks जो है BR Act के अंडर आ गई थी through this amendment. Which section of BR Act 1949 deals with minimum paid of capital and reserves of banking companies? It's as per section 11. And the section 17 deals with reserve funds. Section 24 deals with liquidity requirements. ठीक है. The BR Act primarily applies to which of the following entities? Banking companies and cooperative banks. Under the BR Act, who is responsible for granting licenses to the banking companies? RBI is responsible. According to BR Act, what is required for banking company to open a new branch? Approval from RBI is generally required. That is under section 23. Under Banking Regulation Act, what is the maximum limit on payment of commission, brokerage or discount on the issuance of shares? So it's 2.5% of the share value, right? 2.5% of the share value जो है that can be paid on, जब भी ये share issue करते हैं that can be paid as commission, brokerage और discount जो भी share issue करते time इतना ये दे सकते हैं, इससे ज़्यादा नहीं दे सकते, right? छोटी companies हैं, non-banking companies, they give a lot of commission, brokerage और discount to the underwriters as well, so यहाँ पे allowed नहीं है. Which section of the BR Act prohibits employment of managing agents and impose restrictions on the remuneration of the directors? Directors को कितना salary दिया जा सकता है उस पे limits लगाता है. Section 10 limits that. And Section 20 deals with the loans to directors. Section 15 with the dividend. Section 12 with the share voting rights. Under the BR Act, which entity is responsible for granting license? I repeat हो गया question. Which section of BR Act deals with maintenance of SLR, right? SLR maintain करना है जो it is as per section 24 as discussed in the previous questions. This question may sound very boring to you. ये आपको बहुत boring और अजीब सा लग सकता है, लेकिन from examination point of view this question is actually very important. Boring लगेगा आपको, लेकिन ये important है. एग्जाम में आते हैं ऐसे क्वेश्चन. एग्जैक्टली दिस क्वेश्चंस हैज बीन आस्क्ड इन द प्रीवियस पेपर्स. सो बहुत बार ऐसे क्वेश्चन आते हैं एग्जैक्टली ये वाला क्वेश्चन. सो विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग कंपोनेंट्स आर इंक्लूडेड? नाउ बेसल 3 के टॉपिक आ गया है. पिछले वाला टॉपिक था बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन एक्ट का. नाउ वी आर डूइंग बेसल 3. Which of the following components are included in Tier 1 capital? Tier 1 capital में paid up equity capital and reserves आते हैं, right? So Tier 1 capital includes most loss absorbing elements like equity and disclosed reserves. Subordinated debt and revaluation reserves, they fall in the Tier 2 capital. So what is minimum capital conservation buffer, CCB, required under Basel III norms in India? That is 2.5% is a CCB. This question is actually very important. Basel III norms, they are anyways very important topic. बहुत छोटा सा topic है, बहुत important है. What is the total capital requirement, CRAR plus ECB? It's 11.5%. It is clearly mentioned. CCB यहाँ पे clearly mentioned है. Otherwise it's 9%. अगर ये question बड़ा confusing है students के लिए कि CRAR तो 9% का requirement है, but यहाँ पे अगर मैंने यहाँ पे clearly mention कर रखा है CRAR plus CCB. CRAR is anyways 9%. बट अगर जो CCB जो बफर है उसको ऐड कर दोगे देन इट बिकम्स 11.5%. नहीं मेंशन है तो 9% इज द करेक्ट आंसर. ये क्वेश्चन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है बट द फैक्ट इज दैट कि थोड़ा मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग रहता है. ओके, CCB यहाँ पे भी हमने मेंशन किया है. 11.5% ऑफ रिस्क वेटेड एसेट्स. सो रिस्क वेट इज डिफरेंट फॉर डिफरेंट काइंड्स ऑफ एसेट्स ऑफ द बैंक्स. तो वो भी RBI जो है मेंशन करता है. Which of the following ratio ensures that banks do not take excessive leverage under the Basel III norms? The leverage ratio ensure करता है. So what is leverage ratio? Tier 1 capital divided by total exposure, right? So the leverage ratio is a non-risk based measure that limits over borrowing. As per the Basel III norms, under RBI capital adequacy norm, what is the applicable risk weight assigned to cash and cash balances held with RBI? 0%, क्योंकि वहाँ पे कोई रिस्क नहीं है. So there is a proper table जिसमें हर एसेट का रिस्क वेट दिया हुआ है, अवेलेबल इन द कोर्स और RBI की वेबसाइट पे भी जाके आप चेक कर सकते हो. As per Basel III guideline, RBI's capital adequacy framework, what is the applicable risk weight assigned to government securities held by banks? It is 2.5%. As per Basel III guidelines under RBI's capital adequacy framework, which of the following exposures attracts the highest risk weight for the banks? It's consumer credit. It's 125%. So consumer credit attracts 125% risk weight. As per the Basel III norms, what is, I guess थोड़े से changes भी आए हैं उसमें. As per the Basel III norms, what is the risk weight for residential housing loans above 30 lakh rupees with LTV of equal to more than 75%? It's less than equal to 75%. It's a 75% risk weight उसको दिया जाएगा, right? What is the purpose of assigning risk weight under the Basel norms? To measure capital adequacy based on credit risk. तो अलग अलग एसेट पे अलग अलग लेवल का रिस्क है, उसको मेजर करने के लिए. Which of the following is not pillar of Basel III norms? 3 पिलर हैं. मिनिमम कैपिटल रिक्वायरमेंट, सुपरवाइजरी रिव्यू प्रोसेस जो RBI फॉलो करता है, एंड मार्केट डिसिप्लिन. कस्टमर ग्रीवेंस रिड्रेसल इज नॉट अ पिलर. Which ratio introduced in Basel III ensures that banks have enough high quality liquid assets to survive 30-day stress funding scenario? Very important question. LCR is there, liquidity coverage ratio, कि बैंक अगले 30 दिन तक भी survive कर सकता है. They have enough high quality liquid asset to survive a 30-day stress period. Okay. According to the Basel III norms, what is the minimum common equity tier 1 capital ratio prescribed by RBI for Indian banks, including capital conservation buffer? So, kitni hai? What is the minimum common equity tier 1 ratio prescribed by RBI for? So, 8%. Moving forward. The net stable funding ratio under the Basel III is intended to promote which of the following? Long-term funding stability, right? So NSFR ensures banks fund their long-term assets with the stable liabilities, right? What is the purpose of capital conservation buffer? To absorb losses during the periods of financial and economic stress. So कभी फाइनेंशियल स्ट्रेस आ जाए मार्केट में तो उसको एब्जॉर्ब कर ले. When was the Basel III framework implemented in India by RBI? In 2013. Which Basel III capital component absorbs losses first when the bank is in trouble? The CET1, the tier 1 capital, is going to absorb the losses. That is what it is meant for. Which of the following is introduced in Basel III and it's not part of Basel II? You can let me know. Capital conservation buffer was introduced. Basel III, under the Basel III, what is the full form of AT1? It is additional tier 1. The CGT MSC, the Credit Guarantee Fund Trust for Micro and Small Enterprises Scheme, was established by which organization? It was established by Ministry of MSME and SIDBI. इन दोनों ने मिलकर in 2000 introduced CGT MSC. Under the CGT MSC, now we have started the CGT MSC topic. The guarantee ceiling for the CGS1 credit guarantee scheme was increased to 10 crore. So CGT MSC में 10 crore तक की limit जो है available है. तो CGT MSC is going to provide guarantee for that. Earlier it was very less, but now it is 10 crores. What is the new annual guarantee fee under the CGT MSC Fund Trust for Micro and Small Enterprises CG1 for loans between 5 to 8 crores? It is 1.1%, right? So reduced, the AGF was reduced to 1.1% and 1.2% for 8 to 10 crores. Under the CGT MSC scheme, what is the guarantee coverage for women-led MSCs? They are providing 90% guarantee coverage. Earlier it was 80, but now to promote female entrepreneurship, it is 90%. Under the CGT MSC scheme, what is the guarantee coverage for a micro enterprise taking a loan of 60 lakhs? 75% guarantee coverage would be provided. For loans above 50 lakhs, 75% coverage would be provided. The Z certified MSc in aspirational district gets a loan of 4 lakhs. What is its coverage, guarantee coverage? It is 85%. The PMEGP, now we are discussing PMEGP. PMEGP is a credit linked subsidy program. Please remember the benefits that the government is providing. The maximum project cost for the manufacturing sector is 50 lakhs under PMEGP. For the new manufacturing units, the limit is 50 lakh. For upgradation, 1 crore. For service sector, it's 20 lakhs. For upgradation, 25 lakhs, right? A general category entrepreneur in a rural area receives what percentage subsidy under PMEGP? He receives 25%. For general category in urban areas, 15%. In rural areas, 25%. For SC, ST, OBC, urban areas, 25%. Rural areas, 35%. The minimum beneficiary contribution for a general category applicant under the PMEGP is like 10%, right? So minimum beneficiary contribution, if you want to start the business or you want to get the benefit under the PMEGP, 10% contribution आपका खुद का होना चाहिए. All these numbers are very, very important, right? For special categories, SC, ST, etc., 5% own contribution is required. General wala 10% of project cost, SC, ST wale 5% of project cost they are going to contribute. Under the PMEGP, the repayment tenure is 3 to 7 years. So repayment tenure under the PMEGP is 3 to 7 years. The collateral free loans to Dash are covered under CGT MSC. Up to 10 lakhs are covered under CGT MSC, right? So loans up to 10 lakhs do not require any collateral under CGT MSC, okay? The minimum education qualification for PMEGP is 8th pass. You should be 8th pass to get the PMEGP loans. You should be 18 years and 8th pass. What is the current deposit insurance coverage? DICGC, it's 5 lakh principal plus interest. 5 lakh is the maximum limit. If you have deposits in the bank and the bank closes down, the maximum amount that the bank is going to give you is 5 lakh rupee. That is the insurance. In case of bank failure, this limit was 1 lakh in the past. Which of the following banks are covered under the DICGC? All the commercial banks, cooperative banks, RRBs, LABs, they are covered. Local area banks, they are covered. Who owns DICGC? RBI owns the DICGC. DICGC is a subsidiary of the RBI. What is the maximum time limit for DICGC to settle the claims after receiving a verified list from the liquidator? Within 90 days, DICGC needs to settle the claims. Who pays the insurance premium for the depositors to DICGC, it's a banks. The depositors are not charged for this in charge. Hello students and welcome back to BankExamsToday.com. My name is Ramandeep Singh. Students, today we are going to do PMEGP, very important government scheme for your exam. कोई भी आप एग्जाम दीजिए, PNBSO credit officer, RRB GBO, even the Union Bank of India credit officer, you will find at least 1 or 2 questions from this particular scheme, PMEGP, Prime Minister's Employment Generation Program. It's a subsidy scheme. We'll discuss that in detail. So let's start the session with the scheme details. So this scheme was launched by the Ministry of MSME, right? Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. So please remember that. That's the very first point. Okay. And it is implemented by Khadi and Village Industries Commission, KVIC. So KVIC is the nodal agency. So it's very important to remember these 2 points. I have seen this particular question. What is the nodal agency for PMEGP? It is Khadi and Village Industries Commission, KVIC nodal agency hai. Please remember that. So objective of this scheme is to generate self-employment opportunities through micro enterprises in non-farm sectors. So this scheme is not available for the agriculture sector, right? And to provide financial assistance to individuals for setting up new ventures. So please note that new ventures. So this scheme is not available to the existing venture. So this scheme is only available to the new ventures. सिर्फ नए projects के लिए available है, पुराने projects और existing projects के लिए नहीं available. What is the eligibility criteria? Any individual whose age is 18 or above. And for setting up the project, the minimum project cost is 10 lakh in the manufacturing and 5 lakh in service sector. The beneficiary should be at least 8th pass, right? And the assistance is only available for new projects. It's available only for the new projects, not the existing project. Self-help groups are also eligible for assistance under PMEGP, including those belonging to BPL, provided they have not availed benefits under any other scheme, right? So if you have availed benefit under any other scheme, you cannot get benefit under PMEGP. So institutions registered under the Societies Act 1860 and Production Cooperative Society and Charitable Trust, they can take benefit. Existing units and units have already availed government subsidy under any other government scheme. They cannot take benefit under the PMEGP, right? So if you have an existing unit or a unit that have already taken benefit under any other scheme, you cannot take the benefit again. So an entrepreneur cannot submit more than one project. Only one project per beneficiary is allowed. Existing unit cannot avail fresh funds under PMEGP. The lock-in period for the government subsidy under PMEGP is 3 years. So if you have started a business, you need to continue running that business for at least 3 years. The subsidy cannot be withdrawn or adjusted before this period. Okay. So let's move forward. So key features, this is the credit linked subsidy program. So for starting a business, you submit your plan, you get credit, and after that you will get a subsidy. How much subsidy? We'll discuss that in next slides. Eligible sectors are manufacturing and services. Farm sector is not eligible. Maximum project cost is 50 lakhs for manufacturing, 20 lakhs for services, and 1 crore for upgrading the existing manufacturing sector, right? So if you have already taken a PMEGP benefit and now you want to upgrade a project under the manufacturing sector, the limit is 1 crore. So this is the change that happened in the recent union budget. So subsidies 15 to 35%. So alag-alag hai, alag-alag category ke liye, we'll discuss that. So how much money has to be shared or contributed by the beneficiary? At least 10% by the general category and 5% by the special category. So general category से हैं अगर आप 10% contribute करना पड़ेगा at least, and अगर आप SC, ST, PWD category से हैं तो 5% contribute करना पड़ेगा. Tenure is 3 to 7 years and no collateral. So if you are taking a loan up to 10 lakh rupees, then no collateral is required, right? So it is covered under CGT MSc. So subsidy for the general category in the urban areas is 15%, in the rural area it is 25%. Subsidy for SC, ST, OBC, minority, women, ex-servicemen, physically handicapped northeastern region, for the urban area it is 25%, for the rural areas it is 35%. Ineligible activities, farming, animal husbandry, alcohol, any illegal activities are not eligible to get benefit under PMEGP. You can make the application via kviconline.gov.in, submit the project proposal, DPR submission, get the bank sanction loan, margin money, subsidy is released to the bank. So once you get the loan, the margin money would be released to the bank. And the entrepreneur goes under the EDP training, entrepreneurship development program. So what is the bank's role? Appraise a project and sanction the loan, disburse the term loan plus working capital, claim subsidy from the KVIC after the loan disbursement, monitor unit performance and recovery. So this is the bank's role. Importance for credit officer: understand the loan appraisal process under PMEGP, know how to assess the project feasibility. So there would be loan appraisal, project feasibility, ensure subsidy compliance and documentation, guide applicants during the loan processing and subsidy claims. Now questions, please pause the video after every question and try to answer the questions yourself. What is the full form of PMEGP? Prime Minister Employment Generation Program. That is a full form, important question. So this question was asked in the previous paper. Which body is the nodal agency for implementation of PMEGP at national level? It is KVIC. Khadi and Village Industries Commission is a nodal agency for implementing PMEGP. Under PMEGP, what is the minimum project cost required for eligibility in the manufacturing sector? It is 10 lakh rupee for manufacturing and 5 lakh rupee for the service sector. The minimum qualification required to get benefit under PMEGP, 8th standard. You should have passed at least 8th standard. What is the maximum project cost allowed under PMEGP for manufacturing? It is 50 lakhs, but for upgradation, if you want to upgrade an existing unit, it is rupees 1 CR. So if upgrade was specifically mentioned, answer would be 1 CR. PMEGP assistance is available only for new projects and it is not available to the farming sector. It is not available for the agriculture. How many projects can an entrepreneur submit under the PMEGP scheme? Only one project. Can an existing unit apply for fresh funds under PMEGP? No, existing units are not eligible to get benefit, but as per a latest update, existing manufacturing units can get loans up to 1 crore rupees. What is the lock-in period for the government subsidy under PMEGP? It is 3 years. What is a margin money subsidy for general category beneficiaries in the rural areas under PMEGP? It is 25%. PMEGP provides loans for which of the following types of projects? New micro enterprises in non-farm sector. Okay. What is the maximum loan amount for service sector projects under PMEGP? For service sector, the maximum loan amount can be 20 lakh rupees. Who is eligible to apply for PMEGP loan assistance? If an individual whose aged 18 and above, and he should have passed 8th standard. Which of the following activities is not eligible under PMEGP? Poultry farm and agri projects is not eligible, right? Which scheme provides collateral free loans up to 10 lakh rupee for PMEGP borrowers? It is CGT MSC. Before release of margin money subsidy, what is mandatory for the entrepreneurs under PMEGP? EDP training, entrepreneurship development program आपने complete कर लिया हो तभी आपको subsidy मिलेगी. Is there any income ceiling for beneficiaries under PMEGP? There is no such limit. What is the maximum project cost Eligible for margin money subsidy for existing units under PMEGP. The maximum project cost can be 1 crore for upgrading existing manufacturing unit. That is an update, so it is an important question. For manufacturing unit, the limit is 50 lakh, but for upgrading manufacturing unit, the limit is 1 crore. For upgrading existing unit under PMEGP upgradation scheme. So under the second financial assistance, so if you have already taken PMEGP, benefit under PMEGP, for second financial assistance for upgrading your project, you can take loan up. Hello students and welcome back to BankExamsToday.com. My name is Ramandeep Singh and today we are going to do the NPS Vatsalya scheme. Very important, recently updated, right? So that is why we are doing this scheme. Very important for your IBPS RRB Scale 2 and MPAPEX bank exams. So बहुत important है for your exam. Hello students and welcome back to BankExamsToday.com. My name is Ramandeep Singh and today we are going to do Union Budget MCQs. So students, I have prepared 90 MCQs, 90 questions बनाए हैं total for Union Budget, 90 MCQs, and today we are going to do 30. Going through MCQs is the best way, सबसे अच्छा तरीका है किसी भी कॉन्सेप्ट को, किसी भी टॉपिक को याद करने का. एक माइंड में रिटेंशन हो जाता है जब आप MCQs करते हो, राइट? सो दैट्स द बेस्ट वे for the retention. That's why I have made this MCQs and आज हम वही करेंगे, right? In the description. Let's start with the first question. Wherever the question is important, मैं वहाँ पे star बना दूँगा, right? So estimated total receipts as per budget estimates is 34.96 lakh crore rupees. So what is the estimated total expenditure as per budget 2024-2025 estimates? It's 50.65 lakh crores. So 50.6 lakh crore जो है, that is a budgeted expenditure. So estimated net tax receipt for the financial year 25-26 as per budget estimate is 28.37 lakh crores. And what is the estimated fiscal deficit? This is a star question. So ऐसे question exam में काफी ज़्यादा आ जाते हैं. What is the estimated fiscal deficit as per budget? Budget estimates के हिसाब से as a percentage of GDP according to financial budget estimates of 25-26. It's 4.4%. It's a star question. बहुत important है from examination point of view. Question number 5. What is the estimated gross market borrowing? It's 14.82 crore as per the budget 25-26. What is the capital expenditure earmarked as per the budget 25-26? It's 11.21 lakh crores. एक ही अब हमारा क्वेश्चन है जो स्टार क्वेश्चन है. What is the capital expenditure as a percentage of GDP as per budget estimates 25-26? It's 3.1%. As per union budget 25-26, what is the primary objective of Prime Minister Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana developing agri district program? So as the name suggests, to develop 100 districts with low productivity and moderate crop intensity. So 100 districts are to be selected. So 100 districts are to be developed in the first phase. तो यही गोल था. 100 district को select करके वहाँ पे improvement लेकर आना जहाँ पे low productivity है. As per union budget, building rural prosperity and resilience program aims to address underemployment in agriculture through skilling, investment and technology. जो रूरल अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट है, अंडर एम्प्लॉयमेंट मतलब कि प्रॉपर काम नहीं मिलता है. 365 दिन काम जो भी है, 12 महीने काम नहीं मिल रहा है, तो उनको काम प्रोवाइड करवाना जिनके पास नहीं है थ्रू स्किलिंग, इन्वेस्टमेंट, टेक्नोलॉजी, इसकी मदद से प्रोवाइड करवाना काम. एज पर यूनियन बजट 25-26, सो प्राइम मिनिस्टर धन धान्य कृषि योजना इज इम्प्लीमेंटेड इन पार्टनरशिप विद स्टेट गवर्नमेंट. रूट लेवल पे अगर आपको कोई भी योजना को सक्सेसफुल बनाना है तो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की सपोर्ट की ज़रूरत पड़ती है, पंचायतों की सपोर्ट की ज़रूरत पड़ती है, कॉरपोरेशंस की जो है, लोकल जो कॉरपोरेशंस हैं उनकी ज़रूरत आपको, जो काउंसिलर्स हैं उनकी तो आपको ज़रूरत पड़ेगी, राइट? Let's move forward with, as per the union budget, the government has launched 6-year mission for आत्मनिर्भरता in pulses. 3 जो pulses हैं उस पर ज़्यादा focus है, तूर दाल, उड़द दाल और मसूर दाल. What government is going to do in the next 4 years, अगले 4 साल तक government is going to do purchase from the farmers. फार्मर से खरीदा जाएगा जो 3 दालें बताई हैं. NAFED and NCCF जो है, they are going to purchase the तूर दाल and the मसूर and the उड़द दाल. ठीक है, ये तीनों दालें अगले 4 साल तक खरीदेंगे. मखाना board is going to be set up to improve production, processing, value addition and marketing, and it is going to be set up in बिहार, क्योंकि बिहार में ही ज़्यादा होता है मखाना, तो मखाना बोर्ड सेटअप किया जाएगा. मखाना उसे फॉक्स नट्स भी बोलते हैं. As per the Union Budget 25-26, the primary objective of National Mission on High Yielding Seeds, इसका गोल क्या था? इसका गोल यही है कि strengthening the research ecosystem for high yielding seeds, ताकि वो ऐसे सीड्स को ज़्यादा पॉपुलर बनाया जा सके जो पेस्ट से लड़ सकते हैं, राइट, और जिसकी प्रोडक्टिविटी ज़्यादा है और पेस्ट से ज़्यादा लड़ सकते हैं, ऐसे पौधों को पैदा करें, राइट. As per the Union Budget 25-26, government plans to bring a framework for sustainable harnessing of fisheries with a special focus on which of the following regions? On Andaman, Nicobar and Lakshadweep जो islands हैं, इस पे focus किया जाएगा for harnessing fisheries. So as per Union Budget 25-26, what is the duration of newly announced mission for cotton productivity? 5 years is the duration for that. As per the Union Budget 25-26, under the modified interest subvention scheme, what is the new loan limit under the KCC? किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड के अंडर लोन लिमिट चेंज कर दी गई है. द न्यू लोन लिमिट इज 5 लाख रुपीज. 5 लाख रुपए नई लोन लिमिट है. वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन. इट यूज्ड टू बी 3 लाख बट नाउ इट इज 5 लाख. वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. As per Union Budget 25-26, where is a new urea plant with a capacity of 12.7 lakh metric ton is going to be set up? It is going to be set up in Namrup, Assam. It's kind of important question. So what is the revised investment turnover? The most important question from the budget. So as per the MSME classification, the budget classification, the investment and the turnover limit has been enhanced. Investment limit has been enhanced by 2.5 times and turnover limit has been enhanced by 2 times, right? So let me just show you the table. So this is the update from the class. Investment limit. So the micro enterprises whose investment is up to 1 crore rupees was considered as micro enterprise, but that limit has been revised to 2.5 crores. अगर इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लांट एंड मशीनरी में 2.5 करोड़ रुपए तक का है तो आपका माइक्रो एंटरप्राइजेज है. ये लिमिट पहले 1 करोड़ होती थी. सो इन्वेस्टमेंट लिमिट हैज बीन एनहांस्ड बाय 2.5x एंड टर्नओवर लिमिट हैज बीन एनहांस्ड बाय 2x. सो इफ द टर्नओवर ऑफ एन enterprise is up to 100 crore, that is a small enterprise. I mean more than 10 crore but up to 100 crore, now it is a small enterprise. So the limits has been increased, right? Investment limit has been enhanced by 2.5x and turnover limit has been enhanced by 2x. And customized credit card with a limit of 5 lakh would be distributed to the micro enterprises. ठीक है, very important question, I would say most important question of the whole budget. So as discussed in the previous slide, under the credit cards for micro enterprises scheme, credit card would be distributed to the micro enterprises with the limit of 5 lakh rupees. As per Union Budget, how much fresh contribution has been allocated for the fund of funds for startups? 10,000 crore has been allocated for the fund of funds. Important question. As per the Union Budget 25-26, what is the loan limit under the new scheme for first-time entrepreneurs belonging to women, SC and ST categories? 2 crore rupees tak ke loan, right? Up to loan of 2 crore rupees. So there is a budget. As per the Union Budget 25-26, what is the projected employment generation under focus product scheme for the फुटवेयर एंड लेदर सेक्टर 22 लाख पर्सन 22 लाख लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट मिलेगा. एज पर द यूनियन बजट 25-26, what is the main objective of the newly announced toy sector? Make India a global hub for the toy manufacturing, ऐसा बोला गया है. As per the Union Budget 25-26, where will be the National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management will be established. It would be established in Bihar. And as per the Union Budget 25-26, how many Atal Tinkering Labs are planned to be set up in the government schools over the next 5 years? 50,000 Atal Tinkering Labs are going to be set up. A big number. As per the Union Budget 25-26, under which project will broadband connectivity be provided to all government secondary schools and PHCs? Under the BharatNet project, broadband connectivity would be provided to the government schools and public healthcare facilities, right? Public healthcare centers. As per Union Budget 25-26, what is the main objective of Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak scheme? What is the main objective? Creating digital format Indian language books for education. Digital format में Indian language books को provide करना ही goal है भारतीय भाषा पुस्तक scheme का. And as per the Union Budget 25-26, how many National Center of Excellence for Skilling will be set up to support Make for India, Make for the World initiative? 5 National Centers for Excellence for Skilling will be set up. कहाँ set up करेंगे वो पता नहीं अभी. As per the Union Budget 25-26, what is the total financial outlay for Center of Excellence in Artificial Intelligence for Education? 500 crore would be the outlay for that. Artificial Intelligence for Education, right? Number 31, as per Union Budget, how many additional medical seats will be created in the medical colleges and hospitals? So, 10,000. Wherever the questions are important, I'll mention with the question mark. Question mark लगा देंगे तो आपको थोड़ा सा clarification मिलेगा, ठीक है? As per the Union Budget 25-26, by which year does government aim to establish 200 daycare cancer centers across the district hospitals? By the year 25-26, the government is aiming at 200 daycare cancer centers, right? So as per the Union Budget 25-26, what is the proposed layout for 50-year interest-free loans to states for capital expenditure and incentives for reforms? The government is targeting 1.5 lakh crores, right? Interest-free loans. As per the Union Budget 25-26, what is the total capital of asset monetization plan 2025-30 announced to be plowback in the new project? 10 lakh crore का budget है. So as per Union Budget, until which year the Jal Jeevan Mission has been extended and what is the purpose? It has been extended till 2028 and the goal is to provide clean drinking water by 2028. As per the Union Budget 25-26, what is the purpose of the Urban Challenge Fund announced with a corpus of 1 lakh crore? Implement proposals for cities as growth hubs, creative redevelopment of cities and water and sanitation. ये goals हैं basically. As per the Union Budget, how many indigenously developed small modular reactors are planned to be operational by 2033 under Nuclear Energy Mission for Viksit Bharat? 5. And as per Union Budget 25-26, what is the corpus of Maritime Development Fund and what percentage of that would be contributed by the government? So it's an important question. 25,000 crore rupees and 49% would be contributed by the government. So important question. So balance money would be contributed by ports and private sector. So as per the Union Budget 25-26, what does the modified UDAN scheme aim to achieve in next 10 years? Enhance connectivity to 120 new destinations and carry 4 crore passengers. And as per Union Budget 25-26, which project in Bihar will receive the financial support under the announced reforms? Western Koshi Canal ERM project. So Western Koshi Canal ERM project, it was discussed in the budget. Important question. So as per Union Budget, what is the amount allocated for Swami Fund 2 aimed at expeditious completion of dwelling unit? 15,000 crore rupee was allocated for the scheme, Swami Fund 2. Important question. So as per Union Budget 25-26, how many tourist destination sites are to be developed under Tourism for Employment Led Growth Initiative? 50 destinations are to be developed for this. As per Union Budget 25-26, what is the amount allocated for implementing the private sector driven research development and innovation initiative announced in the July budget? 20,000 crore has been allocated for this. As per the Union Budget, what is the purpose of deep tech funds or fund to catalyze next generation startups? As per the Union Budget 25-26, how many fellowships will be offered under the PM Research Fellowship for Technological Research in IITs and IISs? 10,000 fellowships would be provided to the students. So as per the Union Budget 25-26, how many germplasm lines will be included in the gene bank? So India is going to develop a gene bank for crops, germplasms, and what is the primary goal? 10 lakh germplasm line for the future food security and nutritional security of India. As per the Union Budget 25-26, what is the primary goal of National Geospatial Mission? To develop foundational geospatial infrastructure and data. So as per the Union Budget 25-26, what is the focus of Gyan Bharatam mission? To support the preservation of manuscripts, and that's an important question. Gyan Bharatam mission to support preservation of manuscripts. बहुत important question है examination point of view के लिए. As per the Union Budget 25-26, which ministry will jointly drive export promotion mission? Ministry of Commerce, MSME and Finance. And as per the Union Budget 25-26, what is the purpose of Bharat Trade Net? So Bharat Trade Net, as the name suggests, a unified platform for trade documentation and financing support. So as per Union Budget 25-26, what is the aim of National Framework for Global Capability Centers? Guide states to promote global capability centers in emerging tier 2 cities. So tier 2 cities में promote करेंगे global capability centers. As per the Union Budget 25-26, what is the main goal of export promotion mission? So export promotion mission का goal क्या है? Set sectoral and ministerial target for export promotion. And as per Union Budget 25-26, what is the new FDI limit? The most important question of the whole budget, I would say. So new FDI limit in the insurance sector is now 100%. It used to be 74%, but now it is 100%. बहुत important है. As per the Union Budget 25-26, what is the purpose of partial credit enhancement facility introduced by NAFED to enhance corporate bonds for the infrastructure? So as per Union Budget, which of the following will be the public sector banks developed to serve the credit needs of rural areas? So Grameen credit scores has been introduced, and the public sector banks are going to develop the Grameen credit score to serve credit needs of rural area. Grameen credit score. So in the rural India, we are replacing the CIBIL, which is actually not very good system in India. So Grameen credit score has been introduced. A good step, I would say. As per Union Budget 25-26, what will be the newly proposed forum in pension sector focus on? So regulatory coordination and development of pension products. And as per the Union Budget 25-26, what is the focus of High Level Committee for Regulatory Reforms? Review of non-financial sector regulations. Not very important question. So Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0. What is the goal of that? Decriminalize over 100 provisions in various laws. Important question. Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0. As per the Union Budget 25-26, under the new income tax regime, the maximum income threshold up to which no personal income tax is payable, it is 12 lakh rupees. For the salaried employees, it is 12.75 क्योंकि उनको standard deduction भी मिलती है. So this is the next question. For salaried taxpayers, the additional standard deduction is 75,000. It used to be 50,000, but now it is 75,000, and it's an important question. Even पिछला question भी important था. So the questions wherever I mention the star, they are very important from examination point of view. इसको आप थोड़ा सा याद करके चलें. जहाँ जहाँ मैंने star mention किया है वो exam के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा important है, right? So ये कुछ questions थे जो हमने बनाए थे that I wanted to share with you, and tomorrow I'm going to complete the union budget, and this is the best way to read the budget. I hope आपने पूरी budget speech देखी होगी. But from examination point of view, I would say only 25-30 questions are important. 90 हमने बनाए, लेकिन very important are like 25-30. Sometimes in the exam very deep questions are asked. इससे आगे कुछ नहीं है, ये लास्ट है, इससे आगे कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं है. These 90 questions are sufficient from exam. Question number 61, as per union budget, how will the new income tax regime would benefit the middle class? 12 लाख रुपए का तो आपका तक टैक्स लगना ही नहीं है. अगर सैलरीड एम्प्लॉइज हैं तो 12,75,000 तक टैक्स नहीं लगना, बाय रिड्यूसिंग द टैक्सेस एंड लीविंग मोर मनी इन देयर हैंड्स. सो व्हाट इज द एक्सपेक्टेड रेवेन्यू फॉरगॉन? कितना नुकसान हुआ है गवर्नमेंट को? 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए का जो है नुकसान हुआ है गवर्नमेंट को बिकॉज ऑफ दैट. एंड एज पर द यूनियन बजट, इफ योर इनकम इज अबव 12 लाख रुपीज, अगर 12 लाख से अगर आपकी इनकम ज़्यादा है, बिटवीन 4 to 8 lakh rupees, the tax is 5%, right? 4 to 8 lakh, 5%, please remember that. 4 to 8 lakh, 5%, 8 to 12 lakh, 10%, 12 to 16 lakh, 15%, 16 to 20 lakh, 20%, 20 to 24 lakhs, 25%, 24 lakh से ऊपर 30%. So 12 lakh तक कोई टैक्स नहीं है. So this is all about it. 8 to 12 lakh 10% है. And if an individual earns 15 lakhs, what tax rate would be applicable? 15% लग जाएगी उस पे. टैक्स स्लैब भी लगेगी उसकी मैक्सिमम, राइट? सो स्लैब बेस्ड टैक्स है, राइट? So between 16 to 20 lakh, it's 20%. So please remember that. Highest tax slab is 30%. So this question is important. Highest tax slab is 20%. ठीक है? 30%. So as per union budget, what is the TDS on interest for senior citizen? It used to be, I guess, 75,000, but now it is 1 lakh. 50,000 था पहले, अभी 1 लाख रुपये हो चुका. अगर 1 लाख रुपये तक आपको जो है इंटरेस्ट मिलता है तो उस पर TDS नहीं कटेगा. 1 लाख रुपये. दिस क्वेश्चन इज इम्पॉर्टेंट, स्टार क्वेश्चन है ये, इसको याद रखें. And as per union budget, what was the previous annual limit for TDS on rent before it was increased to 6 lakh? It was 2.4 lakhs. ठीक है, जो TDS काटना होता था रेंट पे. So now the limit is 6 lakh rupees. The annual limit for TDS on rent was 2.4 lakhs. So TDS on rent, the new limit is 6 lakh. Old limit was, this was the old limit. This was the new, this is the new limit. TDS on rent. ठीक है. And as per union budget, the threshold for TCS under the LRS, liberalized remittance scheme, for example, आप abroad invest करते हो stocks में, so under the LRS scheme, so the limit has been increased from 7 lakhs to, I guess it has been increased to 10 lakhs. पहले 7 लाख हुआ करती थी. Now the limit under the LRS has been increased from 7 lakhs to 10 lakhs. So इस पे TCS काटने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी बैंक्स को. आप गूगल के शेयर्स खरीदना चाहते हो 10 लाख रुपए के, 9 लाख रुपए के, अप टू 10 लाख रुपये कोई TCS नहीं कटेगा. पहले 7 लाख से ऊपर कटता था, अभी 10 लाख का लिमिट कर दिया है. सो दिस इज़ एन इम्पॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन एज वेल. बहुत सारे स्टार क्वेश्चन हैं आज. And as per union budget, in which scenario will the higher TDS reduction would apply? In case where PAN is not provided, the higher TDS would be deducted. As per the union budget, what is the new registration period for small charitable trust institution after recent change to reduce their compliance burden? 10 साल कर दिया गया है, right? So 10 साल, the period of registration for small charitable institution has been increased from 5 years to 10 years to reduce compliance burden. And as per Union Budget 25-26, how many self-occupied properties will benefit from claiming the annual value as nil according to the new provisions? So how many self-occupied, it used to be 1, but now it is 2. So 2 self-occupied properties will benefit from claiming the annual values as nil under the Income Tax Act. So according to the Union Budget 25-26, what is the new scheme introduced for determining arm length price of international transaction? It's for a 3-year block period. Arm length price, 3-year block period. The new scheme allows for determining arm length price of international transaction for a block of 3 years. So as per Union Budget 25-26, what similar treatment will NPS Vatsalya accounts receive under the new provision? Similar treatment to normal NPS accounts. Same treatment लगेगा NPS Vatsalya और NPS accounts का, subject to overall limits. Which of the following tax regimes has been introduced for non-residents providing services to a resident company in electronic manufacturing company? So presumptive taxation regime would be applicable. So what is the new extension provided for incorporations of startups in India? It has been extended, I guess, extended by 5 years for the startups incorporated before 1st of April 2030. So the benefits are extended. As per the Union Budget 25-26, which are the following categories of alternative investment fund benefit from certainty of taxation on gain from securities when investing in infrastructure and similar asset? So both category 1 and category 2 AIFs. As per budget, what is the new deadline for sovereign wealth funds and pension funds to make investment in infrastructure under the extended timeline? So 31st of March 2030 is that deadline for sovereign wealth funds, right? What is the primary objective of Union Budget in terms of customs and custom tariff for the industrial goods? To remove 7 tariff rates, remove कर दिए हैं. After the proposed change in the Union Budget, how many tariff rate will remain, including the zero rate? 8 tariff rates would remain. So 7 has been had been foregone. What is the expected revenue foregone due to the change in custom tariff structure for industrial goods? 2600 crore has been foregone. How many life-saving drugs and medicines will be fully exempt from basic custom duty under the Union Budget? 36 life-saving drugs has been excluded and they are exempted from the basic custom duty. And as per the Union Budget 25-26, which are the following critical minerals has been fully exempted from basic custom duty? Cobalt, powder and waste, along with the scrap of lithium ion batteries, lead, zinc and other critical minerals, they are exempted from, they are under now basic custom duty. Exempt nahi hai, fully they are exempt from the basic custom duty now. ठीक है. As per the Union Budget, the basic custom duty rate on knitted fabric has been revised to which are the following: 20% or 115 rupees per kg, whichever is higher. As per the Union Budget 25-26, the basic custom duty rate on interactive flat panel display has been increased from 10% to 20%. As per the Union Budget, how many additional capital goods for EV battery manufacturing has been exempted from basic custom duty? So 35% of the additional capital goods are exempted from basic custom duty. So the BCD rate on carrier grade Ethernet switches has been reduced from 20% to 10%. The Union Budget, as per the budget, which of the following is not fully exempted from basic custom duty? Smartphones are not fully exempted from basic custom duty. And what is the new time period for export extension for handicraft goods? 1 year. The new time period for export extension for handicraft goods. So what is the time limit for provisional assessment in trade facilitation, 2 years. So the time limit for finalizing the provisional assessment is set at 2 years with an extension period option of 1 year or more if necessary. Extension जो assessment का period है वो बढ़ा दिया है. So as per the budget, what provision has been introduced for importers or exporters after clearance of goods? Voluntary compliance without any penalty. And last question, what is the new time limit for end use of imported inputs under the relevant rules? 1 year. So imported goods ko within 1 year that has to be consumed. And for which type of products have railway MRO been given similar benefits as aircraft and ship MROs, railway goods? And as per Union Budget 25-26, what has been extended time limit for exporters to file statement under the end use provisions for imported goods? Quarterly statement file करनी है. Hello students and welcome back to BankExamsToday.com. My name is Ramandeep Singh and today we are going to discuss Banking Laws Amendment Bill 2024 that has been passed yesterday. In the description if there is any doubt in your mind. So the bill was introduced on 9th of August 2024. Banking laws को amend करता है. So there are amendments in the Banking Regulation Act and then there are amendments in the RBI Act. तो सारी की सारी करेंगे आज हम. So read definition of fortnight for cash reserves. Cash reserve maintain करने के लिए जो fortnight की definition है that has been changed. पहले जो definition होती थी a fortnight was a period from Saturday to the second following Friday. तो इस तरह से definition होती थी, week wise definition होती थी. Saturday अगला Saturday आएगा, उसके अगला Friday जो आएगा, इस तरह से fortnight की definition होती थी. But now it is first day of the month. For example 1st of January से 15th of January एक पहला fortnight होगा, उसके बाद 16 से लेके last day of the month would be the definition of fortnight for maintaining the cash reserves. Understand करना easy है, that's the reason. Simplify कर देता है चीज़ों को ये. Second is the tenure of directors of cooperative banks. पहले 8 साल होता था, now it is 10 years. So directors except the chairman or whole-time directors could serve maximum of 8 consecutive years. Cooperative banks की बात कर रहा हूँ, but now it has been extended to 10 years. अब 10 साल के लिए extend कर दिया गया है. Provides greater continuity and leverages experienced leadership in the cooperative bank governance. ठीक है. Let's move forward. Prohibition on common directors in the cooperative banks पहले allowed नहीं था. In the old provision it prohibits directors from serving on the boards of multiple banks. पहले ये prohibit करता था कि multiple banks में एक ही जो director है वो serve नहीं कर सकता. With exemption, एक exemption थी कि RBI के appointed directors से उनके लिए allowed था, लेकिन अब ये change हो गया. Now it is allowed. एक्सटेंड द एग्जाम्शन. अब ये एग्जाम्शन बढ़ गई है. पहले खाली RBI अपॉइंटेड डायरेक्टर्स अलाउड थे, बट अब जो सेंट्रल कोऑपरेटिव बैंक के डायरेक्टर्स हैं नाउ दे कैन बिकम डायरेक्टर ऑफ स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव बैंक. सेंट्रल कोऑपरेटिव बैंक के डायरेक्टर स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव बैंक के डायरेक्टर बन सकते हैं, कोई इशू नहीं है. इट एनहांसेस द कोऑर्डिनेशन बिटवीन सेंट्रल कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स एंड द स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स व्हाइल मेंटेनिंग रेगुलेटरी ओवरसाइट. फोर्थ वन इज नॉमिनेशन फॉर डिपॉजिट्स, कस्टडी एंड लॉकर्स. ये बहुत पॉपुलर था, न्यूज़ में आया था, टीवी पे, सब जगह पे, इंटरनेट पे, सब जगह आया था कि पहले एक ही नॉमिनी अलाउड था फॉर योर सेविंग बैंक अकाउंट, फॉर योर लॉकर्स, लेकिन अब 4 अलाउड है. नाउ यू कैन हैव 4 नॉमिनीज फॉर योर बैंक अकाउंट, फॉर योर लॉकर्स. 4 तक आपके नॉमिनीज हो सकते हैं, कोई इशू नहीं है. ग्रेटर फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी. Settlement of unclaimed amounts likely mandates a transfer of unpaid unclaimed dividend to an unpaid dividend account. अब ये करना पड़ेगा. लाइकली मैंडेट. अभी जो अनपेड जो आपकी अमाउंट है आपके बैंक के पास पड़ी है किसी डॉर्मेंट अकाउंट की बहुत सालों से, उसे अनपेड डिविडेंड अकाउंट में डालना पड़ेगा. कोई भी अनक्लेम्ड डिविडेंड है तो उसे अनक्लेम्ड डिविडेंड अकाउंट में डालना पड़ेगा. Ensures better management of unclaimed funds and protect depositors' rights. सब्सटैंशियल इंटरेस्ट का थ्रेशहोल्ड चेंज हो चुका है. इट यूज टू बी 5 लाख रुपीज़ और 10% ऑफ द पेड अप कैपिटल. सब्सटैंशियल इंटरेस्ट का जो डेफिनेशन है एक बैंकिंग कंपनी में, It used to be 5 lakh rupee or 10% of the paid up capital, whichever is low, but it has been enhanced to 2 crore rupees, जो फ्यूचर में शायद और भी चेंज होगा नोटिफिकेशन के साथ. बट राइट नाउ इट इज 2 crore रुपी. इट यूज टू बी 5 लाख रुपी और 10% ऑफ द पेड अप कैपिटल विच एवर इज लोअर, बट इसको इन्हांस करके 2 crore रुपए कर दिया गया है. ऑडिटर रिम्यूनरेशन वाज डिसाइडेड बाय आरबीआई. आरबीआई डिसाइड करती थी विद कंसल्टेशन, इन कंसल्टेशन विद सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट. आरबीआई डिसाइड करती थी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के साथ कंसल्ट करके कि बैंक्स का जो स्टैट्यूटरी ऑडिट होता है, तो उन ऑडिटर्स को जो रिम्यूनरेशन मिलता है, जो सैलरी मिलती है, जो पैकेज मिलता है, वो कितना मिलना चाहिए, ये आरबीआई डिसाइड करता था सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से सलाह लेके. बट नाउ बैंक्स खुद कर सकते हैं. बैंक्स खुद डिसाइड करेंगे कि उन्हें जो ऑडिटर्स हैं उनको कितना पैसा देना है. ठीक है, ये समरी है, इसको आप पढ़िए. बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन एक्ट की और बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन एक्ट और आरबीआई एक्ट में जो चेंजेस आए हैं, सब्सटैंशियल इंटरेस्ट का थ्रेशोल्ड 5 लाख और 10% ऑफ पेड ऑफ कैपिटल होता था, बट नाउ इट इज़ 2 crore. अनक्लेम्ड जो एसेट हैं, नो स्पेसिफिक ट्रांसफर टू इन्वेस्टर एजुकेशन एंड प्रोटेक्शन आफ्टर अ सेट पीरियड, लेकिन आईईपीएफ में 7 साल के बाद डालना ही पड़ेगा उन पैसों को. ऑडिटर रिम्यूनरेशन अब बैंक्स खुद डिसाइड करेंगे. ऑटोनॉमी आ चुकी है. Tenure of directors of cooperative banks has been increased from 8 years to 10 years. Common directorship was prohibited, but now it is allowed in cooperative banks. Definition of fortnight has been changed. So when was the Banking Regulation Act originally enacted? Easy question है. Sometimes बहुत easy questions भी पेपर में आ जाते हैं, बहुत बार आते हैं, कई बार डिफ़िकल्ट आते हैं, लेकिन एक्ट्स में से कई बार इजी क्वेश्चन आ जाते हैं. मैंने ऐसे भी क्वेश्चन देखे हैं कि नाबार्ड की फुल फॉर्म क्या है, सरफाइसी की फुल फॉर्म क्या है. इस तरह के इजी क्वेश्चंस भी एग्ज़ाम में मैंने देखे हैं बहुत बार. सो ये क्वेश्चन इंपॉर्टेंट है. 16 मार्च 1949 को इनैक्ट हुआ था. इसी क्वेश्चन को अगर डिफ़िकल्ट बनाना होता तो यहाँ पे 1949 की 2 ऑप्शंस होती है विद डिफरेंट डेट्स, तो ये क्वेश्चन थोड़ा डिफ़िकल्ट हो जाता. बट 16 मार्च 1949, इसको आप याद करके चलें. Which section of the Banking Regulation Act defines the term banking? Banking क्या है? It is defined in the section 5. Please remember the section number. ठीक है. So banking is defined as the term banking, which is described as accepting deposit from public for lending or investment, repayable on demand or otherwise. So main इसमें यही है कि banking का business क्या है, banking है क्या, और इस एक्ट में मेजर जो रूल्स हैं वो हमने ऑलरेडी डिस्कस करे हैं क्लास में, एक बार ज़रूर देख लें. अंडर द बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन एक्ट 1949, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन, व्हाट इज़ द मिनिमम परसेंटेज ऑफ एनुअल प्रॉफिट दैट अ बैंकिंग कंपनी मस्ट ट्रांसफर टू इट्स रिजर्व फंड बिफोर डिक्लेयरिंग डिविडेंड. एक बैंकिंग कंपनी को 100 करोड़ रुपए का लेट्स से प्रॉफिट हुआ है एक साल में, राइट. डिविडेंड डिक्लेयर करने से पहले, अगर वो डिविडेंड डिक्लेयर करना चाहती है तो उससे पहले इसे कुछ पैसे रिजर्व फंड में रखने पड़ेंगे, अपने रिजर्व फंड में रखने पड़ेंगे. कितने पैसे? 20% अपने जो प्रॉफिट हुआ है एनुअल, उसका 20% एक रिजर्व फंड में रखिए. उसके बाद आप अपना डिविडेंड को डिक्लेयर कीजिए, ये ज़रूरी है. ठीक है. Which activity is not allowed for banking companies under Section 6 of the Banking Regulation Act 1949? इनमें से क्या क्या काम नहीं कर सकते? Lending obviously कर सकते हैं. They can deal in bill of exchange. Goods की trading में नहीं काम नहीं कर सकते. Borrow कर सकते हैं, पैसों को lend कर सकते हैं. They can lend money, deal in bill of exchange. Engaging in trading of goods is not allowed. Okay, it is not allowed. ट्रेडिंग करना, डेरिवेटिव्स में ट्रेड करना, दिस इज नॉट अलाउड. क्वेश्चंस आर लेंदी, डू नॉट गेट कंफ्यूज्ड. अंडर द बैंकिंग लॉज अमेंडमेंट बिल 2024, दिस इज एन इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन. which amended the Banking Regulation Act 1949? What is the maximum tenure for directors other than chairman or whole-time directors of a cooperative bank? Cooperative bank का maximum जो directors का tenure है वो कितना है? 10 years. So let's move on to the next question. 10 years is the correct answer. ठीक है. Which section of Banking Regulation Act empowers RBI to issue directions to banking companies in public interest or to protect depositors? Section 35A. So Section 35A empowers RBI to issue directions to banking companies in public interest or to protect the depositors. Which of the following entities is excluded from the scope of Banking Regulation Act 1949? Primary agricultural credit societies are excluded from the ambit of Banking Regulation Act. 2024 की amendment का एक और question. According to this amendment to the Banking Regulation Act, how many nominees can a depositor appoint for their bank deposit? अपने bank deposit के लिए maximum कितने nominees appoint हो सकते हैं? So 4 nominees can be there. In the past एक ही nominee होता था, but अब 4 nominees भी हो सकते हैं, ठीक है? Which section of BR Act, Banking Regulation Act, requires banking companies to obtain a license from the RBI to commence or continue banking operations? So RBI से license लेना है under section 22. Under section 22 it is mentioned. Under the Banking Laws Amendment Bill 2024, which amendment the Banking Regulation Act 1949, what is the revised definition of fortnight for calculating the cash reserve? पहले अलग होता था, पहले इसे वीकली बेसिस पे मानते थे फ्रॉम मंडे टू ऐसे सेकंड, इसी तरह से होता था, फ्राइडे वाला ये फंडा होता था, बट नाउ इट हैज़ बीन चेंज्ड. पहले ए होता था ऑप्शन फ्रॉम सैटरडे टू सेकंड फॉलोइंग फ्राइडे, बट अभी डे वाइज कर दिया है. Fortnight basically होता है 15 days period. So to calculate the CRR and SLR, from 1st to 15th पहला fortnight and दूसरा from 16th to end of the month. It can be 16th to 28th in case of February. It can be 16th to 31 in case of March. अलग अलग दिन हो सकते हैं, लेकिन exactly 15 दिन का नहीं रहा, right? दूसरा जो fortnight है. But that's the correct answer. B is the correct answer. Very important question from examination point of view. So ये simplify करता है cash reserve की जो calculations.
We are going to start with the very 11th questions. The Banking Regulation Act Amendment 2020 amended the BR Act, brought which of the following under the supervision of RBI? 2020 में कौन सी फाइनेंशियल जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं उसको बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन के अंडर लाया गया, बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन एक्ट के अंडर लाया गया. कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स को बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन एक्ट के अंडर लेकर आया गया, राइट. सो नाउ द कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स दे आर अंडर द डायरेक्ट सुपरविजन ऑफ आरबीआई. Which section of BR Act deals with the minimum paid up capital and reserves for banking companies? So, क्या आपको sections याद करने की ज़रूरत है? I mean, is it required? Yes, it is very important to remember the section numbers. In the previous exams, I have noted that section numbers are asked. So, according to section 11, minimum paid up capital and reserve for banking companies are mentioned, right? So the BR Act 1949 primarily applies to which of the following entities? So it is applicable to banking companies and cooperative banks. So banking companies और cooperative banks पे ये लागू होता है. Under the Banking Regulation Act 1949, who is responsible for granting licenses to banking companies? RBI, Reserve Bank of India, is responsible for granting licenses to banking companies in India. According to the Banking Regulation Act, what is required for a banking company to open a new branch? Approval from RBI is required. RBI से approval लेना बहुत ज़रूरी है, mandatory है basically. And this is according to the section 23. Section number याद रखिए. Under the BR Act, what is the maximum time limit? Maximum limit, not time limit, maximum limit on payment of commission, brokerage or discounts on issuance of shares. बैंक जब अपने शेयर इशू करता है तो मैक्सिमम 2.5% ऑफ द शेयर वैल्यू को एज अ डिस्काउंट, एज अ कमीशन, ब्रोकरेज पे कर सकता है. 2.5% ऑफ द शेयर वैल्यू, इतना ही ब्रोकरेज पे किया जा सकता है. एंड दिस इज अकॉर्डिंग टू द सेक्शन 13. Which section of Banking Regulation Act 1949 prohibits employment of managing agents, imposes restrictions on the remuneration of directors? So managing agents, according to the section 10, the BR Act prohibits employment of managing agents. Managing agent को आप employ नहीं कर सकते. Restriction है remuneration पे directors की, ताकि conflict of interest ना हो, right? Under the BR Act, which entity is responsible for granting licenses to the companies, to the banking companies? Reserve Bank of India is responsible for granting licenses, and this is according to section 22 of BR Act. BR Act का section 22 empower करता है RBI को to issue licenses, to issue the banking licenses to the banking companies. So the Banking Regulation Amendment Act 2020, it primarily extends RBI's oversight to cooperative banks. Now RBI can directly supervise and monitor the working of cooperative banks. Which section of Banking Regulation Act 1949 deals with the maintenance of percentage of assets, commonly known as SLR? So according to section 24, I have seen this particular question multiple times in the exam. According to section 24 of the BR Act, banks are required to maintain SLR. Banks को SLR maintain करना पड़ता है according to section 24 of.
Hello students and welcome back to BankExamsToday.com. My name is Ramandeep Singh. Students, Basel norm is an important topic for the upcoming SBI CBO 2025 exam. And today we are going to do MCQs for the Basel norms. So MCQ format में कवर करने की कोशिश करेंगे पूरे Basel 3 norms के topic को, right? Let's start the test series, right? So let's start with the question number 1. I highly recommend that you should go through the detailed video first. So which of the following components are included in the tier 1 capital under the Basel 3 norms? So tier 1 capital में क्या include होता है? Paid up equity capital plus reserves are part of tier 1 capital. Okay. So paid common equity plus the reserves. Disclosed reserves are part of tier 1 capital, and subordinated debts and revaluation reserves, they fall under tier 2 capital. Please remember that. It would help you in the next slides. What is the minimum capital conservation buffer required under the Basel III norms? So capital conservation buffer, it was introduced in the Basel III. So Basel II में ये नहीं था, it was introduced in Basel III. And the banks, they need to maintain 2.5% of capital conservation buffer. So please understand this, the CAR, capital adequacy ratio. So capital adequacy ratio is equal to tier 1 capital plus tier 2 capital divided by risk weighted assets, right? So I have already explained the tier 1 and tier 2 capital. What is risk weighted assets? So the RBI releases the list, a proper list is there in which RBI tells us that how much weight should be given to a particular asset of the bank. So what we do is we do the weighted average, right? We give the weights of, let's say, to some assets it's 100%, to some assets it's 0%. We get the weighted risk weighted assets like that. So that is how we calculate the capital adequacy ratio. मान लीजिए 1 लाख रुपए का आपके पास कंज्यूमर क्रेडिट है, तो उसका 125% करते हैं हम, तो 1.25 लाख रुपए का रिस्क वेटेड एसेट हो गया, राइट? Easy to understand. So capital requirement as per Basel III, so it should be 5.5% of common equity tier 1. Additional tier 1 capital should be 1.5% of risk weighted assets. 2% should be tier 2 capital. So total capital should be 9% of risk weighted asset. Total जो capital है, it should be 9% plus 2.5% of capital conservation buffer. So total capital plus capital conservation buffer is 11.5%. So in the exam, if CRAR total capital is asked, the correct answer is 9%. Additional buffer is 2.5%. Capital conservation buffer is 2.5%. Okay. So in the exam, if that is asked, what is the total capital as per the Basel norms? It is 9% of risk-weighted assets. Additional 2.5% buffer can be maintained, which becomes 11.5%. What is the total capital requirement for banks? So it is clearly mentioned. CCB is there. So it is 11.5%, including 2.5% of capital conservation buffer. Okay. Which of the following ratio ensures that banks do not take on excessive leverage? So there is a leverage ratio. The leverage ratio, please remember the formula. It is tier 1 capital divided by total exposure. RBI has a limit on it. It can be at max 3.5%. Okay. So tier 1 capital divided by total exposure. This is leverage ratio, and maximum leverage ratio of banks can be 3.5% as per RBI. And what is the risk weight for cash and balances with RBI as per RBI's capital adequacy norms? It is 0%. Okay. There is no risk, for cash. What is the risk weight for government securities under RBI's capital adequacy norms? It is 2.5%. Okay. What is the risk weight for residential housing loans above 30 lakhs with loan to value ratio of less than 75%? It is 75%. Please remember this table. If the residential housing loan is up to 30 lakhs and loan to value ratio is equal to or less than 75%, risk weight is 50%. If loan value is above 30 lakhs and loan to value ratio is again equal to less than 75%, risk weight is 75%. For mortgaged residential housing loan, for any amount, if LTV is more than 75%, risk weight is 100%. For commercial real estate, cooperative or group housing societies, housing board or other purposes, risk weight is again 100%. For commercial real estate, where there is residential housing project is there, risk weight is 75%. So that's the table. Please remember that. It is important for your exam. So what is the purpose of assigning risk weight under the Basel norm? To measure the capital adequacy based on credit risk. So based on the credit risk, we are measuring the capital adequacy. Capital measure karte hain. So risk is allotted. It is determined by RBI. Which ratio introduced in Basel III ensures that banks have enough high quality liquid assets to survive 30-day stressed funding scenario in case of, let's say, meltdown, कुछ ऐसा recession जैसा कोई scene आ जाता है, in case of a war, right? The bank should have, assets, ऐसे liquid asset, high quality liquid asset होनी चाहिए कि वो अगले 30 दिन तक survive कर सकें. So that is known as liquidity coverage ratio. Please remember, they should have 30 days, at least that much high quality assets to survive 30 days. 30 दिन survive करने के लिए उनके पास high quality assets होने चाहिए, right? So that is LCR. What is the purpose of leverage ratio? To limit excessive on and off balance sheet leverage. So banks की जो lending है उसको limit करते हैं, उसकी leverage को limit करते हैं. RBI has set 3.5% leverage ratio. NSFR, net stable funding ratio under Basel III, is intended to promote which of the following? Long-term funding stability. So net stable funding जो पहले हमने करा था, that was for 30 days. This one, the liquidity coverage ratio, this is for 30 days, but the NSFR, net stable funding ratio, this is for long-term funding stability. NSFR ensures banks fund their long-term assets with stable liabilities, reducing the risk of future funding stress. What is the purpose of capital conservation buffer? So capital conservation buffer is 2.5%. is to absorb losses during periods of financial and economic stress. In case of a stress, economic stress or financial stress, they should have some buffer. So it is 2.5%. They should have some cushion. Which Basel III capital component absorbs losses first when a bank is in trouble? In case there is a trouble in the bank, the tier 1 capital is going to absorb the losses first. सबसे पहले tier 1 capital में से जो है losses को उससे पूरा किया जाएगा. Which of the following is introduced in Basel III and was not part of Basel II? Capital conservation buffer was introduced in the Basel III. Hello students and welcome back to BankExamsToday.com. My name is Ramandeep Singh and today we are going to do RBI's exposure norms. पहली बात तो exposure norms होते क्या हैं and why it is important for your exam. Students, मान लीजिए एक बैंक के पास 1000 crores हैं. If a bank is having 1000 crore rupees, 10,000 crore rupees हैं किसी भी बैंक के पास deposit पड़ा है customers का, right? And let's say what this bank is doing is a bank is giving loan to, let's say, one person, Anil Dhirubhai Ambani Group, ADAG group को, या let's say Anil Dhirubhai Ambani को इन्होंने they gave 8,000 crore rupees, 80% पैसा दे दिया. And in case of bankruptcy of this Ambani group का bankruptcy हो जाता है, what would happen to the depositors' money? So that's an issue. That is why RBI has put caps. लिमिट्स है कि आप एक पर्सन को, एक एंटिटी को मैक्स टू मैक्स कितना पैसा दे सकते हो जो भी डिपॉजिट पड़े हैं एक पर्सन को, या उसी की ही ग्रुप ऑफ एंटिटीज को मैक्सिमम कितना पैसा आप दे सकते हैं एज अ बैंक. एंड दैट्स व्हाट एक्सपोजर नॉर्म्स. एज आई हैव टोल्ड यू, द आरबीआई प्रिस्क्राइब्स द एक्सपोजर नॉर्म्स टू रेगुलेट द अमाउंट ऑफ क्रेडिट रिस्क दैट अ बैंक कैन अज्यूम ऑन अ सिंगल बोरोवर. एक सिंगल बोरोवर पे मैक्स टू मैक्स कितना क्रेडिट रिस्क जो है एक बैंक ले सकता है टू अवॉइड ओवर कॉन्सेंट्रेशन का रिस्क. ओवर कॉन्सेंट्रेशन नहीं है, एक ही पर्सन पे इतनी डिपेंडेंसी नहीं है. ऐसा ना हो कि आपके बैंक के पास 10,000 करोड़ थे और आपने एक ही पर्सन को 8,000 करोड़ दे दिए, 7,000 करोड़ दे दिए और वो पर्सन अभी डिफ़ॉल्ट कर रहा है, तो आप क्या करोगे? इन गाइडलाइंस की वजह से डाइवर्सिफिकेशन होती है, फाइनेंशियली साउंडनेस आती है बैंक में, राइट? और ये अलाइन करता है बेसल 3 नॉर्म्स के साथ, राइट? बैंक को बेसल 3 नॉर्म्स के साथ एक अलाइन करता है. दो तरह के एक्सपोजर होते हैं, फंड बेस्ड एंड नॉन फंड बेस्ड, राइट? फंड बेस्ड एक्सपोजर में आपका टर्म लोन आ गया, आई मीन यू आर एक्चुअली गिविंग द मनी. सीसी हो गई, टर्म लोन हो गया, कोई लोन एडवांस है, राइट? इन्वेस्टमेंट इन डेट इंस्ट्रूमेंट जिसमें पैसा इन्वॉल्व है. नॉन फंड बेस्ड मतलब यू गेव अ गारंटी दी है, कोई लेटर ऑफ क्रेडिट है, डेरिवेटिव एक्सपोजर है, कोई कमिटमेंट है फ्यूचर की. वाइल कैलकुलेटिंग दिस एक्सपोजर वी आर कंसिडरिंग बोथ फंड बेस्ड एंड नॉन फंड बेस्ड एक्सपोजर्स. हम दोनों फंड बेस्ड और नॉन फंड बेस्ड को जो है एग्रीगेट ही इनका इसको हम कंसिडर कर रहे हैं, राइट? Capital base for the calculation exposure limits are calculated as a percentage of eligible capital base. किसका एक जो कैप है वो किस पे है? कैपिटल बेस पे है. क्या व्हेन वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट कैपिटल बेस वी आर कंसिडरिंग टीयर 1 कैपिटल. हम टीयर 1 कैपिटल को ही कंसिडर कर रहे हैं. टीयर 1 कैपिटल में कॉमन इक्विटी आती है और रिटेन्ड अर्निंग्स आती हैं. बैंक की कॉमन इक्विटी और रिटेन्ड अर्निंग यही आपका कैपिटल है. टीयर 1 कैपिटल को ही हम कैपिटल बेस मानकर चलते हैं. व्हाट आर द कैप्स? लिमिट कितना है? सिंगल काउंटर पार्टी, you are a single counterparty, I am a single counterparty, Airtel as a company is a single counterparty. लेकिन अगर उसके अलग अलग कंपनीज है उस ग्रुप के अंदर, that is a group of counterparties, right? So a bank's exposure to a single counterparty cannot exceed 20% of its eligible capital base. 20% का cap है यहाँ पे for the single counterparty, but इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स के लिए अगर borrower इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से रिलेटेड है then it can be 25% for infrastructure lending. infrastructure lending के लिए 25% है, लेकिन बोर्ड की अप्रूवल चाहिए होगी. ग्रुप ऑफ कनेक्टेड काउंटर पार्टीज इन दैट केस 25% तक अलाउड है. कनेक्टेड काउंटर पार्टीज एक ही पर्सन है, एक ही मैनेजमेंट है, उसकी अलग अलग कंपनीज हैं, इन दैट केस 25% अलाउड है, ठीक है?
एक्सपोजर टू एनबीएफसी, बैंक जो है वो लोन देते हैं कई बार एनबीएफसीज को. बैंक दे गिव मनी टू द एनबीएफसीज, बैंक दे लेंड मनी टू एनबीएफसीज. एचडीएफसी बैंक गिव्स loan to Muthoot Finance, right? They give loan to Manappuram Finance. What is the maximum cap on that? So there are certain caps on that. Exposure to a single NBFC is capped at 20% of bank's eligible capital base. What is eligible capital base? Bank's tier 1 capital. And it can be extended to 25% if NBFC is primarily engaged in infrastructure financing. So if NBFC is primarily engaged in infrastructure lending, then the maximum cap is 25%. There are certain exemptions from exposure norms. Certain exposures are exempted if exposure is, if money is lent to the government or the state government, if money is lent to RBI, exposure is guaranteed by central or state governments, exposure is backed by 100% cash margin or bank deposit. So if the exposure is backed by 100% cash margin or bank deposit, exposure to PSU under specific strategic public policy initiative, collateral exposure with cash or government securities. तो ये सारे जो है ये exempted है. Okay. Moving forward, ये आपका टेबल है. Please remember that single borrower का 20% limit है. सिंगल बोरो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में है तो 25% है. ग्रुप ऑफ बोरोवर्स 25%, सिंगल एनबीएफसी 20%, एनबीएफसीज इंफ्रा 25%. लार्ज एक्सपोजर का जो डेफिनेशन है, इफ एनी लोन विच इज मोर देन 10% ऑफ बैंक्स कैपिटल बेस, तो वो 10% से ऊपर उसे लार्ज एक्सपोजर मानते हैं. प्लीज गिव इट अ लुक, यू कैन टेक द स्क्रीनशॉट. ओके, वील डू सम क्वेश्चंस नाउ. Which of the following is a fund-based exposure under the RBI norms? So this question was asked in IBPS PO 2019 mains exam. So basic question है, bookish सा question है. Loan to a company is a fund-based exposure, bank guarantee, letter of credit, derivative contract. All these are non-fund-based exposures. Maximum exposure of a bank can have to a single borrower under RBI norm is 20% of tier 1 capital. Please remember 20% of tier 1 capital or the capital base. इसको याद रखें, 20% है tier 1 capital का. ऑप्शन में ऐसा भी हो सकता था tier 1 plus tier 2 capital, तो क्वेश्चन थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है, बट एग्जाम में ऐसा आ सकता है. An exposure is termed as large exposure if it is 10% or more of tier 1 capital. Which of the following exposure is exempt from RBI's exposure limits? If exposure is 100%, it is backed by 100% cash margin, or it is exposure is given to the central or the state government, or exposure is given to the money is lent to the RBI. In that case, exposure limits, it is exempted, right? Exposures that are fully backed by cash margin, bank deposit, or central government guarantees are exempt from exposure limits. Which type of capital is used to calculate the exposure limit under RBI norms? Tier 1 capital. Tier 1 capital को ही capital base माना जाता है. Very important question. What is the maximum exposure limit for a group of connected counterparties? This question has been asked multiple times in the past. 25% का लिमिट है. There is a limit of 25%. Maximum exposure limit for group of connected counterparties is 25%. Okay. What is the extended exposure limit for a single NBFC primarily engaged in infrastructure lending? It is 25%. For a normal NBFC, it is 20%. But if an NBFC is primarily engaged in infrastructure lending, then the exposure limit is 20%.
Hello students and welcome back to BankExamsToday.com. My name is Ramandeep Singh and today we are going to do priority sector lending norms 2025. Totally change हो चुके हैं and today we are going to discuss the MCQs. 16 MCQs अभी तक मैंने बनाए हैं. Total वैसे 50 plus बना चुका हूँ. I'll be sharing the remaining MCQs in upcoming videos. So let's start the session. The session is very important for IBPS RRB GBO. Primarily focusing on the targets. जो प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग है उसमें नॉर्म्स है, उसमें जो आरबीआई है उसने कुछ टारगेट्स दिए हैं कि अपने जो टोटल आपका क्रेडिट आप जो भी दे रहे हो उसमें से कुछ एक जो पोर्शन है वो प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर मीन्स एग्रीकल्चर, एजुकेशन, फॉर द होम लोन्स, फॉर एक्सपोर्ट्स, MSMEs, ये सबको लोन देना है, ये सारी कैटेगरीज प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर हैं. आई हैव डिस्कस द प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग कैटेगरीज इन द कोर्स. या आप डायरेक्टली RBI की वेबसाइट पे जो सर्कुलर है 2025 को उसे पढ़ सकते हो. So the total priority sector lending target. So if you have already gone through the PSL, आपको पता होगा अगर आपने पुराने पढ़े हैं. For the domestic commercial banks and foreign banks with 20 branches and above, 40% of ANBC or CEO BSE ऑफ बैलेंस शीट एक्सपोजर वाला या ANBC, इसमें से दोनों में से जो हाई है 40% नेट बैंक क्रेडिट आप समझ लो, राइट. एग्रीगेट नेट बैंक क्रेडिट इन मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम्स 40%. In case of foreign branches with less than foreign banks with less than 20 branches, 40% वाला target है ये, it's still there. Out of which 32% can be in form of export credit. 32% export credit हो सकता है. सब targets इस पे नहीं लगते हैं. In case of RRBs, this target is 75%. In case of small finance banks, this target used to be 75%, but from 16th of June, this target has been reduced to 60%. Also for urban cooperative banks, this target has been reduced to 60% as per updated circular. For agriculture, the target is 18%. ये 40% से अलग नहीं है, 58% नहीं हो जाता टोटल टारगेट. मतलब अगर 100 में से 40 प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग को देना है तो 100 में से 18% एग्रीकल्चर होना चाहिए, राइट. 8 एग्रीकल्चर, आउट ऑफ विच 14% इज prescribed for non-corporate farmers. It is not like कि 14% of 18%, no, 14% of ANBC or CEO BSC, ठीक है. Adjusted net bank credit. Out of which 10% is for small and marginal farmers. Each of the numbers that I'm discussing is important. You'll understand in the upcoming questions कि किस तरह ये important है. Foreign banks with less than 20 branches, it is not applicable, and the numbers are same for RRBs and small finance banks. For micro enterprises, the target is 7.5% of adjusted net bank credit, and it is not applicable to foreign banks with less than 20 branches. And ये number same है for small finance banks and RRBs. Advances to weaker section. So weaker section का भी definition update हो चुका है. Transgenders are added in the weaker section. 12% of ANBC, this is the number, unchanged, but this number is 15% of ANBC और CEO BSC. 15% हो चुका है पहले, I guess 10-12 होता था, but obviously अभी के नंबर याद रखो आप. RRBs के लिए 15% and for small finance bank it is 12% and not applicable to foreign branches, banks with less than 20 branches. This table is very important. Read it multiple times. इसमें से काफ़ी क्वेश्चंस एग्जाम में आ जाते हैं. एंड देन इन द PSL वी डिस्कस्ड, पूरा लेक्चर है उसमें एग्रीकल्चर, माइक्रो एंटरप्राइजेस, वीकर सेक्शन, एजुकेशन, हाउसिंग लोन, उन सब के नंबर्स ही याद करने वाले हैं. इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू रिमेंबर ऑल द नंबर्स. सो लेट्स मूव ऑन टू द क्वेश्चंस. विच बैंक्स आर कवर्ड अंडर PSL गाइडलाइंस? All commercial banks, RRB, small finance banks, local area banks, urban cooperative banks are included. इन सब पे लागू होता है except salary earners banks, ठीक है. Which banks are exempt? Salary earners banks are exempt from the priority sector lending guidelines. What is the basis of calculating PSL targets? It's ANBC adjusted net bank credit or credit equivalent of off-balance sheet exposure, whichever is higher. What is the overall PSL target for domestic commercial banks, excluding RRBs or small finance banks? 40% है. It used to be 40%. Even right now it is 40%. No change. For RRBs, this target was 75%. It is still 75%. For small finance banks, it is now 60%. For urban cooperative banks, it is 60%. 60 हो चुका है. पहले 75 होता था. It used to be 75%, but now it has been decreased. It has been reduced to 60%. 75 होता था, अब 60 है. What is a sub target for agriculture for domestic commercial banks under priority sector lending? As I told you, it is 18%. उसके बाद सब टारगेट है नॉन कॉर्पोरेट फार्मर्स का 14% है, उसके बाद स्मॉल एंड मार्जिनल फार्मर्स का टारगेट है, उसके अंदर है ये, ठीक है. What is a sub target for micro enterprises for small finance banks under the PSL? It is 7.5%. It is 7.5% for even RRBs and for commercial banks, 7.5%. Please remember that. What is a weaker section sub target for RRBs? It is 15%. I mean, पहले कम था थोड़ा सा, but now it is 15%. You are supposed to remember the existing data. 15% है, ये याद रखें. For others, it is 12%. For RRBs, it is 15%. For foreign banks with less than 20 branches, what is the priority sector lending target structure? It is 40% with no sub targets. कोई ऐसा sub target है नहीं है. Agriculture का कोई target नहीं है यहाँ पे. What weightage is applied to PSL in districts where per capita credit is below per capita PSL credit? In certain district जहाँ पे PSL का credit दिया ही नहीं गया in previous years, the per capita priority sector lending in certain district is less than 9,000 rupee per capita. Okay, so RBI wants to promote priority sector lending credit in those districts. That is why RBI is providing a weight of 125% to those loans towards achievement of PSL. For example, अगर 1 लाख रुपए का लोन ऐसी डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में दिया जाएगा, उसको 1,25,000 काउंट करा जाएगा टुवर्ड्स प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग, राइट, के टारगेट्स की तरफ उसको 1,25 काउंट करेंगे. सो इट इज़ 125%. अगर देर आर सर्टन डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स वेयर पर कैपिटा PSL is more than rupees 42,000. Okay, वहाँ पे टारगेट है, वहाँ पे जो वेटेज है is 90%. It is not in this particular class, but still you should know. जहाँ पे 42,000 से ज़्यादा है, वहाँ पे 90% वेटेज है, बाकी सब में 100% नॉर्मल वेटेज है. What is the maximum loan limit for individual farmers against pledge hypothecation of agricultural produce using negotiable warehouse receipts under PSL? जो नेगोशिएबल वेयर हाउस रिसीट के अगेंस्ट लोन लेते हैं फार्मर्स, उसका लिमिट बढ़ा के अब 90 लाख रुपीस कर दिया गया है. नाउ इट इज़ 90 लाख रुपीस, राइट. सो लोन लिमिट फॉर कॉर्पोरेट फार्मर्स इज 4 crore rupees अगेंस्ट प्लेजिंग योर NWR receipts. What is the maximum loan limit for farmer producer organization FPOs for farming with assured marketing under the PSL? It is 10 crore rupees. And what is the loan limit for agri infrastructure projects under PSL? It is 100 crores now. It has been increased. What is the maximum loan limit for startups engaged in agricultural and agricultural allied activities under PSL? It used to be 50 crores. Still it is 50 crores. Hello students and welcome back to BankExamsToday.com. My name is Ramandeep Singh and today we are going to do an important topic, that is RBI's regulated entities, right? So let's start the session. My name is Ramandeep Singh and I've been teaching on bank exams. Start the session with the first RBI's subsidiary or department, you can call it. The RBI has established comprehensive system for lodging complaints against its banks and regulated entities, right? So what is the purpose of the CMS, complaint management system? So you can file cases, you can file complaints against any bank or any regulated entities like any NBFC, right? So it's a complaint management system. What is the eligibility? The system is open to all, right? So anybody can file, any customer of a bank can file complaint against any regulated entity like bank, NBFC, urban cooperative banks, right? Payment system participant, anybody, right? Registration, first of all, you need to go to the regulated entity, right? For example, if you have a concern with the bank, you need to raise a complaint with them. And if your problem, if your grievance is not solved within 30 days, then you can go to the complaint management system. If you have any issue with the bank, right, and it has not been solved, you go to SBI, right, and you have an ATM with SBI, right, and your payment failed, right, and the money has been deducted from your account and you went to SBI requesting that there is a problem in your system and give my money back, and the SBI do not solve your problem within 30 days, then you can go to the complaint management system. So 30-day period is there. You need to give them 30 days and then give 30 days to the complaint management system. They will solve your problem, right? So you can track the problem with the ticket ID, the complaint ID, we call it here the complaint ID, and the resolution time is 30 days from the receipt of the problem. So RBI aims to solve your problem within 30 days. Okay. So what is a primary platform provided by RBI for lodging complaints against banks and other regulated entities? It is CMS portal. We call it CMS portal, and this is an important question, right? Who can file complaint through RBI CMS? Any individual or entity against an RBI regulated entity, you can file the complaint. How long RBI aims to resolve complaints through CMS platform? Within 30 days. They try to solve all the problems within 30 days. Now the next important app by the RBI, that is mobile aided note identifier or the money app. Very important topic, right? So what is the purpose? It's a free mobile app. It's known as money app. It's a free mobile app. What's the full form? Mobile aided note identifier. Mobile aided note identifier. The purpose of this app is designed to assist visually impaired individuals in identifying the denomination of Indian rupee banknotes. So for example, you have a note with you. Let's say a visually impaired person cannot identify that it is a 100 rupee note, right? With the help of this app, now he can identify this is a 100 rupee note, right? This app does not help anybody to find the genuineness of the note. It just, helps them to identify the denomination. So you use your camera, smartphone to identify the denomination of the note, and this app works offline. You do not need internet all the times. And it enhances the accessibility during day-to-day transactions of visually, challenged users. And what are the limitations? It do not authenticate the genuineness of the banknotes. It solely focused on, finding the denomination of the note, right? And that's all about the money app. What is the purpose of money app? To identify the denomination of Indian rupee banknotes. That's all. It do not, test the genuineness of the notes. It do not, right? How does money app assist visually impaired users? By identifying the denomination of banknotes through audio or vibrations. That's all. It do not check the genuineness. Okay. The RBI museum is in Mumbai, and that's all you need to know about this, right? And it serves as the repository of country's banking history, right? And that's all about it. So it is located in Mumbai, right? The purpose is to document India's monetary heritage. And now this is important. RBI Retail Direct. So what is the purpose of RBI Retail Direct? So as the name suggests, it provides retail investors with easier access to government securities, including T-bills, sovereign gold bonds, and other central and state government securities. Now, retail investor can directly buy the government securities through RBI Retail Direct app, right? So it's very convenient. No brokerage account or demat account is required for this. Right, retail investors can participate in the primary auction. So directly, primary auction means directly through government, you can participate. Okay. And even in the secondary market, you can buy and sell government securities on NDS own platform in odd lot and request for quotes through RDG account. And you don't need to pay anything, any maintenance fee for the RDG accounts, right? So now that is important. Through NDS own platform, you can buy or sell government securities. That is a secondary market. Okay. So what is the main purpose of RBI Retail Direct? To provide easier access to government securities for retail investors. Easier access to government securities for retail investors. What can retail investors do in the primary issuance of government securities through RBI Retail Direct? They can place non-competitive bids. Okay. Udgam portal. Now this is also very important. What is the purpose? It is an online resource designed to help you find unclaimed deposits you may have in Indian banks. So it's an online resource designed to help you find unclaimed deposits you may have in the Indian banks. So there is a 90% coverage of unclaimed deposit. How? Because it is covering 30 banks. There is a data of 30 banks in the Udgam portal, right? So Udgam allows you to search for unclaimed deposits across multiple banks in one place, saving your time and effort, right? So it focuses on unclaimed deposit, and this is important. Udgam portal, right? So Udgam portal designed to track and claim unclaimed deposits in Indian bank. And what are the benefits? It provides centralized search for deposits across multiple banks. You may have like 5, 6, 7, 10 accounts in your lifetime, and sometimes people forget about it. Sometimes there are fatal injuries. Sometimes people are in coma, they die, right? And there are unclaimed deposits with these banks. But now with the help of Udgam portal, you can search, these bank accounts and the balances in these bank accounts, and then you can claim your money back from these bank accounts directly from Udgam portal. Very, very useful portal, I would say. And there is 90% coverage and 30 banks are covered here. RBI कहता है जानकार बनिए सतर्क रहिए. This is an awareness campaign launched by RBI. Amitabh Bachchan, he is a brand ambassador, to educate people about safe banking and financial practices, right? And the campaign, empowers the people with the knowledge and the tools they need to protect themselves, right? So key messages: be informed, stay updated about latest banking and financial scams and frauds, all the digital banking scams that are happening. People take your OTP and they do the frauds. Stay vigilant, be secure, be responsible, and be aware, right? Do not share your password. Do not share your pins, OTPs, right? Do not share your mobiles. Avoid unsolicited calls, emails, messages. Avoid clicking on any unknown link, right? And the campaign covers a wide range of topics, right? Online banking safety, ATM safety, card safety, financial fraud, and investment safety. So the main objective of the RBI's Jankar Baniye Satark Rahiye, educate about safe banking and financial practices. And what should you do to protect your passwords, pins, and OTPs through this campaign? Use strong passwords and never share them. And the last one, the Pravah portal. By RBI. The Pravah portal is a secure, centralized web platform launched by RBI, and it allows individuals and entities to apply for various regulatory approvals seamlessly from one platform, directly from one platform. So it makes the online application process simple. You can file your applications, you can track the application status, respond to for the clarification, receive decision in time bound manner, right? So that's what Pravah is all about, to apply for various regulatory approval online. Hello students, and welcome back to BankExamsToday.com. My name is Ramandeep Singh, and today we are going to discuss SARFAESI Act. It's a really important topic for IBPS RRB Scale 2 and Scale 3 level exams. Every year, at least 2 questions are asked from this particular topic, and we are going to do this topic today. And we are going to discuss 15 MCQs, which are very important from examination point of view. So let's start the session. BankExamsToday.com. The first thing that you should remember is the full form of SARFAESI: Securitization and Reconstruction of Financial Assets and Enforcement of Security Interest Act 2002. Okay. Please remember the full form. It's very important from examination point of view. Goal क्या है? The goal is to empower the banks and financial institutions to recover NPAs without the intervention of courts or tribunal. बिना कोर्ट जाए, बिना ट्रिब्यूनल जाए, जो बैंक और फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशन है वो अपना पैसा NPA से रिकवर कर पाए, राइट? How they do this? By enforcing security interest. If there is a property collateraled by the borrower ने कोई घर अपना गिरवी रखा हुआ है बैंक के पास, उसके अगेंस्ट लोन लिया है, बैंक कैन टेक ओवर दैट प्रॉपर्टी, सेलिंग द सिक्योर्ड एसेट, बैंक कैन सेल दैट एसेट और टेक ओवर द मैनेजमेंट ऑफ द बोरोवर्स बिजनेस, या उसके मैनेजमेंट को टेक ओवर कर सकते हैं. दैट्स द गोल ऑफ SARFAESI एक्ट. Who can use a SARFAESI Act? Scheduled commercial banks, they can use a SARFAESI Act. Scheduled commercial banks, and then financial institutions, asset reconstruction companies, and eligible NBFCs. Which NBFCs, as per amendment, SARFAESI Amendment Act 2020, NBFCs that have total assets more than 100 crore rupees, they can enforce SARFAESI provisions only for loans more than or equal to 50 lakh rupees, right? So enforcement of security interest means if a borrower defaults a payment or the payment overdue for more than 90 days, the lender can, when an account becomes NPA, the borrower defaults, the secured creditor, he or she issues 60 days notice under section 13 subsection 2 demanding the repayment. सबसे पहले 90 जब default होता है for the very first day, 3 installments, अगर monthly installment है, 3 installment नहीं दी, then the borrower becomes an NPA. Then after those 90 days, the bank gives a 60 days notice to the borrower, right? The bank और जो भी creditor है, he gives 60 days notice. जो बैंक जो है अपने borrower को 60 days का notice देता है. If the balance money is paid by the borrower, then it's good enough, no issues. But if the borrower fails, then the creditor can take the possession of the secured asset. वो asset जिसके against loan लिया था उसका possession ले लिया जाएगा. टेक ओवर द मैनेजमेंट ऑफ द सिक्योर्ड बिजनेस, अगर किसी बिजनेस के अगेंस्ट लोन लिया था उसका मैनेजमेंट टेक ओवर कर लिया जाएगा. अपॉइंट अ मैनेजर फॉर द सिक्योर्ड एसेट, अ मैनेजर वुड बी अपॉइंटेड फॉर द सिक्योर्ड एसेट, एंड देन द एसेट कैन बी सोल्ड आउट और इट कैन बी लीज्ड टू रिकवर द ड्यूज. ओके, एंड SARFAESI applies only to secured loans with tangible collateral, right? SARFAESI Act does not apply to unsecured loans or agricultural loans, right? We are going to discuss that in next slides. So what is securitization? The banks, they can pool NPAs and then they sell them as marketable securities to asset reconstruction companies. They convert illiquid assets into liquid financial instruments, and then the ARCs, they try to recover money from the NPAs, right? What is asset reconstruction? ARCs buy NPAs from the banks and restructure them using change in or takeover of the management. The ARCs, they can change the management और management को change कर सकते हैं business की जो भी NPA कर रहा है, और या टेक ओवर कर लेंगे मैनेजमेंट का, या रीशेड्यूलिंग द पेमेंट टर्म्स कैन बी रीशेड्यूल्ड. इफ इट इज़ अ 10-year लोन, इट कैन बी, दे कैन एक्सटेंड द लोन tenure. और डेट सेटलमेंट, दैट्स वेरी कॉमन, दे गिव द haircut means if the loan amount is, let's say 100 crores, they give 50% haircut, 50% दीजिए, 50 crore दीजिए, and let's close the loan. Selling out or leasing the asset to recover the money, even that is possible. So SARFAESI was introduced in 2011. Please remember the full form of SARFAESI. It is Central Registry of Securitization Asset, Reconstruction and Security Interest. Okay, so Central Registry of Securitization Asset Reconstruction and Security Interest. It's an online registry to prevent multiple loans on the same property. Central registry है, सारा कुछ document है. It is a database that it records creation, modification and satisfaction of security interest. एक property के against कभी भी loan लिया जाता है तो उसका record SARFAESI में जाता है. So what are the borrower's rights? So once the borrower, he gets the notice, and the creditor, the bank, he takes a possession, bank ने possession ले ली. After the asset possession, the borrower can make an appeal to Debt Recovery Tribunal, DRT, under section 17 within 45 days. Within 45 days, borrower can file an appeal to Debt Recovery Tribunal, and further he can make a an appeal to Debt Recovery Appellant Tribunal (DRAT). SARFAESI cannot be invoked or SARFAESI cannot be used in these cases in case of unsecured loans. SARFAESI Act cannot be used in case of unsecured loans, in case of loan against agricultural land where loan amount is less than 1 lakh rupee, where 80% of the or more of the loan has been repaid. In that cases, SARFAESI Act cannot be used. So in 2016, the scope was expanded to include more creditors. In 2019-20, NBFCs with assets of more than 100 crores were allowed to use SARFAESI provisions with loans of more than 50 lakh rupees. Integration with IBC for faster resolution and digitization of सिक्योरिटी इंटरेस्ट रजिस्ट्रेशन वाया सरसाई, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट स्टेप्स था. सो 60 days notice, please remember that before asset seizure 60 days notice is there. 45 days जो है borrower को मिलते हैं to make an appeal in DRT only for secured loans, and no court permission is required by the bank. No use for agricultural land where the loan value is less than 1 lakh rupee or the 80% of the amount has been paid. So let's do some questions. What is the primary objective of SARFAESI Act? The primary goal is to help banks recover the NPS without court intervention. बिना court की intervention से आप NPS से पैसा वसूल रहे हो. That is why SARFAESI was introduced. After how many days of default is an account classified as NPA under the SARFAESI provision? Please read the IRAC norms. 90 days के बाद account NPA हो जाता है. I hope you know that already. How much notice period must a lender give before taking the possession of an asset under section 13 subsection 2? 60 days notice must be given by the creditor. Under which section can the lender take possession of the secured asset? अंडर सेक्शन 13 सबसेक्शन 4. आज तक ये सेक्शन पूछने वाला क्वेश्चन कभी आया नहीं है, बट स्टिल आई टीच दिस टू माय स्टूडेंट्स बिकॉज इन अदर एक्ट्स, नेगोशिएबल इंस्ट्रूमेंट एक्ट में ऐसे क्वेश्चन आ चुके हैं, आरबीआई एक्ट में आ चुके हैं. सो प्लीज़ पढ़ के जाएं. Where can a borrower appeal against the possession of assets by the bank? You can file a complaint, you can file an appeal with DRT और उसके बाद DRAT under section 17. What is the time limit to file an appeal with DRT after the asset possession? 45 days के अंदर आपका जब asset की possession ले ली गई है, आप 45 days में जो है appeal file कर सकते हो. Which of the following is not allowed under SARFAESI? So agricultural land को नहीं take over कर सकता है बैंक. SARFAESI was established to avoid frauds, prevent multiple loans on the same collateral पे multiple loans ना लिए जाएं, fraud ना हो. What is the minimum loan amount for SARFAESI provisions to be applicable? Minimum 1 lakh rupees. Which type of loan is excluded from SARFAESI? Agricultural land loans are not included, they are excluded. Agricultural land को take over नहीं कर सकता बैंक. Which section of SARFAESI Act deals with the appeal to DRTs? It's section 17. As per the 2020 amendment to SARFAESI Act, which of the following NBFCs are eligible to enforce security interest under SARFAESI? NBFCs with asset size of 100 crore rupees and more and loan size of more than equal to 50 lakh rupees. ऐसी NBFCs जो हैं, they can enforce the guidelines of SARFAESI. Which of the following entities was created under SARFAESI to acquire bad loans? ARCs, asset reconstruction companies, were formed to acquire and manage NPAs. And SARFAESI was established in 2011. Please remember that. ये question पिछले सालों में आ चुका है. And what happens if the borrower repays the dues during 60-day notice period? SARFAESI proceedings are halted, they are stopped. अगर आपने पहले 60 दिन के अंदर अंदर नोटिस पीरियड में पैसा दे दिया वापस बैंक का, तो obviously आपकी प्रॉपर्टी टेक ओवर नहीं हो. Hello students and welcome back to BankExamsToday.com. My name is Ramandeep Singh and today we are going to do an important topic, that is types of charges over securities, right? Very important topic. We are going to cover this topic within like 10-15 minutes, okay? Students, whenever you go to a bank to get a car loan, if you need a car loan, okay, you pay some down payment. Let's say the value of the car is 10 lakh rupees and you pay 1 lakh rupee as down payment and 9 lakh rupee you get it loan from bank, right? Now the car is actually pledged. The car is with the bank as a security. Okay, this is the basic meaning of a security. Security refers to an asset or property that borrower pledges to a lender. Borrower, that means you. Which property we are talking about? A car. To a lender, right here it is a bank, as a collateral. What is a collateral? It's a car. Okay. So this security provides a lender with the form of protection. In case you default, they can take away your car and recover their dues. So that is the purpose of security. Now there is primary security and collateral security. So if you get the money from the bank and use the same money to buy an asset and that asset is pledged with the bank, that is a primary security. For example, in a housing loan or a home loan, you got 1 crore rupee from the bank and you bought a house with that money. Now that house is pledged with the bank. So this is a primary security. This is the asset created or acquired using the loan proceeds. For example, in a housing loan, the house itself is a primary security. And then what is the collateral security? This includes additional assets. Please read the words additional assets or properties pledged. For example, you got rupees 1 crore business loan. You got a 1 crore rupee business loan and the bank asked for additional securities. So you have a house of, let's say, worth 2 crore rupees house that you have. Now that is pledged with the bank. So this is additional asset that is pledged with the bank. Okay. So this includes additional assets or properties pledged by the borrowers to secure the loan. These are separate from the primary security and provides extra cushion or extra assurance to the lender. For example, you took a business loan and pledged your car or house as additional security. So collateral means additional security. Primary means the same one, housing loan mein house. Collateral means business loan mein car. Okay, so that is the basic understanding of primary security and collateral security. Then what are the types of charges? There are fixed charges and floating charges. For example, you got home loan, right? The home loan and the security here is, let's say your house is a security. That charge is fixed. It's not changing, right? But in case of inventory, or let's say inventory, something that can change, that is a floating charge. Floating charge is created on asset which undergo change of ownership, like stock of goods of a shop, inventory of a shop, that keep on changing. That is a floating charge. Fixed charge. The fixed charge is a kind of charge created on properties, assets, the identity, nature of ownership that doesn't change. For example, land or building, plant, machinery, or a house, that is a fixed charge. Okay. I hope that is clear to you. Now we are going to understand the various types of charges. So these are the types of charges, category of charges, I would say, but this is the types, basic understanding of the types of charges. Please read this particular table properly. Take a screenshot. This is very, very important from examination point of view. Okay, बहुत important है. Mortgage is created on immovable property, commonly on houses or buildings, right? And the possession is with the borrower. You got the housing loan, you live in that particular house. So that is a mortgage. We are talking about mortgage. pledge movable goods or property, right? So pledge is created on movable property. So it can be created on shares, certificate, NSE certificate, or the gold jewelry. So you take a gold loan, that is a movable property, right? And the possession is with the bank or the NBFC. Gold loan is a good example. Gold loan is a good example. In the first one, home loan is a good example. Okay. Hypothecation is created on movable goods or property, plant and machinery. Automobile is a good example. And the possession of asset is with the borrower. And a good example would be a car loan. You take a loan from the bank for car. That is, and you keep the possession with you. What is the difference between mortgage and hypothecation? Mortgage is created on immovable properties, for example, land, building, while hypothecation is generally created on movable properties like a car. Lien. So it is created on paper security, for example, shares, maybe your insurance policies or mutual funds. If you take loan against your mutual funds and the banks is keeping the papers, that is a lien. So you take loan against shares. If you take loan against shares or stocks, that is lien. Personal liability is nothing but personal guarantee, such as by third party. So it's like a guarantee. Let's not discuss that. First four are more important, right? So if you are able to, remember this table, you will be able to answer most of the questions at the time of exam. Please remember that most of the time students, they forget this. That's the most important part of the whole lecture. So difference between lien and pledge. What is the difference between lien and pledge? So the possession is with the lender in both of the cases. Pledge is created on movable property or movable goods. Lien is created on paper security. First of all, that is the major difference, right? So the lien does not constitute ownership. Rather, it is a type of encumbrance. Therefore, the lien is simply right to retain the asset, not to sell the asset. So the bank or the NBFC cannot sell. They cannot sell. While in case of a pledge, the bank, they have a right to sell. If you take a gold loan and if you default, the bank or the NBFC can sell off your gold. But in case of a lien, the bank cannot sell your shares themselves, right? So what is the difference between a pledge and a hypothecation? The same table. A pledge is a charge on movable property. With the possession transferred to the lender, while a hypothecation is a charge on movable property without possession transferred to the lender. You got the car loan, you drive the car, it's with you. What is the meaning of crystallization of floating charge? When a company wants to close down its operation, company ने बोला हम business करना बंद कर रहे हैं. When they cease to continue their operations, so they are not in going concern, they are going to close down the operation. In that case, the floating charge becomes a fixed charge. So that is crystallization. Okay, that is the crystallization of floating charge. The floating charge becomes a fixed charge. What is an assignment of actionable claim? So it is transfer of rights and benefits of an unsecured debt from one person to another for consideration. So transfer of rights and benefits from one person to another, that is assignment of actionable claim. What is the difference between lien and pledge? Lien is a right to retain possession of a property until the debt is paid, while pledge is transfer of possession of a property as a security for debt. Okay. So in case of lien, there is only right to retain the possession until the debt is paid. In case of default, you cannot sell off the property. While in pledge, you can do the same. You can sell off the property. What are essential elements of a valid mortgage? There is no transfer of ownership, first of all. there is only transfer of, there is no transfer of possession. There is only transfer of interest. So it is about immovable property, not about movable property. So C is the answer for a consideration, and there is a proper registration of the charge. What are the advantages and disadvantages of an assignment of actionable claim? So advantages: easy to create, no stamp duty, no registration. Disadvantages: subject to prior claims, notice required, limited scope. So what is the difference between mortgage and a charge? So a mortgage is transfer of interest in immovable property. Completely correct, right? While charge is a creation of interest in any property, right? What is the difference between fixed and floating charge? So a fixed charge is on a specific asset, a floating charge is on a class of asset. So what class of asset? That can be stock, inventory of a business, that can be a floating charge, okay? So what are the advantages and disadvantages of a mortgage? Advantages: high security, low interest rate, long repayment period. So housing loans are generally of 20-30 years. Interest rate is generally low. Security is high. The house itself is a security. Disadvantages: the borrowers, they end up paying a lot of interest. There are a lot of legal formalities. Risk of foreclosure is always there because it's a long, long period debt. What are the types of mortgages based on their mode of transfer? So there can be simple mortgage, usufructuary mortgage, English, equitable, anomalous, or reverse mortgage. So this slide is actually very important. A simple mortgage is one where borrower transfer the interest in a immovable property to the lender without delivering the possession or agreeing to sell it. So a simple mortgage, it's as the name suggests, it's simple. The borrower transfer the interest in the property, in the immovable property, right, without delivering the possession. A simple mortgage, there can be a, you can see in case of a home loan, right? You keep the possession, but the borrower has an interest, right? Another type, usufructuary, tongue twister, mortgage is one where the borrower transfer the interest in the immovable property to the lender along with delivering the possession, right? So I have made up a simple table for that to understand. In the simple mortgage, the borrower promised to repay the loan but keeps the possession. Okay. So no transfer of property or personal obligation to repay. In usufructuary, the borrower gives the possession of the property to the lender until the loan is repaid. So you give the possession. In old movies you might have seen, the lender, they take the possession as well. In English mortgage, borrower transfer the ownership as well. That ownership is also transferred until the loan is repaid. In case of default, the lender becomes the owner. In case of reverse mortgage, it's very popular among senior citizens. The homeowners, what they do is they take money from the lenders against the property. They keep the possession with them, right? The homeowner borrow against their home equity and receive payments while living in the home. No repayment until homeowner moves out or they pass away. In case their legal heirs, they want to take the possession of the property, they need to repay their whatever the money they owe to the lender. So equitable mortgage, borrower gives lender the title deeds. So you might have seen in the old movies, you give the property papers and then you borrow the money, right? So that is equitable mortgage, and the title deed is the security for the loan, right? So there is no formal transfer of the ownership based on the title deeds, right? So these are the 5 common types of mortgages that we have discussed, right? Reverse mortgage, equitable mortgage, anomalous mortgage. What is anomalous? So it's combination. It can be a combination of any type of mortgages. It can be a combination of reverse and English, equitable, or simple, right? So it can be a combination of two mortgages, right? So that is a anomalous mortgage.